Welcome back, guys. I hope the stream works now, and I hope you guys have sound on your side and you can hear us. But if you can, we're gonna start it real quick. So welcome everybody. My name is Roland Yoshimi, and you are tuning in to the JCG Championships 2014. And today we are playing the semifinals.
All right, yeah, so thanks for tuning in. We are here, like she said, in Tokyo, Japan. Hopefully we have some audio. So we've messed with a few settings, and I think we're up and running now. So cross your fingers. Today we're looking at the semifinals. Should be a couple good matches. The first game we've got going for you today, just to make sure you know where we're at, it is Rascal Jester versus Ozone Rampage.
Right. I don't know if I'm too loud. I'm sorry if I'm too loud. I'm always very loud. But yes, today the first game will be Ozone Rampage versus Rascal Jesters. And the second game that we will have in 3 hours' time will be Detonation FM versus Vex. So when we're talking about Rampage, they actually acquired a new sponsor just recently. And obviously it's Ozone. Very, prolific team we have out there. And so Rampage has a new sponsor, and we have Rascal Jesters, who just changed their name. Previously they were known as Pete Server All Stars, and today we are having the semifinals. Tomorrow we're actually having the finals at a offline event, so all the teams are here in Tokyo. Very excited to meet them, although we are on a separate studio, so we won't be able to see them, but we're going to have our meet and greet sessions after the games.
Right. So really quick, I think maybe to fill everybody in, you're saying what in the world is the JCG Grand Championship? Maybe some of you have been following us. If you haven't been following us, now's your chance. It's a great time to jump into JCG Japan League of Legends. The Grand Championship is kind of an all-around encompassing championship. Last year, JCG ran 4 seasons of League of Legends, trying to correspond with the seasons you have in a year. And so now we're taking the champions from each of those seasons, the top teams from all 4 seasons last year. They're going to come together today and tomorrow to basically face off and decide who is the #1 League of Legends team in Japan.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time for everyone, all of us, especially, it's the new year. And so we're really excited to start this off with such a huge offline event. So let's talk a little bit about Ozone Rampage, right?
Yeah.
So a couple of you might know them from the WCG 2013. They were in China for it, so they were in Shanghai for it. So a couple of them had like a really good time on stream. So I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Mirabi-san, or I think Mirabi-san, who actually was in dancing on stream. But anyhow, we're actually into game already because we've been delayed for a little bit. But let's invite one of our friends, our special guest caster for today, Rapid, online. Let's give him a call and make sure he's here with us today.
Hey, Rapid, can you hear me?
I can. How's it
Hi,
going?
Rapid. How are you doing?
All right.
I'm doing pretty well. This is actually a decent time for me, so thank you guys for scheduling this so it's not, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but it's great to be here today, ready to get the JCG Grand Championship for 2014 underway.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome.
All right,
yeah.
let's just jump into bans and pick real quickly because the game has already started with the bans and picks. So just go through it and tell me really quickly what's happening with the bans.
So,
tell me how about
we're going to make sure we have everything running. We do have both teams in here, bans and picks. We'll get that for you as soon as we can. But in the meantime, we have Rampage. They've banned away Yasuo and Kassadin so far, and the 3 bans going across for Rascal Jester are going to be Kha'Zix, Gragas, and Jax. So, as we get this all sorted out here, all right, our sizes are fantastic.
Yeah, but let's see what we have first. We have Kha'Zix, Gragas, Jax, Yasuo, Kassadin, and Dr. Mundo being banned out. What do you see from this?
I mean, honestly, these bans are almost exclusively just really strong characters in the current state of the game, as we see. The Jax, maybe not a top-tier pick, but still a really good pick. Everybody else is something you would expect to maybe see banned in solo queue as well. So, as we get this sorted out, the picks are coming across. Rascal Jester picking up Elise with that first pick. Extremely strong in the jungle there with that. And on the other side, Rampage going to go ahead and pick up Thresh because he was left open. Annie open as well, but with the changes, maybe not the ideal pick. Her stun reduced a little bit. And Renekton, just a top all-around strong top lane.
Right, so I know you can't see us, you can't see the stream as it's running rapid. So we have the Elise, and now just locked in Caitlyn as well as Rengar that's coming in. It's a very special pick, right, Rengar? You don't really see him a lot. You know, it's not a meta champion, so to speak. And so what do you think of this Rengar pick?
The Rengar is actually really awesome because I believe he's just recently been allowed into LCS play after having fixed a few of his issues. He's really, really strong in the top lane. Has a few counters out there, but especially the most recent set of nerfs to him kind of hurt him. In fact, there's a player in EU called Mimer who's very famous for his Rengar play, who now won't actually even play Rengar competitively because he has been nerfed so hard. So it's a little bit rough. He's still very strong once he gets going, once he gets that bone tooth necklace all stacked up, but is a little bit unique and is going to be facing off against Renekton, one of the kind of the kings of top lane.
So yeah, we should see a pretty good matchup up there just to keep everything moving along. Thanks for your input, Reed. We're going to take a look again here going Lucian picked up. That's going to be a really strong bot lane for Rampage. Meron, he's changed his name, used to be Meron, is going to be running that Lucian. And a Lucian Thresh lane is always has the potential to make things happen, so we'll see how that goes. We have Olaf picked up, which looks to be the jungle. He's also been seeing a bit of play lately, pretty strong as well. On the other side, Nidalee and Nami picking up as many end champions as we can with our last two picks here today.
Okay, there's two really cool things to point out. And if you guys watching are a little bit new to Japanese League of Legends, and I know both of you guys can definitely chime in on this, but going between these two teams, Rascal Jester kind of the underdogs coming into this because Rampage and Detonation FM are both two of the top teams in Japan. And as far as superstars on Rampage are concerned, Meron, they're traditionally their AD carry, who will have a little bit of a different name here. He's just so exciting to watch. I love watching that guy play. And so as these lineups come up, I'd expect to see a little bit more of a focus on him. But it'd be interesting to see what they decide to run. I guess we do have both of the bottom lanes already locked in, though.
Right. And so, yeah, unfortunately, Reed is working with a bit of delay. We've finalized those last picks. Last two going across were Nami and Nidalee, and for Rampage, it's actually going to be Kayle.
I really like this Kayle pick. Kayle is really known to just, like, you know, in three or four strikes to take out the squishiest member of the other team. And obviously, on the other side, we have Caitlyn and the Nidalee pick coming out. What do you think of this Nidalee and Kayle in the mid lane?
I think the Kayle's really good. I think we're going to see a lot more Kayle in competitive play. I just saw her recently in the EU LCS, and it just gets to that point late game where she can just two-shot almost at anyone in the game. No matter how tanky you are, it just has so much just straight-up damage. So it's going to be really awesome to watch that, but at the same time, if Kayle two-shots people, Nidalee can just one-shot people with huge spears at long range. So it's going to be awesome to see which one of those really gets going.
Yeah, you have the spears coming from Nidalee, you have the traps coming up from Caitlyn, so if you lock anyone up, it's going to be a huge damage spike coming up from Nidalee in the late game. But obviously, on the other hand, you have Kayle that's just so strong late game. I'm really excited to see how this two matchup comes up. Yes, it's true that Rascal Jester, formerly known as PA, Peach Servers All-Stars, is the underdog for this game because Rampage has a bigger name. You know, they've been to WCG, they've played with bigger teams, and so I'm rooting for Rascal Justice just because they are, you know, the underdog for the team. I want to see good matches coming out from them today.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to try and remain as neutral as possible. One interesting thing I think with these team compositions, with that Kayle, you're going to be able to ult a rampaging Olaf or a Dominus Renekton, and they're going to have a really good team fight with Thresh being able to keep people CC'd as well. On the other side, the push is going to be really strong with the Caitlyn, the Nidalee spears for poke, sieging those towers, and then Renekton Qs. there are not a lot of quicker ways to take down towers. So it'll be interesting to see if these teams are able to play these team comps to their strengths. I'm really excited, and I'm hoping for a really, really good game. So I don't know if you should have the whole list of things here, Reed. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add. We're waiting for the 3-minute delay on the game here, so.
I think the biggest thing is just to give people a little bit of context. The games are going to be played on the North American servers, so it's about 120, 150, maybe a little bit higher as far as ping is concerned, but it's not actually that bad. If you're playing from Korea on the North American servers, you get about 160 to 200, depending on which internet service providers you have. So it's actually pretty impressive to see what these teams can do, even though their ping is a little bit higher. And this is all in preparation for the Japanese League of Legends servers that will be coming to Japan a little bit later on this year. So really excited to see Japanese League of Legends start taking off.
We are very excited, and you know, a lot of people have been asking like what servers we play. We do play on the NA servers, just to clear it up for everyone who's not too sure about this. And obviously today it's going to be the semifinals. It's going to be Rampage versus Rascal Justice today. I'm actually really excited for the Olaf and the Renekton playing together. Olaf is going to be in the jungle, obviously, because you know Olaf jungle has been a priority pick, a top pick for everyone right now. And you know, even if the top player goes like, I want to play Olaf, they're like, nope, it's going to go to the jungle, dear sir. And obviously the kill pick coming, it's going to be so good for them. You can have those 3 different ultimates together. You have Thresh to really just lock up everyone as well. Lucian just going rampage on everyone. So I'm really excited to see how these the teams match up against each other. And I'm gonna leave this to both Corey and Rapid to cast the game. You can't have 3 different casters. I'm very excited to have Rapid here again. Once again, thank you so much, Rapid,
Always
for coming out here.
Always fantastic to have you here, Rapid.
Hey, it's great to be here. I'm just really excited to get these games underway because, at least for me, it's great to see an entire, a whole other region. And it's a region that doesn't get a lot of exposure, at least in North America. People are like, oh, what's going on with Japanese League of Legends? Do they play it? Are they any good? The answer is yes, they are. Maybe a little bit behind as far as the meta is concerned, but they are incredibly skilled players. I'm really excited to see them play here today.
All right, so we are going to get into game very shortly here. We've got the loading screen up and ready to go. Some people in chat were asking, who do I want to look at? Rapid mentioned it earlier, but one person to really take a look at is going to be M Melon, or Meron, in the bot lane. He's kind of the star for Rampage, and look for him to try and really make that lane go in his favor. On the other side, Rascal Jester, I would say take a look at the mid lane. See how this Nidalee Appaman is going to do up against that whole scary teamfight comp. Nidalee, of course, doing a really good job of running away anything that comes to get her, but we'll have to see how she faces off against that Kayle, because I think that's going to be really important. Rengar, too. We'll have to see how Cog is able to play that against Renekton in that top lane.
But you're gonna be, I would think Renekton is going to win Rengar on the top lane because, you know, Rengar is very strong early game. He can just slice and dice over on you. And Rengar takes a little bit more time to kind of farm up and scale up his levels. But he's bringing the teleport with him, so you're gonna have Rengar with a lot more mobility around the map. And so we're just gonna go into game really quickly. I'm gonna leave this to Corey and Rapid. Take it away, boys. Thank you. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
All right.
All right, so loading into the game, or at least I'm still loading in here. Keep in mind, these aren't just like, you know, random teams or random people. They've been teams together for 4 entire seasons of JCG. And getting into the game here today, Rampage, or Ozone Rampage, I'm gonna have to get used to calling them that, actually had, I think they were ranked in the top 10 challenger teams in North America. These guys are no joke. No matter what region they're playing in, they're all extremely strong, and they are going to be in the red side going up against Rascal Jester's team in the blue.
All right, so we are in game here. Quick notes, if you take a look at the summoner spells, not sure if Rengar is really looking to win against that Renekton so much as keep his lane in a positive fashion. He actually picked up teleport, so he's going to have a little bit more presence, a nice teleport, as well as an ultimate, maybe get a few good ganks and help his team get ahead that way. As we do see the teams lining up in their jungles. Not a whole lot of early action so far.
All right, so we're probably going to see not a lot of early action in most of the games here today, just because at least on this patch 4.1,
30 seconds until
you don't
minions
really
spawn.
get a lot from going for early invades. You're just going to get buffs traded away a little bit differently, and the main advantage that you get is not even kills, because you don't get a lot of gold off of that. It's just trying to force summoners out, trying to, make people blow flashes. I'm not sure why they would, because you don't really get all that much gold anymore. So should just set up very defensively on both sides, like we see both of these teams doing.
Right. So pretty standard starts coming out from everybody here.
Minions
Thresh
have
opting
spawned.
for the coin here. And he's going to pick that up maybe for the extra gold income. Nami, on the other hand, going to go with that Doran shield just for the regen in lane. Which, when you do have a Lucian and the poke that comes out of him, is not a bad idea.
So you can already see one ward being taken down. Wards actually count as CS. So Rainbrain has the first CS of the game, taking down that ward. And it's interesting to see junglers start with those sweeping lenses. Usually, and you can see Ozone Rampage actually did that. You just start with all wards all across the board, get some nice early ward coverage, and you can use that to your advantage. But the early sweeping lens did already take out a ward, so I think that was a little bit worth it there as well. First spear of the game. There from Apamen, able to land, so nice to see him off to a good start.
All right, and so we'll have to see how this plays out, as we do have a quick push coming out of the bot lane. Caitlyn and Nami Littlebelt are KP doing a good job pushing that in the top lane. Not a whole lot of action. I think this is something we've seen a lot recently, at least in the Destiny scene, is it's really feast or famine. Either things get really crazy right away, or you just kind of try and get your lanes, make sure your junglers pick up both buffs. Nothing super early, but we'll have to see what happens now that both junglers have picked up or are just getting onto their second buff here.
And you mentioned that fast push in the bottom lane. The most important levels in the game is level 2 in the bottom lane. If you hit level 2 first, especially if you have an aggressive support, you can just go all in so effectively. It's a ridiculously strong advantage because it's double the levels. It's not just double the levels, it's almost 4 times the levels, because you're gonna get so much strength. You literally have 2 extra skills in lanes. So didn't actually see anything happen there. Both bottom lanes rather, hit level 2 basically at the same time. So it should look for junglers to really give us the first kills of the game. And speaking of junglers, you already got Rainbrain down there in the bottom lane looking for a bubble to land. Hits a double bubble on minions, which isn't necessarily what you want to gank.
Right, and so it looks like he's actually going to get out of there. That's a lot of wasted time, as Olaf now actually making his way into Rascal Jester's jungle, put the ward in the river, and he's actually... See if we
I think
can
he's waiting for a gank. He wants to see if Nidalee is going to push out, and the wave is pushing away from Nidalee's turret, so she should be vulnerable here in just a little bit, but looks like Olaf's going to get a little bit impatient, and Envy is going to come into here on Olaf. And when you talk about jungle Olaf, it's all about the axes. If you land the first one, then it's a great gank, and you're probably going to blow a flash, but if you miss it, then it's kind of, well, you just walk away.
Right, and so there's both junglers here spending a lot of time looking for these ganks, and here he comes.
Oh, and there's a double slow, more access to come out, but Rainbrain right where he needs to be, perfect positioning. Now he's going to be the one running away, and with Apamen really landing those spears out there, it's going to be a somewhat failed gank there, but a nice counter gank by Rainbrain.
All right, and with that, we have the junglers just going back. They're going to... Olaf, of course, doing a really good job. He's got sustain in the jungle, so even taking a bit of damage there is not going to mean much to him. As we take a look around the board, Renekton doing a really good job in that top lane, actually bullying Rengar away from the farm.
Yeah, that's the thing about this top lane. It's going to be very aggressive, but also very sort of sustain heavy. But it's not like a Dr. Mundo where you get that passive health regeneration. All of this sustain in the top lane, like for Rengar, he wants to get up there and really use his empowered battle roar to deal a lot of damage and keep him sustained up in that lane. For Atoka or Atuaka, it's all about using that Cold of Meek to aggressively not only deal damage, but help him stay in that lane as well. And as Rainbrain comes up top lane, it's going to try to push Atoka out of lane, but the real victory here is probably just going to be denying him a little bit of CS under turret.
All right, and if we take another look around the map, Nidalee was actually the first one to go back. She's now picked up her Chalice, so she's going to be able to stay in lane for a very long time with her very own sustain in the form of that heal and the mana coming back from that. Kayle has now gone back as she did push the wave into the turret. And Kayle actually opting for the Fiendish Codex, so she's looking for a little bit of cooldown reduction, which especially when your only way of ranged harass is your auto attacks, the more often you can have that up, the better it's going to be.
All right, so we haven't even really seen all that much happen so far. Probably the biggest differences are going to be there in the CS counts, but even then, there aren't that many differences across the board. Biggest one would be in top lane, of course. It's about 34 to 51 CS. 51 CS at this point in the game, really, really good there for Altaka. He's really got his hands on that top lane. We'll have to see if it's up to Rengar to bring things back there. I like both players buying Giants belts. That means that we're going to see a ton of exciting, high-action top... No, just kidding. It's just going to be two tanks kind of whacking on each other.
Oh, man. So that'll be a good time. But, yeah, you're right. Like, that's the CS difference right there is that extra Doran's Blade. But with that Giants belt, I don't really expect to see a whole lot up there unless we get some jungle help.
Well, it's a good thing to take a look at the junglers. Still very similar CS, just a Wraith Camp difference between the two. And they both probably will be building basically the same itemization with the exception of Elise could decide to build a little bit of extra magic penetration if that's the route she wants to go. But yeah, both top laners just clearing out the minion waves. Not a whole lot to talk about. Blue buff being given over to Oppamen. Nidalee there in the mid lane, and then Envy, after taking away a red buff, will probably head over to his own blue buff, give that over to Ty. So, Corey, I guess I should probably defer to your expertise here, or maybe just pass you off a question. We're gonna see Envy and Ty go in here for an invade, and actually, Rainbrain though. Before I can even toss anything back over, where's Rainbrain gonna go? It's just gonna come right back down, and a perfect invade off of a great buff timer. I thought that we were just gonna see the blue buff being given over to Ty's Kayle, and just like a passive, buff transfer there. But no, the aggressive response going for a buff steal, and now it's actually Nidalee who might be in a little bit of trouble. See Ty actually doing a ton of damage, but as Nidalee is level 6, or level 7 rather, Oppamen will be able to just pounce his way on out of there.
So yeah, Ozone actually did a really good job. What made that happen? Oppamen was overtaking his blue. Kayle came down, and you can see the ward just outside of the Wraith camp. So they were able, in addition to having maybe a timer, they saw Elise walk right towards that red buff, and ready and waiting, knew where to be, saw him coming, and easy first blood going over. It actually ended up getting picked up by Olaf, which is not the worst place to put that gold money.
Yeah, definitely. And once Olaf gets super strong, he can really start to carry from the jungle. Not necessarily because he ganks your lanes, which is definitely a possibility, but because he can just walk into the enemy jungle and just straight up kill the enemy jungler. Mid lane, though, you're gonna have to see a little bit of care there from Ty, who keeps getting hit by these spears. Oppamen just really being a king at landing those all game long. So expect to see maybe a little bit of a rough time there by Tay if he isn't able to dodge those things out.
All right, so yeah, let's take another quick look around. Caitlyn finally going back. Lucian Metal Menon already has gone back. He's coming back into lane with his BF sword. Lucian with the BF sword is able to do a lot of damage, so that'll be interesting to see. Caitlyn has actually picked up her BF sword as well as a Vamp Scepter, so any damage she takes, she's going to be able to pay that back in kind, heal herself up, but so far, that bot lane, we're not seeing a whole lot. It's only a 10 CS difference down there. In the top lane, we've got a little bit of a push coming out from Renekton. And Rengar, Cog just farming at his turret.
Envy's just going to throw down the ghost. Does hit an axe, but Rainbrain's right there for maybe not necessarily a counter gank, but that is ghost used there by Envy. He started up the dragon, but just Nidalee's presence there forced him off of that, and that's going to be no dragon for him, and a successful stop there of that objective by Oppamen.
Yeah, that's always the threat. With the Nidalee spears, you don't even have to be in that dragon pit. You just throw them over the wall again and again. Bubble lands in the bot lane. Not a whole lot coming out of it. As we take a look at that dragon again, what is going on with Envy?
just Nidalee existing there in that middle lane, being able to throw out those spears means that it's too difficult to do Dragon right now. And honestly, you don't get that much gold from an early Dragon. It evens out as far as gold is concerned around the 12 to 13 minute mark. So if you do it before then, it's not going to give you all that much gold. The biggest place to get gold from is killing turrets, but keep in mind this is the 4.1 patch where top and middle turrets are both very, very difficult to take down early on because they do have that early damage reduction, which by the way is only supposed to last for the first 8 minutes of the game, but actually lasts all game long thanks to a little bit of an error in coding.
All right, so we'll have to see. We actually see both junglers in the bot lane. What's going to happen down here as they get into the bushes? There is a ward for Ozone.
Oh, and the bubble actually missing there, and there's going to be the nice lantern gang. Rainbrain's already there, but you've got so much damage from Envy. He's right up there in the front line, but doesn't want to overcommit. If he runs out of that Ragnarok and gets bubble, that's almost certain death. You combo that with a cocoon, so for now, it's a lot of ultimates down, but the biggest thing to note is that there's a minion wave, and there's a lot more health there in the bottom lane for Rascal Jesters.
All right, so that was just a really good job, both junglers knowing where to be. Rainbrain, I think maybe with that, the Elise, with her percent damage, her Qs just hurt so much, even without any items. They're going to start the Dragon off of that because they know Rampage is so low.
And specifically Envy. He doesn't have his ultimate. He's down on mana. He's half health. He can't just run right there into the Dragon Pit and try for a smite steal because it's been Appaman, Rascal Jester's mid lane, that has just been poking Rampage off of this Dragon over and over again. So it works both ways. Hey, if you can stop the enemy team from doing Dragon, if you're ahead, you can probably do a good job taking it away for yourself. And that is the first Dragon of the game, going to Rascal Jesters.
All right, so with the first blood money going over to Ozone and the Dragon now going over to Rascal, gold still very, very close. Farm very, very close. I don't know if you've been watching this top lane battle here with me, but pretty exciting stuff over here. Aotaka continuing to push his wave and not going all the way, but trying to pick up a little farm before the minions even reach turret.
The big difference there for the top lane is just the turrets. It's how do you keep your turrets alive? And the answer is just staying in your lane. But for Cog, he's actually been forced back to his turret for most of this upper laning phase, and it's a little bit too difficult to deal with for him because he's just going to keep taking that chip damage. Turret's going to keep getting lower, and it's really that battle of attrition, which for the time being does look like Aotaka is winning out.
Right. So we should point out, though, Cog actually doing a pretty good job of farming under his turret. He's only 13 farm down on Renekton. In the jungle, we have both junglers already have their spirit items built up. Farm obviously going a little bit in favor of Olaf. He's also got the kill. Not a whole lot of item difference to show for it, but he's spending his money well, putting it into wards so far, I think, and keeping that map warded. As we do see Kale and Nidalee having a little dance.
Spears continuing to land. Man, I don't know how Appaman does this. Keep in mind we're playing on North American servers from Japan, so it's about 120 ping usually, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. But the biggest thing to talk about is just those spears landing there in the mid lane. Going into this match, if I hadn't actually seen either one of these teams play before, I would have given the advantage over to Rampage. They did very, very well at World Cyber Games and representing Japan in that respect, and so I'd expect to see them with the advantage, but Appaman almost single-handedly, off of landing spears and putting a lot of dragon pressure down, has actually given Rascal Jesters a 100 gold lead, but a lot of pressure around the map.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see how things are going so far. Obviously, I do think Ozone has the teamfight competition, and that's composition. That's
oh, you can't stop Envy. He's going to turn on the Ragnarok, try to get in here, doesn't want to step on those nasty little traps, but with a nice heal there from Nidalee, keeping Rainbrain just barely alive. First turret of the game will go to Rascal Jesters.
So, and I think that's going to be huge for Rascal, for Rascal. They're taking that middle turret. You know, we've seen Appaman doing a really good job of moving around the map, and now without a turret to take there, this just opens up the rest of the map for Appaman to roam around, maybe make things happen. I'd be interesting to see if they start taking a look at that bot lane. I'm not entirely sure. But
Death Sentence lands there onto RKP. There's going to be a nice tidal wave as well, trying to lock up Maron. He does get pulled away there. It takes the dark passageway back out, and Envy was right there. He was waiting to go in there on that Olaf, but not necessarily needed. A lot of aggressive play down there in the bottom lane for Ozone Rampage. We had a little bit of a pause break, but I expected that bottom lane to be sort of the defining role to this game, but really it's been more about those jungles and mid synergizing. First kill of the game given over to Tay's Kale, or over to Envy, along with Tay, who went for that early invade and killed Rainbrain. But for right now, it's actually the first turret being gotten off of Rainbrain, helping Opperman poke it down.
Right. So, I mean, so far, not a whole lot of maybe what you'd call action, but I think both teams are playing how they need to do. And like you said, I think Rascal is just executing a little better. Appaman is really carrying his team. And I want to point out that bot lane, and actually it's RKP, is currently out farming Mellow Melon, which is something that I'm surprised to see because I would have expected Mellow Melon to really just straight up win that lane. And that has not been the case so far.
Yeah, the great thing about playing Lucian as we get this game back underway is that you out-trade almost anyone, but you don't actually have a ton of range, and that's basically what Caitlyn does. And when you empower 650 range auto attacks with that Tidecaller's Blessing, you actually get a ton of extra damage. It helps you poke down turrets, helps you poke down champions too, and RKP has really been doing a great job of that, along with the help there of Lilibelt. So there's going to be a nice flash play. There's the Lantern coming in, and there's Envy as well. Can they catch an Onanabi? There's going to be the culling coming out from the back line, but Envy just getting chunked out there before the fight even starts. Flash out there for Maron because Opperman's roaming down as well. Axe will land there onto Rainbrain, but Opperman's still looking for those spears. We've got Kale committed from the back line. Will save out Daewoo with a nice intervention, but just getting poked down one poke after another. It was Lilibelt that did actually fall, but look at those spears landing there from Opperman.
Well played by both. Wow!
Oh my! Through the minion wave, Opperman! I don't know how you do it, but that's pretty impressive.
Wow, I was going to say, Rampage looked like they came out on top there, but now trading kills with that beautiful spear. It could be anybody's game. The bot lane fight just went a little too long. However, they do pick the turret as well, so I think we do have to give that over to Rascal Jester and give that one, I think, over to Opperman with that spear. Wow.
Yeah, no questions asked. That spear won the fight. Pretty much just gave Rascal Jesters that turret. That's the second turret of the game. They've taken down 2 turrets, a dragon. So as far as objectives are concerned, you can tell they're way on top of things. 1 kill in favor of Ozone Rampage is good and everything, but eventually you will have to take down turrets, and it's all about how you channel those kills into items, into aggression, and then take turrets off of that.
So at this point in time, actually, you can see Rampage spending a lot of their money on wards. That whole bottom river is lit up. They know that dragon is coming up in 15 seconds. They got beat on the first one, and I don't think they want to see another one taken. As we do see some ward clear coming out from RJ as well.
Yeah, Tay was able to just take out that ward, a little bit of ward trading out there, but like you said, perfect ward coverage, perfect timing. You can see Ozone Rampage, they know what they want to do. It's all about just can they do it. Spear's going to land. Altak is actually all the way down here from the top lane. He's decided to leave that and try to help his team get this dragon. At least might go in for the steal, but no steal attempt there. And first dragon went to RJ, but this time it's Ozone Rampage taking dragon number 2.
Yeah, so it was very interesting. You saw Cog actually in top recalling, and I thought maybe he'd pick up some items and possibly teleport into that fight. But it looks like RJ knows that might not have gone well for them with just the team fight composition. Ultimates had all come back up for Ozone in that fight, and so they kind of just let him have it, looking for a steal. Didn't manage to get it, and they are just going to continue to play their game, which is push, push, push. 2 turrets. Rengar alone looking for the 3rd in the top as they pressure onto this middle turret.
Oh
wow.
my god, how do you do that? It's literally like, it's almost as if the more minions that there are to block spears, the more likely it is for Opperman to land them through the spears, through the minions themselves. Chunks down Kale, and Kale can do that much damage when you get up close and personal. But Appleman can do it at a million range, so just continuing to land those spears, one onto Kale, the other one onto Thresh, and
Wow,
it's not like he's
there's
gonna
another
stop
one through the turret. Kale's gonna have to back up here. She has no health after that.
So what do you do, Corey? I mean, the simple answer is just dodge the spears, but do you try to engage off of that? I mean, what are the options out there?
So right now they've got Renekton, who's got to deal with the pushed wave in the top lane, and without him there, they're really looking, you want to engage, but how do you engage with such poke? Like, Kale's coming back in the lane. If they're going to do something, they've got to make it happen now. Renekton rotating down to the middle. So we might see a fight here, but Rascal, I think, sees that coming, and they're doing a good job of staying not too close.
And that's the great thing about this team composition from Rascal Jesters. It's a poke comp, but it's got counter engage as well. A lot of previous poke comps would run something like a Trundle, like a Zyra, but the Nami works in here really, really well for Lilibelt, because as soon as you try to run at them, not only do you give the rest of your team movement speed with your passive, but you also knock everybody up with the Tsunami. And there's actually going to be Envy trying to come in from the side, gonna get that nice Kale ult, but without a whole lot of engaged possibilities. Look at all of those traps. Kayla, oh my goodness, another spear onto Maron. He's almost dead before the fight even starts. Kog'Kog dies for Ignite over the wall, so he's gonna die as the first casualty of the team fight for Rascal Jesters. But they have to walk through all of these traps, they have to avoid all of these spears, and they can't do anything even with that kill.
Right, that's exactly what you were talking about. Do they force an engage? And that was Envy really forcing an engage, running in 1v4 there. And they did pick up that kill, so I would call it a success, but you're right. It's fun to watch them walk through a minefield of traps, reducing all of your defenses and just taking spears the whole way home. Doing a good job of defending, but we'll have to see how it plays out, because both teams playing really well. RJ's going to have to try and keep that poke up, make sure that ozone is low so that when the engages come, they're able to use that counter engage. Exactly like you said, the tidal wave coming out. Just weren't able to pick anybody up off of it.
Okay, so after all of that, that is 2 turrets down in the mid lane. And with Renekton coming down to help out the rest of Ozone Rampage with that dragon, he actually gave up all that pressure, all that advantage he had solidified for himself in the top lane. He kind of gave it away to Kog'Kog. Now he's returned to try to take a turret here, but Kog'Kog's already got those 2 big key items, and even a little bit of a luxury item there in that's the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. It's an item you don't really see all that much on Rengars, but it's really going to help him in this matchup because it helps him just wave clear there with the maxed out Battle Roar and just get all of that ferocity coming back his way, because he can use his skills all that much more often.
Right, so yeah, that was my bad. I totally missed that middle turret going down, and so if that's the case, I think RJ does definitely come out on top. If you take a look at the turrets, that's 4-0 already. So that kind of push strat we talked about is definitely working. That's a lot of gold. It's everything else equal, it's 2,000 gold in favor of Rascal Jester, and it comes from all of those turrets. And in the bot lane, here comes Envy.
Rainbrain. Yeah, Rainbrain's, or rather Envy, is a little bit overextended there. He's going to get hit by a Caitlyn trap, forced to throw down that Rampage, or the... I said Rain, but it's Envy gets out of it, still pretty overextended, and nice positioning there by Rainbrain, able to just force the lock back away.
Right, and so I think that's something maybe to take note of. Envy does like to play a pretty aggressive jungle style, especially when he does get into this mid game, and that's what we see right here. However, he just doesn't have the team follow-up right now. So as we see the mid action coming out, nothing looks to come of that. Oh. It's getting a little more exciting here.
I know, man. We had like 6-7 minutes in the early part of the game where really not a whole lot happened. Then First Blood at 8 minutes, and ever since then, even though it's been primarily just tanks battling up in the top lane and a lot of poke in the mid, the poke actually has been really exciting to watch because Appleman has been landing some incredible spears. We're gonna see Faker play a little bit later on tonight as SKT take on Ozone, but right now we've got a little bit of a Faker of our own here as Appleman representing the Japanese scene has been doing a great job landing those spears here. Death Cap completed on top of that Athene's Unholy Grail.
Right, so if you thought we were seeing damage before, get ready for even more painful spears. Kale actually opting for the attack speed build over here, which is something I think we see a lot with that Nashor's Tooth, because, like you mentioned before, that's how you really do a lot of your damage as Kale. Nuke with your Q and follow up with those ranged auto attacks. As we do see the dragon is up and everybody is here.
Oh, Envy just comes around the side. He's just going to be able to 1v1 Rain Brain right there. Now, RKP is in the back. He's dealing a lot of damage. Nobody can really touch him right now, but Altaka is just going to lead the rest of his team to victory. A huge death sentence there by Taewoo. Going to go ahead and drop him down there, and it's actually Ozone Rampage. You are going to try to win this fight, but stealthing in. It's Cog, who uses that thrill of the hunt to assassinate Tae on the back lines. Even still, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Dragon goes over to Ozone Rampage, but when you have to do all that just to take down a dragon, I mean, is that really worth it? I mean, I guess, but how do you feel about that, Corey?
Well, it was interesting. They did go 2-for-1, so they picked up the dragon and an extra kill, but yeah, it was pretty brutal. I do think that's where we do start to see the team fight ability of Rampage start to shine. A big key factor in that fight was actually Renekton. He was able to get in. He is big with his Spirit Massage and his Sunfire Cape, and you saw Nidalee Spears kind of bouncing off him. So as long as Aotaka can kind of stand in front of Kale and take those spears, Rampage might still be okay.
The ward coverage in that fight was actually a little bit backwards or opposite of what we saw before. Last time a dragon went to Ozone, it was because they had the ward coverage. They had the control of the area, but this time around, it was actually Rascal Jesters who had all that area completely warded, and Ozone just ran in and took it down. So it's actually kind of interesting to me because Ozone sponsor a lot of League of Legends teams. We're going to see one of them play later on, but maybe this is a little bit of a precursor, seeing another Ozone team, this one from Japan, trying to sort of start the ball rolling for Ozone here tonight.
Right. So, and yeah, just like really quick, that was actually pretty recent. That was in December. Ozone has kind of put Ozone in their name, picked up that sponsorship, and so now it's time for them to show what Ozone can do. And those spears, they do pick up a turret, but Thresh losing half of his health to one of those spears. I'm actually interested to see how this game is going to play on as we continue. What does each team have to do here to win Rapid?
Okay, so that's actually the first turret of the game for Ozone Rampage, and I mean, maybe that signals the first of many to come, but they're gonna have a long road to get there. They're down 3 turrets right now, and the turrets don't just fall by themselves. You have to kind of make them. So unless you get sort of the 6th man of a huge minion wave pushing down to try to take them, you're gonna have to deal with not only the enemy team and Rascal Jesters, but top lane, you've got Cog. Man, he's taken down that top turret. No questions asked, uncontested, and Renekton went Flash Ignite. Can't get there in time. Cog's teleport is just giving the rest of Rascal Jesters these towers.
Yeah, so actually Rampage doing a really good job making something happen. They stuck around at that blue, Rascal, making Rampage fight for that contested blue. Rampage didn't even end up getting it, and that meant Renekton was out of position as we do see the teleport coming out and another turret falling in the bot lane.
And that is going to be the last final outer turret going down as Death Sentence onto Cog, pulling him in. There's the box down as well, but he's way too tanky right now. Flashes over the wall, and it's only Maron who's able to DPS him down. Cog's going to build up some extra stacks in his stealth, but Maron is actually pretty darn strong right now. He's going to be battling off 1v1. Can Cog take him down? There's a little bit of extra help from the back lines, and now Opperman is going to try to get it in there on a Maron. Where's the spear? Can he land it? Throws a trap over the wall, trying to get vision. Maron safe for now, but now it's Aotaka actually able to slice and dies. Stuns him out there. Opperman going to be able to leap his way away from this one. Probably can't chase that elixir of brilliance. Nidalee has a lot of CDR on that. Will just be able to run herself back away. Ultimately, that was actually a pretty good team fight for Ozone Rampage, able to trade that one out 3-1, I think.
Yeah, so it looked like things might have gone a little poorly for Ozone at the beginning of that fight, but Kale was not there. Tae was actually making his way to the fight, and as soon as he got there, laid down that intervention. And with that extra little bit of help and the damage coming out from Kale, which is no small matter as well, Rampage, I think, did a really good job to turn that fight around. Now it's interesting to see what are they going to do with it. All of their lanes are pushed, so all they can really do at this point is try and get their lanes back to even.
Yeah, lanes are about all that's left because all the towers are down. It's 43,000 gold to 42. And you look and say, oh, well, there's a 5-turret advantage for Rascal Jesters. Why is the gold only 1,000 off? That's because look at where the kills are. You've got a 303 Renekton. You've got a 423 Kale. And you've got an 80 carry that hasn't been stopped from farming this entire game there in Maron. So even though turrets aren't really coming Ozone Rampage's way, well, now they're going to pick up their second one. And look at that. They're actually ahead 200 gold.
Yeah, so like you said, like Melon 006, no kills there, but no deaths, and actually just about up there for top gold in the game.
Oh my!
Those spears.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Tay's gonna have to watch himself. He does have that Lich Bane now completed, but I actually would have liked to see something along the lines of maybe a Void Staff, maybe a Death Cap instead, just to get that damage more bursty, more consistent earlier on. But he did go for that Nashor's Tooth, which is a great laning phase item, but it really kind of falls off, and that's when you really want to have that Death Cap Lich Bane or Lich Bane Void Staff kind of combo, just for one-shotting champions.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think, maybe a better pushing comp. And, well, there you have Tay pushing and taking another turret for Rampage. But they are going to be looking to maybe set something up in front of Baron here.
Okay, so third turret of the game going down. I said turrets don't just die by themselves, but over time, minions will start to, take them down, chip them down just a little bit by little bit. And those 3 outer turrets now going down really turn not only the gold favor, but maybe even give a little bit more map coverage and map control over to Ozone Rampage. Now, they're still very, very far behind in the overall objective game, but they do have the kills. They have the individual champion strength to be able to hang in here. The only question is, can they deal with this poke? Do they have these engages? Because it's not going to be this is not going to be like a 4-1 split push kind of game, although you might see Cog do that. It's going to be about in the team fights. Can you force enough fights to, or can Ozone Rampage force enough fights to punish Rascal Jesters for playing this sort of kite-based poke comp?
And there's a slice and dice coming in. Are they going to be able to have any follow-up on this? Looks like maybe not. But, yeah, while you were talking there, we did see Rampage picking up another dragon. That's 3 dragons in a row, I believe, for Rampage after losing the first one. Actually got a little bit of help from Oppamen and his spears onto that dragon, as they're now going to continue pushing into this mid lane.
And V's going to go ahead and get forced to pop that Ragnarok spears coming out. Only one to hit. He'll dodge the second one away. And they actually doing a great job of dodging, but there's only so many things you can dodge. He actually, let's see, he dodged the Aqua Prism coming out from Nami, but he ran right into the Cocoon and was forced to use that Ragnarok to escape. And now, with that Olaf ultimate down, there's not a lot of people to just straight up run into the fight. Tay, the Kale player, actually blew his flash a little bit earlier on. Altaka's trying to go in. He gets chunked down. There's going to be the intervention before the fight even starts. A nice triple knock up there by the Tsunami coming out from Nami. RKP's in the back. Nobody touching him just yet, but it's actually the first casualties being Oppamen and Rainbrain. Altaka is huge starting these fights with the rest of the team to finish them. It looks like Ozone Rampage. Oh, a max range play right into the death sentence, and that is going to be the untimely demise of Cog. He is going to go down in Ozone Rampage off of that victory, going to take down the Baron.
And so there it is, that team fight potential, Aotaka making everything happen. Actually, what happened in that team fight is that Nami and actually Oppamen got caught off from the rest of their team in the jungle there. They were very out of position. And after Elise went down, it meant that Ozone was free to pick both of them up as well. And now they're going to pick up a free Baron.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Oppamen was doing over there. Like, I guess he was just trying to flank and throw spears, but getting caught out like that just straight up loses your team the game. And while usually, especially if you're this far behind in turrets, the right call off of winning that team fight would be to push and take down turrets. Against a poke-based team composition, you need that Baron regen. So getting that Baron buff is going to be huge because it means that, sure, you can get chunked down by spears, but unless you just straight up die, you're going to have that health back in just a few seconds.
Right, and so another thing we saw there was that Kale ultimate, Tay coming in. You mentioned Aotaka going really deep to get that fight started. He did take a lot of damage right off the bat, and I wasn't sure if they would be able to follow that up, but you throw invincibility on somebody, and when it's a big crocodile who's also invincible, it's a good way to start a fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like not being able to take damage is probably a good characteristic to have if you're running into the middle of the enemy team. And that really sort of said, okay, well, Ataka, can you take him down? Can you take him down? The answer is, of course, yes, but not when he's invincible. So for Rascal Jesters, they couldn't kill the big tanky initiator, and then they also had the problem of having their AP mid and jungler get caught out before the fight really got underway all that much. And so this next upcoming team fight, you've got a Baron buff here on Ozone Rampage. If you had to land a couple spears before, you're gonna have to land even more now for Opperman to be able to stop this push.
Wow, so that turret goes down really fast. The damage, especially with the Lucian, is gonna get rid of those turrets very quickly.
Oh my god. All right, well, there's going to be spears to land, and like I said, Baron regen is going to be really helpful here, along with a lot of extra ability power on Kayle, allowing herself to heal herself up just a little bit more there with the Divine Blessing, which of course also gives her that little move speed buff as well. But with another mid turret going down, that's 4-6, still working on taking that turret lead back. Been in Rascal Jester's favor this entire game, but with one turret after another dropping down and a Baron buff here on Ozone Rampage, I think they got some turret taking potential coming their way.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's one pretty good to point out. There's a lot of good communication and teamwork coming out of Rampage. Rampage has been playing together for a very, very long time. They were actually they're continually near the top of the NA team ladder. They were aiming for an LCS spot, or at least a challenger spot at one point in time, before learning that Riot had finally implemented the rule you had to live in the United States, and that was when they became Rampage. And since then, that was, I think, a year and a half ago, they've been together, and it's starting to show because they are in sync with this team.
Yeah, same thing actually happened to Lion Gaming, a Latin American team who could have qualified for LCS, but you actually have to live in North America. So a little bit unfortunate there, but that just goes to show you the quality, the caliber of these teams early on. We actually saw the first, I think it was 6-1 in turrets. Something crazy like that is Rascal Jester's early game, the poke composition just working out so well. But it's kind of like you're trading away towers and objectives for kills, and eventually you give away too many kills, that's going to catch up to you, and now it's catching up to Rascal Jesters in the form of a 6-2-4 Kayle with a huge Renekton as well. 320 CS on that Crocodile.
And he is building straight up tank. He's got his Randuins. He's got another Chain Vest on top of the Sunfire and the Randuins as well. So he is not going to be taking a lot of damage from Caitlyn or Rengar. The magic damage still doing a bit to him, but with that Spirit Massage, also able to shake off a few of those spears as they continue their push into this bot lane.
Baron buff about to wear out there, but look at all that nice CC chained together. You've got Envy going nuts in there, has that Ragnarok on. We'll be able to run out to the back of the team fighting with the Baron buff just now wearing off. Ozone Rampage are actually forced off of that bottom turret.
So yeah, that was a really good fight. There was a lot of CC coming out, did stop them from managing to pick up any kills as well. However, because the lanes have now reverse pushed in favor for Rampage, all Rascal Jester can do is keep the lanes pushed as Rampage picks up yet another dragon on their retreat back to base.
Man, this is actually really impressive for Ozone Rampage, because what they've done is they've held out. They've lost all their outer turrets and then just said, look, we don't need objectives, because what we can actually do is just force the right fights, and you're going to be fighting us instead of being focused on taking objectives. And hey, when we have all this kills, when we have all this gold, well, you're not really going to be able to win those fights. And look at Kayle now. Instead of completing the Rabadon's death cap, goes for a Banshee's Veil instead. And I love that choice because she already has a ton of damage. She just needs to be focused on staying alive. And that's something that Renekton, as a tank, is focused on doing too, as he picked up his Thorn Mail off of that Chain Vest you saw earlier on, and another giant spell, which is probably going to be a Warmog's armor.
All right, so that is going to be one scary Crocodile. Renekton just not able to keep up. The farm now obviously going in favor of Renekton, but it's those kills. A 3-0-6 Crocodile. Boy, yeah, he's going to be able to get in those fights and make things happen. You look at just the items, the tank builds coming out. Another, 2 Randuins in favor of Ozone here. Olaf Envy building one as well. So they are really looking to get in those team fights, maybe with that Olaf or with that Renekton engage, pop that Randuin, slow everybody down, And then Kale comes in, and between Kale and Lucian, there's no shortage of damage either.
Now, a couple of things are about to happen. Rascal Jesters are going to say, hey, we can't win team fights anymore, so we're going to try a split push. And that's where the teleport comes in very handy on Cog. But if you just look at that bottom lane action, it's you can't actually split push when there's somebody that can out-duel you. So Cog's going to have a little bit of a rough time down there. And we'll be able to be stunned out there if he does try to the other problem is that split pushing doesn't work when your opponents have somebody who can just tank turrets. So if Ataka just wants to join up with the rest of his team, he can tank turrets up, and the Lich Bane on Tay is just gonna be able to kill turrets so fast, and there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. So Ozo Rampage are looking really good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It looks like Cog has caught himself in not the most ideal of situations, and so that you can actually see him have to back away from this as Renekton continues to push the wave in favor of Rampage.
All right, well, the Baron's up, and it does look like, I want to call him Baron, as they are going to go in onto that with Lucian in the back. Going to be able to start DPSing that, but actually, Ozo and Rampage, they're going to bait this one out. They have good ward coverage. They just need to, wait. Okay, they're going to start that Baron up. Now, Cog's in the bottom lane. He's going to be forced to teleport into this fight. There's the teleport onto a ward, and immediately, as soon as they see the teleport, Rascal Jester's going to go in. Cog immediately jumps on in there, taken down way too low. He's going to try to stealth his way on out of this one. Can he get out in time? The answer is yes. He's taken down from Ignite. He's going to die off to the side before he's actually able to accomplish all that much. The culling comes in from the back, actually not able to take anyone down, but it's actually the long range. Now, Appleman able to take one with him. And so with that disengage, it's only so effective. Oh my, I am so scared right now, Corey, because every time Appleman throws out a spear, I expect somebody to die.
And that seems to just about be the case. I talked about Renekton being able to take those spears. Well, not for long when the rest of the team is chunking in as well. That is a dead alligator, but here's Rampage now with the one-man advantage. They're going to pick up this Baron, going down so quickly. Wow.
And they do actually get that one with smites. So nice. Oh, another spear. Tay taken down to about half HP. And now it's all about the push. You can already see RKP. He's up in that mid lane. He's pushing the minion wave in. He knows that for these few seconds, he has a pushing advantage. But look at that top lane, man. There's a ton of minions on that turret. And so it's going to mean that the Rascal Jesters do have to recall their respond.
So Rampage actually doing a really good job of baiting that Baron, and because teleport takes, I think it's 3 seconds to go off fully there, and with the ward right there as well, they saw Cog coming in, and by the time he showed up, he was surrounded by 5 members of Rampage.
Yeah, exactly. Cog kind of went in 1v4, 1v5, and while it's good to be able to draw a lot of pressure off the rest of your team, the rest of your team actually has to be doing something, and they were out of position. They couldn't get around those walls. He went in a little bit early to the nearest ward that he could, but did lose his team that team fight, and now it's going to be a very strong Ozone Rampage. You're probably going to look to put on a lot of pressure down there in the bottom lane, while out the rest of his team.
So yeah, we actually do see the gold lead now really starting to snowball, where all the turrets were going in favor of RJ. We're now looking at getting real close to 10,000 gold in favor of Rampage. So they were able to kind of fall through that early game, which looked like almost a nightmare. You talked about it. They lost all of their outer turrets. And now, if you had told me that I thought Rampage might have lost the game early, I wouldn't have believed it. Now they are coming in strong, hard, and that turret disappearing.
Well, Caitlyn actually does do a ton of damage, but it has to worry about that Thorn Mail. It's complete on Renekton. And really can't get in range for a whole lot of extra damage on anyone else. Interesting to see a little bit of extra magic resistance built in there on Envy, because he doesn't really have to worry about all that much magic damage. He just needs to be able to run in and kill the back line, which does include RKP primarily. So look at Envy. He's actually going to get bubble to the face, and bottom inhibitor will fall, and now all Ozone Rampage have to do is run away.
There's just so much damage on that Lucian. He opted actually for the Infinity Edge Bloodthirster build, so every single auto attack is doing so much damage to those turrets. it doesn't take them a lot of time to take them down, and the rotations here are just really, really good, as it looks like they're going to try and hit top lane now as well.
And just look at the magic resistance. You see every single member of the enemy team with a Negatron cloak, with the exception being Deji Wu, because he has a chalice. And that combined with the extra magic resistance, and keep in mind it's AoE magic resistance from that Locker of the Iron Solari, as well as a shield, really going to be good itemization coming out from Ozone Rampage to stop Opperman from being as effective.
Wow.
Cog getting pulled in there. He's going to die there. Actually, did he get McHale's? Yeah, he got the McHale's Crucible as well, but still wasn't able to get out of that fight alive. So a little bit rough there. Once again, it does the same thing that happened around that earlier Baron fight when Cog went down as well.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, they're just trying to make things happen, and coming out of stealth there, he got in front of his team, and again, it was just completely right. His team wasn't close enough to follow up.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
Just a lot of catch there. Deji, whoa, man, that guy has really been doing a good job starting these fights by just locking down somebody and allowing the rest of his team to poke. There's the Banshee's fail, doing its job, blocking a spear from Opperman.
But, wow. Gets the Banshees with the first one and does manage to hit with the second one, but you're right, with that AP now, the heals coming out, unless Opperman can continually land those spears, Kale, Tay is going to be able to heal that damage back up, and here they are on another turret wall.
Exactly, and now with the top inhibitor about to fall, there's only so much more that they have to do. Ozone Rampage now going to move on to that mid lane, and I don't even think they need a minion wave anymore. They could just face tank that turret up, but if you have two inhibitors down, you can probably take a little bit of a vacation, head back to base, spend the thousands of gold in their inventories. Yeah, almost 3,000 gold for Maron, so he's definitely going to need to put that money in the bank.
Yeah, and so actually, it was interesting to point out, Caitlyn actually doing a really good job of out-farming. At one point was up about 80 minions. It was close to 380 to 300. But you look at their gold totals, and Melon has an extra 2,000 gold just coming from his assists. And now those extra turrets actually in favor of Rampage as well. He's got his Guardian Angel, which is something we haven't seen as much of, but if there's anybody on your team you want with a Guardian Angel, it's Meadow Melon. Maybe not picking up all those kills, but 10 assists on your AD carry means he's still there. He's putting out the damage in those team fights.
All right, so a couple of interesting things, at least for me. This game have been kind of the evolution of how Rascal Jesters were so strong early, but they kind of failed their poke comp because they got caught a couple of times in team fights, and that's all that Ozone Rampage needed to be able to just come out absolutely huge. We saw a Death Cap being completed. Now we're looking for the Void Staff next, and Kale's almost at full build. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen a full build Kale damage, but it's a little bit ridiculous. So Tay is just going to be able to out damage almost everything, and a little bit interesting itemization to talk about. It's a Frozen Mallet for Altaka. I expected a Warmogs, but now once he hits somebody, it's going to stick. And almost before the fight even starts, you can see the culling at the back lines as Maron very, very low. Does have the Guardian Angel, so he's got a second life coming his way as well. He's going to pick up the first kill of the team fight on Rainbrain. There's actually going to be a Redguard try to jump in, but a perfect intervention to keep everyone safe and alive. Double kill for Maron.
And it's not over yet. That's the flash.
Little Pelt. Oh.
Wow.
He's going to go down. That's 3 50-second death timers, and GG well played starting to come out from Rascal Jesters. Now Ozone Rampage, they take down both Nexus turrets. The Nexus to follow, and Ozone Rampage take game number 1.
Woo! Congratulations to Ozone Rampage on a very, very well played game. That is how you play a team fighting composition, and they did not let up once they got rolling. So we're going to get back.
And that...
Go ahead.
Yeah, you just gotta give them so much credit there. Rascal Jesters going up against that poke composition, losing 6 turrets before they'd even taken down a second one of their own. That's a rough spot to be in, and they held in there, they persevered, and were able to take the win in game 1.
Yeah, very good game from Ozone Rampage. I'm sorry, but the spears coming up from Upper Man. I mean, I was sitting here watching and I was cringing at the same time. Like, those spears hurt a lot. I think the spears coming from Nidalee was one of their only saving graces to kind of really push back Ozone Rampage for a little bit. But obviously, with that kill intervention as well as Olaf just running through and Dominus coming out from Renekton just completely storms RJ in that first game. What do you think RJ should do, Rascal Jester should do in the second game to kind of come back from this loss here?
Well, if I can chime in on that really quick.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, that, if they're going to run that poke comp, they ran it well, but if they want to keep running it, they have to keep the pressure up. They have to keep on moving and taking those turrets. And it's hard as the game evolves and continues, and that's exactly what happened. Rapid saying, they got caught out. And when you start losing members of your pick team, or your poke team and your tower taking team, you stop being able to take towers. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something they run again or if they opt for something completely different. What do you think, Rapid?
I actually don't think Rascal Jesters need to change just about anything. They picked a team composition. It's a team comp that it's not like it can do everything. It can do one thing very, very well. And they did that one thing very well, and that is poke down turrets, take objectives. The only problem is, like you said, they got caught a couple of times. So maybe a little bit of extra ward coverage. And really, I gotta say, you have to ban out a few more tanks from that top lane just because it is so key to stop the opponents from engaging on you. Picking a Nami was great, but maybe a little bit of extra counter engage instead of going for a split pusher like that teleport Rengar. That's the only thing that felt a little bit weird for me. It's why do you have a split push when you want to group up and siege turrets? Like, I guess it's good to be able to take down extra objectives, but maybe put a little bit of something different there in the top lanes. So it'll be interesting to see what they pick for Cog in game 2.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the Rengar pick was kind of a little bit weird for me as well. I mean, you don't see Rengar as much as obviously with the nerfs coming from him, and the teleport on Rengar, I was kind of excited for it, with a lot of mobility coming up. But at the same time, Rengar is not one of the best split pushers in the game. And on the other hand, you have all these big, huge meta top tanky players coming. You have Renekton, you have Olaf, you have Dr. Mundo, you have Shyvana. That's always just such big champions late game. You don't really want to have a Rengar kind of going up against such huge late game champions. So I think towards the second game, I don't think Rascal Jesters should play that Rengar again, in the sense that it's not working out for them too well. I would say the Nidalee pick is really good. I mean, Upperman has really good accuracy with his spear. So I mean, if he wants to run that again, it's a good thing. I don't know if Ozone would allow them, Ozone Rampage would allow that to go through the pick and ban phase. But obviously, there's a lot of bans and picks that you want to put out with the meta game now. But I don't know if they want to let the Nidalee through. With all that spear coming out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. That was definitely, I think, the highlight for Rascal Jester was having Appamon on that Nidalee, and I know that the champion, he does play a lot, so it was really nice to see that happen. But yeah, I think that's actually a good way for Rampage to maybe try and shut down Rascal a little bit, is maybe take that away from him. It'll be interesting to see. I don't want to see that Rengar again. You run teleport so that you can put pressure all over the map, and Renekton just got so far ahead that game that there was just no way for Rengar to actually use that teleport effectively.
Yeah.
So it is, I think somebody pointed it out, and I think it's a really good point as well, that even though they were down so many towers early, Rampage was never down by more than I want to say 2,500, 2,000, 2,500 gold. So just farming and keeping kills, they were never that far out of it in terms of gold, but those tower numbers started to look pretty scary for a while. Yeah,
I mean, when you think of Nidalee, you have to think of GG Hotshot. But then again, no one plays a teleport champion as well as Xpeke can do. So I don't know if they want to run the whole teleport top laner again, especially with a Rengar coming in. So I think that's something that RJ has to really think about going into the second game. Because if they lose the second game, it's a 2-0 win for Rampage, which means that they're going to be in the finals tomorrow. So they really need to sit down in this couple minutes to kind of really think things through. Do we really want to let Olaf and Renekton through again? But if we take out Olaf and Renekton, you have so much more that's going to be open. You have Elise that's going to be open. You have Dr. Mundo. You have Shyvana that's going to be open. So they really got to sit down and think through, do they want to ban out specific champions, comfort champions for Rampage Ozone, or do they really want to take out the meta champions so these champions don't get too far ahead when the mid game and late game comes in? But what do you think, Rapid? What do you think RJ should put down? Because the ban and pick phase is so important nowadays. So what do you think they should do in the pick and ban phase?
No, they probably need to, if they're going to run the same poke composition again, just ban out a couple of tanky top laners. Maybe they're Mundo, Renekton, something like that. But there's a lot of just top lane champions that fill the same role. They get big, they get tanky, and they're able to...
I think I can't really hear you very well. I didn't pick up like everything you just said.
I almost wanted to see something else.
All right, yeah. So, for those of you just joining us, I see there's a little bit of confusion, so we should probably just make sure you know where you are, you know who we are. You are currently watching the JCG, Japan Competitive Gaming Grand Championship semifinals. This is the lovely Ferlin Yoshimi. You also hear the disembodied voice of the wonderful and amazing Rapid. No, Rapid has not turned into a lovely woman. He's lovely in his very own rights. But
what are you talking about, Corey? I'm sitting right beside you.
We were waiting for you to fly out, Rapid, and you know, you just never show. I spent all last night at the airport with a big sign.
I missed my flight, man. I'm sorry. I would have been there. I'm sorry I let you down.
Yeah, I was standing at the airport with a Rapid sign, and everybody kept asking, you know, that how long to Tokyo, you know, if you're the fastest guy here, and a lot of confusion there. But yeah, so that is Rapid, the wonderful Rapid casting. All of you probably know who that is. Ferlin Yoshimi here, very popular here in Japan, JCG circles, does a lot of everything. And I myself am Corey Swanson. I suppose I should introduce myself as well.
Yes, of course. Corey's always helping us with the streams. He's always here casting for us. I myself am not a caster. I'm not like... I just don't have the time to really think things through and to really read up or practice casting. So what I do hosting most of the time. So obviously with rapid casting here, you know, who wants Ferlin when there's rapid casting here? So obviously we're very excited to have him here with us today and tomorrow as well. So it's going to be a long, long day. I know we're gonna be crashing a little bit with OGN tonight, but you know, we're very excited because this is Japan too. So you know, it's an up and coming, hopefully, you know, a good country to come up in esports in the future with Riot coming up soon. We're expecting the servers to be coming in maybe say late this year, and you know, I'm expecting a lot of people to kind of just move on to the Japanese servers when it comes out. I mean, we all want to listen to some Japanese voice acting. That'd be really exciting. Do you like Japanese voice acting, Rapid?
I think it's going to be really cool. And at least from what I've been hearing, there are going to be some really awesome Japanese voice actors who are going to be doing the voices for Japanese League of Legends localizations. So I am super excited to see maybe some of the voices that we've seen voice a lot of either famous animes or just the voice acting talent in Japan as a whole, just because of the anime industry and a lot of I feel like it's just developed it a lot, and so it's going to be very, very high quality. And I'm probably going to play a few games on Japanese servers, so I'm going to be really excited for it.
Yeah, I really excited. When I don't work with JCG, I do a lot of work with anime productions and voice acting. So I'm actually trying to whistle my way in, and I've got a little bit of approval from a lot of people to do one or two of the voice actings for the the Japanese servers when it comes out. So I'm really excited. I work with a lot of these big names, and you know, I'm really excited to have, you know, the opportunity to kind of voice act for one or two of the characters.
But yeah, so I think we're actually going to jump in here to picks and bans for Game 2 of Rampage versus Rascal Jester. We're being real efficient today. You might be familiar with JCG as the slow group, but we got things moving today. Yasuo going to be the first ban out. Nobody wants to play against a Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Like, if you play him well, it's going to be really scary. But there are a lot of counters for him nowadays. So let's talk this through. This Yasuo, Dr. Mundo, and Cassidy ban coming out from Ozone Rampage, and Kha'Zix and Gragas coming out from Rascal Jesters. You don't see, it's pretty much the same bans that's coming out from the first game. Is this a surprise to you, Rapid?
Yeah, it's actually the exact same bands from the first game. So maybe if it's not broken, you just leave it the way it is. I think that there's a little bit of room for flexibility. These are all great champions to ban, but usually you want to ban things specifically that counter the team compositions you want to run. Right now, they're just banning out generally strong champions, so I guess there's nothing wrong with that. It's just going to be interesting to me to see how both of these teams kind of mix up the team comps that they made for their first game.
And we can actually see Rascal is going to ban out Deji Woo's Thresh here.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, that I would love to see more bans coming out specifically towards the players, but I mean, yeah, I do agree with a lot of this bans coming out. And then the first pick coming out from Ozone Rampage obviously will be that Renekton for the top laner there. It's a great pick. First game worked out perfectly for Ozone Rampage. I'm looking forward to see how Rascal Jesters will reply to this Renekton. And looks like it's going to be Elise and a Orianna. So it's really weird to see Orianna picked so early because there's so many counters coming up from Orianna. She is a great early game laner in lane, but you don't want to have your cards all shown so early in the game. I mean, it's just your first pick. You don't want to have Orianna go out so early. But what do you think is going to come out from Ozone Rampage?
Well, we'll see. They're hovering over Lee Sin right now, so if that gets locked in, it'll be interesting. But yeah, that Renekton coming out, you said it. I'm just going to keep saying what Rapid says because it's so great. And actually here, I would love to see this. Get that Thresh banned, but this could be a Leona pickup. And when you don't have Thresh available and you want to make plays happen, you want engages to happen, well, Leona's going to be able to do it just as well, if not better in certain situations. So 2 seconds left. I think we're going to see that locked in. And there's the Lucian. So same composition, except trading Thresh for Leona.
Yeah, so Mero looks like he's comfortable with Lucian. I'm sorry, Rapid, you were saying?
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, Lucian, probably the biggest comfort pick for Meron. But if you guys have never watched Ozone Rampage play before, there's one thing that they love to do, and that is fight. Sure, they can run poke comps. They have a very diverse champion pool, but they love fighting, so they need a way to force engages. One way to do that is just have a big tanky top laner, but as you can see, drawing that Thresh ban this time around, support players also get in there for a little bit of action of their own, and so you're going to see Deji Woo get back in there on Leona, another great way to force fights. Now, notice something that's actually kind of weird to me is there's no Annie picks. Annie is a great way to do that, especially now that Tibbers is off cooldown all that much more often. But going for Leona, kind of the same idea. You just want to be able to get some big initiation there. So Ozone Rampage are definitely looking to pick a fight.
I agree. Like, Annie is so great. I mean, I love Annie. I'm a huge Annie player. And I'm really surprised to not see Annie. But if we can take a look at Rascal Justice, we actually have a Lulu and the Rengar again. I don't know if Rascal Justice really want to continue playing this. They seem like they're very comfortable with this Rengar pick, but I'm not sure if this is going to work out, especially with the Lulu coming in. You want your support nowadays to have a instant stun. You have to have an answer towards Leona's strong engage, like really aggressive engage, initiation engage, and then you have a Lulu, and then the Rengar pick. I'm not sure I understand where Rascal Jess is coming with this.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have liked to see something other than the Rengar. I think maybe they just want to show us last game was a fluke, and maybe they've got some secret, Rengar strategy up their sleeve. We'll see how that goes. It didn't work out last game, and it looks like we're going to have the exact same team for Rampage, except replacing that banned Thresh with a Leona. So there it is. If if it works the first time,
why change it if it's not broken? Right,
yeah.
So the Ozone Rampage lineup is completed. So we have Renekton, Olaf, Kayle, Lucian, and Leona. And on the other hand, we have Vayne coming out. So Vayne and then Lucian again. Vayne and the Lulu against a Lucian Leona lane. What do you think of this, Rapid?
You can't really play Vayne versus Lucian, so I don't know if they're gonna try for a 2v1. 2v1's actually got hit really hard in the recent patch 4.1 because of that extra defense on turrets that makes them so difficult to take down early on. Now you can still just three-man gank solo laners underneath their turrets, so that's definitely an option, but if you decide to play that Vayne versus a Lucian, that is going to be a very difficult lane matchup early on because Lucian just trades so effectively when Vayne is so weak early game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because I actually like the Lulu pickup against the Leona, but there's no way. You're right. Vayne cannot fight against a Lucian. Vayne cannot fight against the Lucian Leona even with the help of a Lulu.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're just going to be trying to play and get that Vayne, play feed the Vayne, but I don't even know if that's really the best proposition when you have such a good, strong team fighting comp again coming out of Ozone. Oh, man.
So, yeah, it's just going to be eyes on that bottom lane. Maron is a huge carry, a great source of strength for Ozone Rampage, but actually game number 1, it was more... There's more Tay in the middle lane on that Kale. He's right back on that. Like you said, pretty much the same team comp again for Rampage. So I'm expecting some good things out of them. If you're looking towards mid pick, our comp it's a bit light on damage, and especially going up against the Kale and a lineup that's very heavy on damage there for Ozone Rampage, I'd still give them a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of very, very much on the fence with Ozone's pick because I mean, Ranga was okay. Kaka and Ranga was fine, but the Renekton was a beast. And why do you want to have the same matchup again? Because Aotaka played fantastic on that Renekton, and you don't want to have
Maybe
the same
he just wants a
matchup again
rematch.
when game 1 was not in your favor, and then you have a Lulu and Vayne against a Leona and Lucian, which works out perfectly in the first game, even though it's not Thresh anymore, it's a Leona, which is actually a better pick,
Oh man, I love Leona, so I'm excited. But
if you can say Leona is even a better pick than Thresh right now because of all that hard initiation engage that she can put out, even at level 2. So if Meryl and Dejiwo gets level 2 first, they can go hard on that Lulu Vayne in level 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so,
level 2 is a really big deal.
So here's the thing. I think we're about a minute away from getting this trying to load up. So I would like to we are having a few internet problems with Rapid, but we can still hear you. We're making sure he's okay. As we do get in here, I think maybe we'll just take a poll with everybody here. If you're in chat, feel free to join in. But who are you going to give game 2 to?
Personally? Yes, I Rapid.
Okay, so hopefully, it fixed a few things, so it should be good for now. For game 2, I want to say Ozone, but I love seeing game 3s, so I actually really want Rascal Jesters. I was impressed. I expected Ozone to stomp them game 1, and Rascal Jesters, they held their own for a very long time, so I definitely think they have the potential to win this game. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all, but it's going to take a lot of work.
All right, so there's one. What do you think, Fernlin?
I want to say Rascal Justice too because, I want to see that game 3 as well, just like Rapid said. But I don't know, with that game 1, with how Kok worked on Ranga, I really want to say Rascal Justice, but I'm just going to give this to Ozone Rampage. It's going to be a 2-0 storm for me.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to, unfortunately, have to throw my vote into that bucket as well. I would love to see a game 3, but I don't think we're going to see a game 3. So I'm begging you, Rascal Jesters, prove me wrong, prove us all wrong. By no means did they play poorly in the first game. They just kind of got outfought in the whole scheme of things. Saw a lot of Rampage in chat and a lot of please win, Rascal. We want to see more as well. So we'll have to see what goes down. It should be noted that actually Cog with the Rengar this game is not running Teleport, which he's running Ignite again. You're going to have to beat Renekton early before he gets that Giant's Belt, or the Ignite does not make a lot of difference, I think.
All right, so loading in. I'm actually really excited, not only because this is going to be another great game between Rampage and and Rascal Jesters, but because coming up later on, about 3 hours after this series finishes, is going to be the second best of three. That's going to be Detonation Focus Me versus, I think it's a little bit of a renamed team composition. It used to be Beastmatai.
Yeah, it used to be
now
the
named
Beastmatai.
Vec. And I guess you guys know a little bit more about them. They're actually a little bit of a new team to me. I was able to find one video of them playing, but haven't really seen them all that much.
Yeah, they've been around for a really long time, but obviously there's a little bit of a problem with the team recently, and so they kind of broken up a little bit, have a little bit of roster change, and changed the name as well. So they are now known as Vec. But we are going to go into game right here, as I will leave this to Rapid and Corey. Boys, take it away.
All right, so we're not seeing a whole lot of anything different here. Elise, again, Rainbrain is going to pick up the sweeping lens while everybody else has the ward trinkets. And Lulu going into the river there, just making sure nobody comes across. We're not going to see any aggression again this game, I believe. The early game is just too dangerous, I think, at this point in time. If you screw something up this early, it's a lot harder to come back from. Save your screw-ups for in your lane.
Spawn.
Yeah, exactly. And so you're just going to have to play it very, very carefully. And something interesting to watch is going to be the starting lane matchups. Does look like it's going to be fairly standard. And like we talked about, it's going to be very difficult to lane that Vayne versus the Lucian.
Yeah, you might say they're a bit insane to send Vayne to that lane, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
There's probably going to be a lot of pain involved, let's put it that way. And speaking of pain, Rainbrain in the jungle there on Victorious Elise, it was a huge factor in game number one. Not only starting a lot of fights, but landing a lot of clutch cocoons that really shored up the kind of weak mid-game team fighting skills there for Rascal Jesters. But we're starting things off again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just now joining us. This is the JCG playoffs. We're here in the semifinals. First best of three of the night is actually one game advantage there to Ozone Rampage after a nice kind of comeback in game number one.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are here, game two, getting it underway. Pretty standard starts, junglers picking up their buffs. And actually the push kind of coming out. They're trying to hit two RJ here with that lane. It might give them a little bit of extra help because they're going to need as much as they possibly can as they continue to push this wave in.
Yeah, you can see RKP and Lilibelt, they just have to keep auto-attacking. That's how they win this lane, or at least how they keep from losing this lane. They have to hit level 2 first, because if Deji Wo hits level 2 first, and that's actually really interesting. He started with a Dora and Shield for just lane strength. Usually you'll see Leona start with a Targon or a Relic Shield, because that allows you to get executes on low health minions, which helps you push the lane faster and get that level 2, and then go all in with that level 2. But it's actually going to be Vayne and Lulu who took that level 2 first over Deji Wo and Mero Meron. So they're going to be really safe for now, and that's a really big deal to get that level 2 first.
And yeah, you can actually see that early ward actually going down on the Tri-Breast as well. It's going to let them keep pushing this lane. As we can see, Envy is kind of dancing around in the middle lane. He might head down to bot now, but if he goes through that Tri-Bush, Vayne and Lulu are going to have no problems there.
That's actually really interesting. You saw that very, very early ward. Perfect 3-minute gank timing ward. It's just absolutely great to see RKP do that. Took a little bit of trip out of lane, but look at those trades coming back on to Mero Meron.
Yeah, I'm actually really liking, you know, it's hard to say it's only been 4 minutes into the game, but really good strategy coming out from that bot lane, and that's really the one to look at for these teams, pushing that lane in and doing a really good job of tumbling out of Lucian's Qs, which do a lot of damage, but because of the way it's set up and you have to target something to hit behind it, it's not the hardest shot to tumble out of. Although there, as I say that, that comes across onto RKP. And we can see Envy sitting in the mid lane, maybe looking for a gank.
It's gonna go in there. This is the same thing we saw in game 1, but still not able to find that kill. Needs one more auto attack, one more. Okay. One more auto. Oh, he's flashing through it. He's gonna be taking up this turret. Okay. Almost failed that so hard, but actually you're gonna be able to to be pretty careful there if you're Envy as well, as now Rainbrain is going to have to keep this lane all to himself. And actually, whoa, Oppoman's coming back. He's not going to go back to base and is just going to try to get a little bit of this extra CS.
Wow, so yeah, if you're looking for excitement, we already have a little bit more of this game. The flash, both flashes actually coming out, blown in the mid lane there. And Oppoman is not going back just yet.
He has no health, no mana, but Tape blew his flash to aggressively dive behind that turret. If you had that right now, Oppoman would just be dead. He'd just, you count that gold, it's in your bag. Rainbrain, though, he's going to be here along with Envy. It's a 2v2 here. Speaking of 2v2s, we got that 2v2 in the bottom lane as well that we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on, although Deji and Maron haven't been playing it very aggressively.
Yeah, and so Vayne actually the first in that lane to hit 4. Everybody else at level 3. And so we talked about how do you play a Vayne against a Lucian and a Leona? Well, this is exactly how you do it. You keep the pressure on. Lilibelt is doing a really good job of also just staying in front of the minions right now, making sure that Lucian has nothing to do. He's back and has now actually picked up his Vamp Scepter. And he lost a lot of health in that lane, so that Vamp Scepter might help him stay there a bit longer.
Yeah, in easy Lucian lanes, you usually see him pick up a BF sword on his first buy, but going back just for, especially that mana potion as well, he's going to be using a lot of skills. He's going to be looking for a lot of lane pushing, and I guess that's good, but he actually went back, I feel, a little bit early, whereas he could have probably stayed in lane for a little bit of extra gold in CS. Now, it's actually Kale putting that deep ward in there. And game number 1, we actually saw first blood come at the 8-minute mark off of a red buff invade. I'll actually have to see if we see the same thing this game around from Ozone Rampage, because that's a really cool play that I haven't seen a lot of teams do that they pulled off very, very well.
Yeah, and they are absolutely set up for it with that ward. You're absolutely right. The timing is going to be perfect as they go to look for that blue buff over there as well. In the meantime, I'm taking a look at this top lane, and it looks like more of the same. Have we changed game? Wow, a lot of damage in the mid lane coming out as well. But top lane, Cog again, just being pushed to his turret. He's forced to farm under turret. Well, Aotaka just kind of has his way up in that lane. At least now Rainbrain down in the bottom.
Oh, perfect cocoon landing on a Maron. Flash out there. He was able to get that just in time, but still got stunned. Now it's actually going to be Envy coming in from behind. Maron actually goes back into the fight. Lilibelt, little bit low, but we'll be able to disengage in time. Great flash there, and actually re-engaged by Deji Wu. Maybe a little bit ahead of himself, but like you said, and actually like Ferlin was talking about earlier on Cog, just not doing a great job there with that Rengar versus Renekton matchup.
All right, so for some reason ours over here got a little bit behind. We are back live, so we have the future forecasting Rapid here doing a really good job of keeping us up to date. So we waited for that to end, and we've now skipped to, I don't know what happened, but we are now currently live, and I believe nothing actually came of that. Am I correct, Rapid?
Yeah, there weren't any kills. We're still at 0-0, so you didn't miss all that much. But Command Shockwave in the middle lane. Tay's going to go ahead and throw down that intervention just to keep himself alive. And does take a couple more auto attacks there, but without Flash, that was actually a nice job escaping. What we were talking about earlier, that 8-minute first blood, now it's actually the defensive option. Instead of going for that invade, just looking to take down a blue buff, give it over to Tay.
So yeah, that was a really good play by Oppoman, knowing that that flash hadn't come back up yet, using that command shockwave. It's, you know, as a Kale player, you don't have those escapes. Your escape is heal and run a little bit faster. Orianna, Oppoman not able to follow up on that, the intervention blocking a lot of the extra damage on top of that. And that means they didn't have the health to go and look for that invade, and instead just pick up a buff for themselves. Looking around the map now, we can take a look. I should... everything pretty close, all things considered. Vayne only down 5 farm, and a lane I initially would have thought she would have spent a lot of time behind him making waves near the turret. But doing a really good job there. In the top lane farm, again, this is where we're going to start to maybe see some problems. Renekton not miles ahead, but this is exactly how last game started and exactly how Rascal Jester started having some problems. Right. Everything's sorted out here. Items-wise,
All right.
nothing too spectacular. It's the same build coming out of Tay. Again, a lot of damage. Gonna live through
Wow.
it.
Tay, as a Kale, is losing an auto attack trade. Command Shockwave, though, only catches Envy. Oh, so close to grabbing Tay.
Yeah, so at this point in time, Kale again building that Fiendish Codex. Excuse me, why do I, yeah. Building the Fiendish Codex. So it looks like it's going to be the same build going for that Nashor's Tooth. You know, I'd say, why are you building a Nashor's Tooth? But Tay won pretty convincingly last game, so I will not say anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, Tay did a great job. He's still going for the same build. We'll have to see if it works out maybe a little bit better. Ward over the wall, but you can see Opperman's got the same idea, so no surprises there.
All right, so we are going a little bit deeper into this game. You were mentioning the 8-minute first blood. It's now 10.5 minutes in. We'll start to maybe see teams looking for that dragon. Envy, though, looking maybe at that mid lane. This is a very good game.
All right, mid lane, we're going to see intervention there, but just not lasting long enough. Opperman actually flashed underneath tower. Now Envy going to be able to drag that back his way. Double buffs coming back as well, so nice to see that. It's 1 for 1 there, so it's not quite the 8-minute first blood we saw in game 1, but still 1 for 1, keeping it even across the board.
All right, so yeah, it was a trade. The buffs did come back, you mentioned, so that's good, at least for Olaf. And they do get the extra assist. No assist going across over to Rascal Jester. Not a lot of gold, shouldn't make a whole lot of difference, but we'll have to see how that plays out as RKP and Lilibelt are going to go back, maybe pick up some more items, and there is the Bilgewater Cutlass as well as some daggers coming out for Vayne, just looking to keep herself alive. The mobility with the tumble is actually really good, however, Lucian can follow that up with his own dash. You really just got to stay away from that Leona because a caught Vayne is a dead Vayne.
That's a good way to put it. Big issues right now is going to be dragon control. It's about the 12-minute mark, and this is actually good timing by Ozone Rampage. They know the timing that they want to take dragon when it is worth a lot more gold, when it has leveled up, and you can see a lot of pressure being put on there. Rainbrain in the area knows it's a big deal, and I don't know, Rascal Jesters, they took the first dragon of game 1. Let's see if they can do the same thing here in game number 2. Oh, Rainbrain does take a little bit of the slow there from Tay, but is able to get back up there, flashes over the wall, and now Envy's actually the one forced to pop that ghost to run away.
Kale's intervention actually blown there as well, just to make sure Envy got out alive. And that's actually going to hurt Ozone. It means it pushes probably their ability to contest that dragon back until that ult comes back up.
Kog'Kog still losing trades out there in the top lane versus Aotaka, who hasn't been back to base for about 7 or 8 minutes. So he's been up in the top lane for a very, very long time. So is Kog'Kog. They both just have those double door hands items, staying in lane until the end of time.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen a lot from the junglers so far this game. There was the one gank in the mid lane, and we saw a little bit of dancing down the bot lane, but it was a counter gank with a gank. Nothing came of that as well, so we're sitting very close to gold. 1 kill apiece, no dragons taken, and it's a pretty quiet game. I think you're right. The big thing again is Aotaka having his way in that top lane. A lot of damage being put on that top tower as well. It's already below half health.
That mid lane is the big difference, the change between game number 1 and 2. This time around, Rascal Jester's having a much better time there in that mid lane. You got a CS advantage, you got an item advantage, kill advantage, everything in that mid lane. And that's actually really good because Tay, by the time we got to late game, that guy was doing way too much damage to deal with. So shutting him down a little bit early on, it's going to be really good at keeping it from getting there ahead of schedule.
Right. So actually, yeah, Orianna already has that Athene's Unholy Grail, which is, you know, Orianna's amazing item. However, she could be in trouble. Opperman.
Oh, gonna go in there, but oh, Tay, yeah, gonna go down. One more axe to land there. Opperman, oh my goodness, just gets back to the turret in time, and Envy cannot chase that far.
Wow, so that's actually 2 in a row here where it looks like Apaman got dead to rights. And first time he picked up a kill before going down himself. This time actually picks up a kill and stays to fight another day as we do see some action going down in the bot lane.
Not sure why Envy was there on the Dragon. There's the pink ward there they could try to stop for it, but actually Mero gonna try to get himself away. Does dash out there with the Relentless Pursuit and flash away there. Randy's gonna go down, and if he doesn't get out of there in time, there's a nice Venom Bite from Rainbrain to take him down. You can just see that giant growth from Lilibel, perfectly timed, able to keep Rainbrain alive, allow him the extra slow to catch in onto Envy, and of course, nice job by Rainbrain, able to take him down, and once again, just like we saw in game number 1, it's the first dragon of the game, going over to Rascal Jester.
Wow, that was really well played. They knew their jungler was coming. They managed to keep the fight going, and they did pick up one, but it wasn't the kill so much as it allowed them to rotate down and pick up that dragon. And you're right. I think Rascal, you know, they looked good at the beginning of the last game. I think they're looking even better at the beginning of this one.
Big all-ins up in the top lane as Cogcog and Altaka went in on each other. You can see all used there by Altaka, but real action's going to be coming down as Tay behind that turret, taking out Opperman. He's been losing this entire game and somehow manages to pull it back.
And we're not done in the top lane either. The flash has to come out of Aotaka to dodge that cocoon.
Oh, Cogcog's going down on this. He's going to go in for the dive there. Throws out the bolo, but can't get it down in time. He's going to take that turret as long as he can there and allow Rainbrain to go in for the dive. Nice tag team duo there. And Rascal Jesters, they take Dragon, they take kills. Do lose out a little bit in that mid lane, though.
Yeah, so for those of you who did miss that mid lane, what actually happened is it was a really good all-in from Tay there, and Opperman had already been low, came back into lane from that dragon fight. And, well, Opperman did a really good job of landing the ultimate and doing a lot of damage. Just the starting HP was so much in favor of Tay that in the extended exchange, Tay with the Ignite ticking was able to pick it up.
So you got crazy things happening in all the lanes. Everything that you thought you saw in game number 1, it's all gone, with the exception of the early objective control. We've got the mid lane actually being won by Opperman, and just when you think that Rascal Jesters have the mid lane under control, Tay's just like, so what, I'm 0-2. I can still take you down, wins that duel, even though he's 20 CS and 2 kills down, manages to take out Opperman, so his KL is doing really, really well.
Right. But yeah, we are seeing a completely different game. You talk about towers. Obviously, Rascal Jester has not put together a pushing comp this game. They're looking for a bit more extended damage. So the towers are not going down nearly as fast. We're 17.5 minutes into this game. All the towers are still on the map as Kale starts her roam to the top lane.
Oh, Man's gonna throw down that nice culling, and with Deji Wu at full health, could have gone in for the dive and allowed those extra sunlight procs to deal some extra damage there along with the culling, but it's probably not gonna be all that difficult. The difficult thing is gonna be Mero. That guy does not have a lot of health, does have a bloodthirster though, so that's really gonna be key in keeping him in that bottom lane. Top lane, though, we saw the jungle pressure from Rainbrain help Cogcog get a kill onto Altaka, but Altaka just says, hey, I can do the same thing, calls Tay up to the top lane, and is able to take down the first turret of the game for Ozone Rampage.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Rampage, and that was a direct result, again, of Aotaka just being able to bully his lane. We didn't see, we actually saw him go down to a gank, but prior to that, he spent the entire laning phase at Cogcog's turret doing damage. We take a look again at his turret here, taking a little bit of damage from the Rengar Qs, but it's still very, very healthy. Well, the whole time Aotaka was managing to continually put damage on that top turret, and so as soon as Tay showed up, all Cogcog could do was back away.
So maybe a little bit of a lull here in the game. We should see, actually a little bit of pressure there around the blue buff, as now it's Tay and Envy gonna put some, I guess pressure is not the right word for it. It's just sort of trying to clear things out, maybe set up for the next dragon. I mean, it's not gonna be up for about 4 minutes, so they definitely have some time to do it, but trying to scout things out, see what's going on, but nothing really happening across the map. Biggest thing, top lane, Ignites down onto Cogcog, actually forced the ult away, so we'll be trying to heal up here off of the double golems, and Gotta say, Altaka, man, does not disappoint. He knows that matchup so well. So winning his lane again.
Yeah, so it's very exciting to see. You know, if you're a fan of those top lane tanky bruisers, this is the game to watch. Because if you've ever wanted to learn how to play Renekton, like, this is what you do. Renekton is such a huge lane bully, and that's part of the reason I think they're talking about nerfing him up in the next PvE environment, the next patch coming out, because Renekton is so good. Doesn't really matter who's on the other side of that lane. Yes, he has a few counters, but even then, when you know how to play Renekton, you can continue to harass and bully your lane, and Altaka is showing that's exactly how you do it. Taking a look maybe at the items, he's already picked up his Sunfire, probably going again for that Spirit Massage. Nothing is going to change. Elsewhere, across the board, at least 2 kills to Olaf's 1, but the farm hugely in favor of Olaf there. In terms of gold, however, it's only about a 400 gold difference, not enough to make that much of a difference as well. Elise now maybe making to look her way into the bot lane, putting wards in Rampage's jungle.
The big difference, you talk about the gold, you notice there's about a 2,000 gold advantage for Rascal Jesters. You're like, where are they getting all that gold? And the answer is mid lane, 50 CS advantage and a kill advantage. If you just look at the total net worth as far as gold values are concerned, you can see it's almost 1,200 gold just in the favor of Oppamen. He's been crushing through that lane. Did actually die a couple times to Tay, which is, or well, one time to Tay, and then of course one time to Envy. But there's the engage in the bottom lane. Lilibelt gonna get stunned out there, but the extra damage. Look at those trades there. RKP she cannot trade in there as Kale's gonna come down. Envy's down there as well, and without as quick a rotation from Oppamen, he's gonna be hard pressed to get to this bottom lane in time. That's gonna be the second turret of the game, going to Ozone Rampage.
All right, and Altaka making a really good rotation as well, because he's there. The dragon is up. However, Cog as well down here. We could see something happening in front of this dragon.
All right, so Dragons Live. Word coverage is, I guess that you'd say, in favor of Ozone Rampage, but it's actually pretty even between both teams. But oh my goodness, Cog. Stealthing in there. It's going to start on to Tay, but without a whole lot of follow-up. Actually, I take it back. He gets the cocoon. There's the intervention. Tay is going to be able to do a lot of damage, but the repel could get it on him. He's going to be able to get out alive. Look at Envy just going nuts in there. Has that Ragnarok. You can't stop him, but I guess you can stop him with a huge shockwave. Look at Oppamen just cleans that team fight up, and now he's going to be able to continue to deal damage down from the back. Dash over the wall. There's the jump, but it's a double kill from behind as RKP cleans that up, and 3-for-1 exchange. RJ, man, they just took that team fight by storm.
That was really impressive. I thought we were going to see Cog maybe making a mistake again, but there's just not enough damage on Ozone yet, so he was able to get in there in front of his whole team, and I think maybe the key was his team did follow him into the fight this time. They pick up 2 turrets off of this, and now they're going to go for that dragon. Wow.
Man, Rascal Jesters are no joke. These guys are entertaining, yes, so in that respect, living up to their name, but man, these guys are crazy. Oppamen single-handedly won that team fight, hit a huge command shockwave, hit, I think, full 3 people, and as soon as you get locked up by that, that's the end of the story. So, Ozone Rampage, they had a 2-0 turret advantage, but now Altaka gets caught up there. He just stayed too long in the last auto attack. It's actually Rain Brain there to take him down. There is Ozone Rampage overextended just a little bit, and after being 2-0 in turrets, now they're 2-2. Actually could lose another turret top lane with a huge minion wave.
Wow. So yeah, you talk about what is making RJ tick right now, and Oppamen. Last game it was Nidalee Spears for the poke. This game, getting in there, that shockwave you mentioned was just absolutely fantastic. And it's not over. Melon getting caught out as well here.
Will be forced to flash out. There's a nice solar flare, but it's used defensively for Deji as he was able to stop the fight from happening. But as a Leona, you always want to be the aggressor. You always want to be going into the team fights instead of just trying to keep them from occurring.
Wow. So, you know, I begged RJ to prove me wrong, and so far, I am liking what I'm seeing. The gold now. The last game when we had such close game to the gold, that Envy actually gets here on Rain Brain. lot of damage coming out here. That could be it. The
Oh,
axe
Rafe. Bottom lane, though, you got to check out RKP's trying to get out of there. The culling at long range, able to take him down. You can hashtag get culled on Twitter. Make sure to tag at JCGJP if you want to let them know. It's pretty impressive to see what's going on down in the bottom lane. Is Meron able to turn that around with a nice engage by Deji Wolf.
Wow. So yeah, as soon as we start talking about Rascal Jester playing really well, Rampage comes back and picks up 2 kills for nothing of their own there.
Nice turnaround, and they're going in the right place too. You're seeing kills on the AD carry, kills on the mid laner, and if you guys watch game number 1, that's exactly what mattered. But to be honest, Altaka, he's 0-2 this game, and while he is winning his lane, having a little bit of a rough time.
Whew, all right, well, there's no shortage of action in this match whatsoever. Last game, talking about gold totals before we got distracted by such a great fight, chasing down the Elise. Last game, we didn't see really a difference of more than 2,000 gold until about 30 minutes into the match. This time, Rascal already sitting on 4,500 gold. Is actually, or my math is terrible. That's 5,000. We're getting real close to it here. Taking a look at the items across the board. Anything particularly stand out to you? It's really that mid lane, isn't it?
Yeah, the Death Cap looking for a Void Staff to come out next, and if you just check out the gold, it's going to be coming in about 600 gold if you want to look towards the gold values. But for Tay, he hasn't been back to base in a long time, just outspent 1,800 gold. He's going to grab that Lich Bane, so you're not actually seeing a whole lot of build deviance. It's the same builds each game. Probably the most interesting is going to be the last Whisper after Bloodthirster. No attack speed other than just that dagger picked up by Meron, so he's not looking to amp the damage on his culling. He just wants his abilities to deal as much damage as possible.
Right, and that's you know, a pretty good way to play Lucian when you've got that passive and you're doing all of that extra attack damage of every single auto attack, and you use his abilities. You know,
mid lane, Kokok gonna jump in on it. Tay didn't even have time to intervention himself. That Envy's gonna throw down not only Ghost, but Ragnarok and that Randuin's slow. Very fast Randuin's Omen, but at the same time, very fast Olaf running away from that fight. So much damage so fast that Tay didn't even have time to ult. And that's the combo that Rascal Jesters are going for. They had that stealth initiate from Rengar as he jumped in, and then command Shockwave and Orianna damage before Tay even knew what hit him.
Wow, yeah, that was the great disappearing Kale act of today's game. You know, as we have that going on, Aotaka is in that top lane. He's doing as much as he can, but, you know, this game, they're just able to they're able to pick up those kills. Where it was the poke comp last game, now they come out with the Cog picking up kills, as we do have action going down to the mid lane. That'll be
mid lane. That middle turret will fall. It's still 3-4, the turret advantage in favor of Rascal Jesters. I don't know how these guys do it, but they always manage to bring things back. At least this game, last game, they were the ones with the turret advantage that then lost it. And it almost seems like the more turrets you take, the more turrets your opponents are going to take later on once the mid game rolls around.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. All right, so we can actually see Dragon is going to be up here in just a minute. And if you take a look at Rascal Jester's wards in the jungle right now, it is lit up down there, wards everywhere. So as they continue to push this bot lane, and if they do look to take this Dragon as it comes up, they're going to have vision of any and every approaching enemy. Envy actually running through, going to pick up a few of these wards. But we could see another engage here as Rascal looks to take the bottom turret.
Have you ever had Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Corey? It's I'm not sure if they have it over in Japan, but there's so much word coverage in the bottom half of the map that even Rascal Jesters can see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I only say that because there's a box of it sitting like 2 feet away from me. And as soon as I finish casting, that thing is mine. But so is this team fight, as now Deji Wolf's gonna start the fight. But a huge command shockwave once again as the Opperman flashes out. He's gonna stay alive through the barrier. Ignite's not gonna kill him, and a massive team fight win for Rascal Jesters. Deji Woe, they're down, and so is the second tier bottom turret.
Blue team's turret.
Wow, yeah, so your Cinnamon Toast Crunch might have some sugar and spice, but that was everything not nice as a nasty ultimate coming out of Opperman again, catching, was that 4 members there, I think, maybe? Wow. The damage right now with the Void Staff completed as well. Rampage disappeared.
To some extent, you can say that that was a great shockwave from Opperman, and that his previous shockwave in that last fight that won that dragon fight for Rascal Jesters as well. But there's also another side to that coin, and that is that Ozone Rampage loves grouping up. I mean, they got the buddy system. They're just standing around giving each other hugs, and all of a sudden that turns into death, and not something that hopefully is going to be followed up in like real life. If I go up to hug somebody, I don't want to be command shockwaved and die. But if it's a lesson you're looking to learn for League of Legends, it's one that Ozone Rampage definitely need to figure out, because they're grouping up for these command shockwaves every single time.
Yeah, it's almost like they forgot that it's a different mid laner this time. Last game you wanted to group up, make sure you ate the spears for your squishies. This time, everybody needs to be staying very far away from each other.
Whew. All right, so 2 things for Ozone Rampage. They're continuing to fall behind in gold, so they definitely need to pick that up somewhere. I'd suggest Dragon, but if you go for Dragon right now, you're just going to lose Baron. So at least for the time being, they need to shove their waves. They just need to put their bodies in lanes, shove them out super hard, because for right now, it's actually Rascal Jesters who are looking to establish ward control over that Dragon, and as much ward coverage as they had down in the bottom half of the map earlier, now it's all shifted up to that Baron buff.
Yeah, and we can actually see Farm in terms of that mid lane looking for almost 100 creep advantage, and that's not even taking into account the kills. So if you take a look at the gold on the mid laners, it's 3,000 in favor of that Orianna. So, you know, this is RJ saying, we know how to team fight too, and Lucian is caught out.
Perfect intervention there, keeps him alive. Does get stunned up, but look at how Taka, he's being a huge threat in the front. He's keeping Mero safe. They're culling from behind. Rengar almost gets cold, but does flash over the wall just in time, and RKP just going off. Command Shockwave misses. Oh, Opperman. 2 team fights in a row, and you're just excellent with them, and third time apparently not the charm, as he does let the rest of Ozone get away.
Wow. So, well, if you're looking for an exciting game, ladies and gentlemen, you have found it. I am enjoying this, and you can't see her, but Ferlin here is having a great time as well. Wow, going back and forth, just when you think RJ is going to make something happen again. Ozone picking up what I would call a team fight win. Now it's a matter of what do they do with it. Not a whole lot, as they have to continue to push these lanes.
All right, so man, these team fights are intense, but it's really cool to see like the difference in builds from just the AD carries. RKP went nothing but attack speed in Blade of the Ruined King and Phantom Dancer before picking up that Last Whisper. But for Meron, he actually just straight up bought as much damage as possible. Bloodthirster Last Whisper is his first items. Of course, now with that static shiv as well. So both AD carries finally on about the same status, but maybe a little bit more damage coming out from Vayne. The difference is that Vayne has to get very up close and personal to deal that damage, whereas Lucian is very, very safe, able to run away while firing the culling, and just a lot more mobile overall. So it's kind of the battle of the struggle of safety versus damage, and something that RJ actually have a very big advantage in, because look, their mid laner 4-2 and 6 has been able to hit huge command shockwaves, but it's kind of all or nothing. If you miss it like you saw in that last fight, it's probably going to be a little bit rougher there for RJ to win.
Right. And so you mentioned RKP has to get nice and personal, and does, I don't know if you want to call it the advantage of having Olaf and Renekton running at his face, but doing a lot of damage with those silver bolts for 10 health. They start the Baron, and we're going to have another fight here.
Envy just runs straight in and dies. Well, that's not a good way to start the fight. Huge knock up there as well. Command Shockwave right on top of it. And it's a double kill to start things off for Abelman. This is absolutely devastating for Ozone Rampage. Exhaust going to come down there from Little Belt, and even Kale's going to fall. A huge rout is now Rascal Jesters. They could push it on for even an inhibitor. Not quite the game, but after taking down that dragon fight, or the Baron fight. It's not even about the Baron itself. It's about forcing a fight and forcing objectives. And again, it's the command shockwave from Opperman that just completely wins that out. And also maybe Envy running in 1v4 and dying for free.
Yeah, he didn't really do a whole lot before his health bar was gone. And that meant the rest of the fight was a 4v5, and when 3 of your 4 get caught in that shockwave again, not the best way to win. So Opperman coming back after that missed shockwave, gonna land a big one there. And now they have a huge presence all over the map. Mid lane, bot lane, both pushing. Top as well, gonna be maybe met by Renekton and Coghog up there. However, this could be RJ looking again to maybe either start the Baron or force another base because it worked so well last time.
Okay, now Mara just showed bottom lane, so it's going to take a long time for him to get to Baron, and immediately you can see RJ, they're just like, hey, we're going to take a trip up to here. Interesting thing to note, that pink ward in the Baron brush actually cannot see, actually, wait, no. Okay, it cannot see the stealth ward placed right outside. I don't know why that is, or if that should even work that way, but immediate condemn to the wall there on Tay. He's going to have to intervention himself. Can he turn back around and assassinate RKP in the back line? It's going to be up to Altaka and Deji Wo to keep enough tank line in front. Altaka just gets blown up. Tay's trying to run around and take him down, but he's not going to be able to do anything by himself. It's RKP in the back lines for Rascal Jesters, closing out that fight now 19-6. And Rascal Jesters, they got super minions pushing in. Can they close out this game?
Wow, and so you can actually see Metal Melon did get up there and was looking to do a lot of damage, was actually doing a lot of damage until he ran into an Orianna ball, and it was more than enough to get rid of his entire health bar in about half a second. This should be game for RJGG. Congratulations over to Rascal Jester. And that means we are going to be looking at a game 3 here. I'm very excited for this. Wow.
Hi guys, so we are back at the studio. I'm sorry if you can hear me like screaming from the sides because I put my mic off, but I probably can hear me from Corey's mic. But yeah, that game, I mean, do we need to say more than Orianna shockwaves?
Man, that was incredible. Let's just be real there. At the end, Rengar definitely kind of styled on Mara, and that guy is, I feel like in some fights he just wins the game for Ozone Rampage, but towards the end there, wasn't looking all that strong, and I just gotta give once again that a lot of congratulations to Opperman. That guy's command shockwaves were on point.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had like 3 or 4 or more even, like really good shockwaves. Not like 1 or 2, like 3 or 4 members of Ozone Rampage. And the amount of damage that shockwave does almost decimated like half of the HP of Rampage players. It was crazy. And we didn't give them a chance, you know. We kind of just like, you know, it's going to be a storm from Rampage. And we were wrong. We could not be more wrong at the start. We were like, this is going to go to Rampage. It's going to be an easy win for them. But my word, that RJ really came back and be like, you don't write us off so easily, you know. We're going to take this to a game 3. And they are doing it really good in that game 2 right there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. There were a lot of surprises in that game. You know, Orianna, I guess, maybe not such a surprise because we saw such good play out of Opperman in Game 1 as well. Having a bigger impact, I think Orianna can have a bigger impact on those team fights. One thing that I think surprised me and maybe surprised a lot of you was Vayne, RKP doing a really good job in that bot lane, in a lane that I thought might have gone a little differently. They did a really good job of pushing the lane fast and early, and there was never any like counter pressure. We didn't see a lot of help. Like when you have a Lulu and a Vayne so far extended, yes, Lulu's going to help you get away from ganks, but I would have liked to see maybe a bit more down there to try and shut that down.
No, yeah, I think what happened was, I think before 3 minutes came in, Lulu had a really nice ward at the brush coming in from the jungle, and of course they were pushing the lane so strong. They keep on having their auto attacks onto both Lucian and Leona, so they couldn't have that initial and that hard engage coming out from Deji Wo on Leona. and Lulu and Vayne hit level 2 first. So it was huge. Of course, if Daeju or Middle hit level 2 first, they're gonna really hard engage on both on Lulu and Vayne, but it was the other way around, and so really good job from Lulu and Vayne RKP at the bot there.
Ooh. All right. I'll tell you what. My heart is going. I'm ready for game 3. What are we looking for in the next one? How's Rascal gonna win? How's Rampage gonna win? They've now both shown they can win. So.
I think in game 3 they're going to change their picks and bans for sure. I think we're gonna see that Orianna ban. I don't think Ozone Rampage wanna have that shockwave in that team fight again, especially with how Rampage was clustered together in those team fights. You can't have an Orianna when you want to play that kind of team fight game. So I'm expecting to see an Orianna ban coming out. Maybe take out the Kassadin ban. No, I think they're going to still have that. Maybe take out the Thresh ban and put in Orianna ban instead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. What do you think, Rapid, after 2 amazing games? What are we looking for in game 3?
After game 1, I did not think I was going to have to ask myself, well, how is Ozone going to come back? Like, that was not in my mind at all. But, man, after that game, I want to say it's all about the mid lane. Game number 1, we saw Kale get absolutely huge and just blow people apart. Whereas even though the Nidalee Spears were good early on, things got a little bit too tanky late game. And so Appleman really wasn't able to have a very big impact. Game number 2 is just like, hey, what champion do I need to pick to have an impact in team fights? The answer is Orianna, and man, did he ever. So if it's going to be a 3rd Kale game in a row for Tay, he's going to have to make a pretty strong statement into that. I don't like the build that he's going, the Nashor's into Lichbane.
Yeah.
If you guys were watching the EU LCS earlier, Overpow actually went, he got the Stinger for extra attack speed, and
That's
then
right.
built a Lichbane after that. So I like that build a little bit more, but we'll have to see if it's even going to be a Kale for game 3.
Yeah, Kale is being played a lot in the LCS series recently. Even in the Korean scene, it's being played a lot. And so, yeah, I'll be surprised if they're going to bring out the Kale for the 3rd time around, especially with how Upperman played so well Orianna. You can definitely tell that Orianna is one of his comfort champions with how accurate those shockwaves are. It's really impressive. I think we're still going to see sort of the same composition coming out from Ozone Rampage on game 3, because they seem to really like that Renekton and Olaf composition together in the jungle and top lane, because nowadays with the top lane meta, it's no longer a carry. You know, like even with Soaz, Wicked, they were all talking about how it's changing now that, you know, top lane is more of a support carry rather than a straight up carry with assassin play. So it's a lot of big tanky guys coming out the top lane now. So I would expect to see maybe Renekton or Shyvana again for Awataka in game 3.
Yeah, I think that was one thing. We saw a lot of really good, strong, hard engage from Awataka in game 1 with Renekton. And in game 2, Rampage was just never really in a position to do that. And so when you lose that strength, which is one of Renekton's really key points, you know, you slice, you dice in, you dominus, you get big, and they just weren't in a position to ever really do that in game 2. That's how they won game 1, maybe why they weren't able to really win game 2, but you can't take anything away from RJ after watching them play. That was just really fantastic play all across the board. Even Cog maybe getting shut down early again in game 2, the same way game 1.
Yep.
Played game 2 a lot better engages, coming in, making people try and get away from him. So if you're just joining us, do you want to maybe shout out to who we are, what we're doing here, Ferlin?
If you guys are just joining us, this is the JCG 2014 Grand Championship Finals, but today we're going to play the semifinals and tomorrow we're going to have the finals. Right now we're 1-1 up for Ozone Rampage and Rascal Jester, so we're going to go into game 3. This will be the signing match to see whether Rampage or Rascal Jester will be playing either Destination Focus mid or Team Vex tomorrow. So interestingly enough, yesterday Destination FM actually played a single sort of a friendly match against CJ Frost. It wasn't the most glamorous game, let's just put it that way, but if you guys understand Japanese, after the interview, Destination FM's leader, President Ma, who played Thrash on support, he actually made a really bold statement in Japanese. He said, マットライフのブリッツはそこまで怖くなかったです。Which literally mean in English that MetLife's Blitzcrank wasn't as terrifying as as I thought it would be. And everyone just went like, "Whoa, dude, did you not just say that?"
You're not in any place to fire shots yet.
Yeah, especially when they didn't do so well. But then again, Yurapon, who was like a star player in Japan, I think a lot of people, even in NA or EU, has heard of him recently. And he played a beautiful game, despite the team losing pretty badly against Space and MetLife at the bottom lane. Actually, he actually went ahead and had a 1v2 versus MetLife and Space, Lucian, and I think Lucian and Blitzcrank, and he got a kill off of Lucian as well. So it was pretty fun to watch. It was a little bit crazy, but it was fun to watch. So if you guys are just joining us, this is game 3, and after this game, we're going to take a little bit of a short break. I'm not sure, then we'll come back at 4 o'clock Japan time for the second BO3 semifinals later today. Yeah, but my name is Ferlin Yoshimi, and this is Corey Swanson. And over, if you can just hear the voice, like when we're not talking, like who's that talking? That is actually, yeah, he's just there. He's like, I don't want to show my face, but he's here. He's not here with us. He's online with us, and it is the ever lovely Rapid casting. So thank you for joining us again, Rapid.
You know, it's great to be here, and especially after games like these two, I'm so ready for a game number 3. It's Ozone Rampage going up against Rascal Jesters, and keep in mind there's going to be a lot of Ozone tonight as Ozone take on SKT in the grand finals of OGN, so maybe a little, we'll see if Ozone wins their first game before maybe we see a little bit of more of Ozone later on. And keep in mind, this is just the semifinals. We'll be having the grand finals coming up tomorrow, so if you guys are interested in JCG today, make sure to tune in again tomorrow for the grand finals.
Right. So, and actually here at JCG tomorrow, we will be having the grand finals and the third place team. So if you like what you see out of either of the if you like what you see out of either of these teams, you've got a chance to see them play again tomorrow. So feel free to stick around. We will, like Ferlin said, we've got another match coming up after this. But right now, it is Ozone and Rascal Jesters. We're looking at Game 3 in a best-of-3, winner-take-all going to the championship.
Yeah, and also if you're in Tokyo, Japan, the finals will be played in an offline event in Hamacho, which is about 15-20 minutes away from Akihabara. And if you just take a short walk, or if you can take the train down to Hamacho Station, there's a live event there. So all 4 teams will be at the event tomorrow. So if you want to come by, say hi. If you're in Japan, do come by, say hi. It's going to be really exciting with the players all being there tomorrow. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it'll be good. Stop by, say hi. If you're not here, you know, there's still time. You can fly out. So
I'll be over there in just a second. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Come on, Rapid.
You're rapid casting. You should be rapid fast enough to get here. But yeah, we're just going to wait for the players to kind of get ready. And it looks like Rampage, Meron is having a little bit of a trouble. And so we're going to wait for him to kind of get prepared. Because this is game 3. This is the last game. They need to be prepared. They need to think this through. And if they want to band out that Orianna that Upperman was so brilliant on with his shockwaves at. And yeah, I'm hoping to see different picks and bans coming out for sure. I don't want to see the same bans coming out. Yes, you have to ban out the meta OP champions, but you want to see some really good specific bans towards the players, especially with maybe a Lucian ban. I don't think they're going to ban out Lucian, but maybe a Kale or an Orianna ban because maybe they want to take away Kale from Tay.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. Yeah, who's gonna take this one? We should probably wait, I guess, until we see the picks before we get to that point.
Wait till the picks and bans, because I don't want to make the same mistake again, right? Like all 3 of us were like, Rampage is gonna take this 2-0, easy game for them, and then they just got stomped in that game 2. Really, when it came down to mid and late game, they don't have an answer to that Orianna. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Game 3 works out. But Rapid, what do you think? Do you think Meron and his team is going to be strong enough to kind of come up with an idea of how to counter that Orianna pick in Game 2?
I think you just need a little bit of a different mid laner. There's a lot of diversity that you can have as far as mid laners are concerned, and just going with Kale one game after another. I mean, she's a great champion, very, very strong in some situations, but I mean, there's a lot of other diversity out there. You can even take Orianna away from Opperman. That'd be a nice idea, but I haven't really gotten a chance to see what Tay's champion pool is like, so I really hope he brings out a little bit something different here for Game 3.
All right, and with that, we are going to jump in here to picks and bans for Game 3, getting them started again right off the bat. First ban comes out. It is Kha'Zix, so we do not want to see the bug. Squish him before that gets going. Yasuo banned, and here is the Elise ban coming out.
So that's going to be a ban that is going out straight towards...
Well, what's interesting is actually RJ, Rainbrain, has been using this Elise, and they're making sure nobody's going to use Elise this time.
Right, so I know the layover is a little bit wrong at this point of time, but we do see RJ banning out the release. And yeah, Gragas coming out as a ban as well, so not too much difference except for that Elise ban coming in. Dr. Mundo ban out, of course. You don't want to have him in the top lane or in jungle. And last but not least, it's going to be a Kassadin pick, so no, there we go.
All right, well, we are going to see Orianna. We're going to see Opperman on that Orianna. Fantastic last game. Hopefully we're going to see another fantastic game out of him again. I would not expect anything less.
And yeah, looks
Ozone's going
like
to pick up Lee Sin with their first pick here, so something completely different, changing things around. We'll have to see how that works out, as it looks like it might be a Thresh as well.
it's a straight pick of Lee Sin, and then we haven't seen the Lee Sin plate yet, and it's interesting because 150 to 180 ping in Japan with Lee Sin is not very ideal if you're talking about pro gamers, but I think the Japanese players are used to the high latency we have here in Japan already, so I'm really excited to see the Thresh coming out again for Daejiwo. But you have that Orianna pick. What do you think? Did they need to band out that Orianna, Rapid?
I think banning it away or even just picking it, I would have liked to see that, but they didn't care. It's first pick, not worth a ban. Because, I mean, if you ban out Orianna, because RJ, of course, do have first pick, if you ban out Orianna, you're going to give away either Yasuo, Gragas, and Kassadin, and all three of those champions are just ridiculously strong right now. So maybe give away the Gragas and take Orianna, but at the same time, they just need to play differently. We touched on this a little bit in game number 2. It was like you just don't group up, and that's something that RJ were really able to exploit against Ozone there in game number 2.
Right, and we now see Thresh has been locked in, and so Az is kind of being hovered on for Middle now. And I want to point out that Middle is one of his favorite champions, actually Az, but obviously Ezreal has kind of faded away in the current meta and stuff, but Az is always a very safe pick. You can always Arcane Shift away, and you have that ultimate that just goes globally, and so Az is a very comfortable pick for Mero here. I think they're definitely looking forward to really giving out all they have in this game 3, as well as that kill has been locked in for all 3 games, so Tay really likes the kill, and he's going to stick with it even in game 3.
Right, so it's actually interesting to see that mid lane is going to be a mirror matchup. However, this time we are going to see a Vi, which I'm really excited for, and Vi and Orianna just have such good synergy using their ultimates together. And like once Vi hits level 6, and with a Kayle, even with an intervention, that's going to be a pretty easy pickup if they can play their cards right. We do see maybe a Vayne pickup, not quite locked in yet, and there is Renekton coming out for Rascal Jester. So
yeah,
they're taking that away.
They're taking that away from Aotaka here. So I'm really interested to see what Aotaka comes up with. Might be a Shyvana. Might be, I don't know. Because Shyvana is going to scale a lot better late game against that Renekton.
Yeah, I love Shyvana is the perfect choice. And Shyvana actually arose in the top lane as a champion specifically to counter.
We lost you there. There's a bit of static coming out from Rapid there. But yeah, well, the last pick is still being hovered on. We don't know what Aotaka wants to pick, but the Shyvana is definitely still open, and it's a great counter to what Renekton. It's not an exact counter, but Shyvana scales really crazy late game, and you have intervention to kind of put it on Shyvana if that's what they want to do. But you have Vi with a sudden battery, and you have Orianna with that crazy shockwave. So if they can combo that beautifully, and Renekton just comes in with a dominance to like clean up the
and on
the
top
game.
of that, you throw a Lulu ult onto a Vi who's now been in the middle of a ulted Orianna team, and that's going to get real ugly real quick. Shen looks like, yeah, wow. Shen looks like he's going to be locked in as that last pick. Are you still with us, Rapid?
I am. I had a little bit of a DC there, but I'm back and it's good to go. The interesting thing for me, at least, was to see, hey, you're looking for, well, what do you take in the top lane? It's been Rengar versus Renekton. But in game 3, it's totally different. Renekton no longer on Autaka. It's gonna be Renekton on Cog. So no more Rengar. He's going to take the Renekton away from Altaka, but he goes to a Shen instead. I really expected to see that Shyvana, but nope, it's going to be a Shen, first Shen that we've seen all series long.
Yeah, I'm very surprised with that Shen pick. Obviously, you have Stand United coming in. You have Stand United and you have Intervention. So you have that two ultimate that can really save your team. But I think Shyvana would have been a more team composition wise pick, if that's even a word, for Ozone Rampage, because Shen is I don't know if he works well with what they're coming up with this composition here, because I think Ezreal, he can Arcane Shift away, he can take that Lantern away, and you want a really tanky top laner with that really crazy attack damage coming up from him as well, and I don't know if Shen is going to do that for Aotaka and Ozone this game.
Oh, yeah. So, wow. I'll tell you what. Looking just at team comps, I would give it to RJ. And if you take into account their performance in the last game, I didn't think I'd be sitting here saying this, but I'm looking for Rascal Jester to maybe pick this up and move on to the championship tomorrow. So, wow.
What's your pick, Rapid?
I gotta say, not seeing Ozone it's kind of like the top two teams in just Japanese esports for so long have been Rampage and Detonation FM. So if you see a finals without either one of those teams, to me, that's kind of an upset. But with as good as Rascal Jesters are playing, you don't have to be good all season long. You have to be good when it counts. And here in the semifinals, you win this game, you move on to the grand finals. And so if Rascal Jesters, they were able to pull it back in game number 2, can they complete the 2-0 comeback from being down one game? That's going to be really impressive if they do. And if they can, they totally deserve their trip all the way to the grand finals.
I think with a lot of teams, even with the EU LCS, NA LCS, the LCS, I mean, with the best of 3 or the best of 5 thing, if you lose the first game and you come back on the second game, I think historically, the odds have always gone to the teams who have lost the first game but had a strong comeback the last 2 games. And if Rascal Justice can steamroll through how well they did in the second game and bring that energy into the third game, I think this is going to be their game to take against one of the best teams historically in Japan, Rampage. And so if they can do that, it's going to be a huge upset for the teams and the fans here in Japan as well. But I do like the whole lineup that Rascal Jesters have. It's a great team composition. I'm still really on the fence with Lulu. I'm not a Lulu fan nowadays.
Oh, well, you should be.
I've been Thresh and Leona and Annie lately. I'm still very surprised that we haven't seen an Annie pick coming out at all in all 3 games. It's not banned, but it's not picked either.
Yeah, and I do just want to really quick point out, we're really sorry, we're aware of it, but so you're aware of it as well. For whatever reason, the teams are reversed. So, when we're saying RJ has this great team comp and you're like, what? Like, Lee Sin and Ezreal? Like, no, they're backwards. I promise they're backwards. I'm actually... What do you see from Ozone's comp? Like, I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to do here, Rapid. Do you see anything?
I think it's probably something similar to what we saw in game 1. the thing for Ozone is they don't like to deviate from their team compositions. Like, it's not something that has been very diverse for them. Whereas if you're looking at Rascal Jesters, these guys move, they adapt. They'll try to play something very similar, like you saw in their top lane matchup not changing, but then they'll grab something like Vayne, put some extra power in the bottom lane. That was huge for them during the rest of the fight. So I like their team composition. This game is almost just way better to me. So I'm looking to see a lot of strength from Rascal Jesters. Maybe a little bit of a rough game for Ozone Rampage.
Yeah, I'm not very convinced with what Ozone Rampage is kind of thinking in this game. Maybe they're kind of, in panic mode because they didn't think they would lose that game too so crazily. And coming into that, it's kind of crazy. So I hope Ozone Rampage can come up with something spectacular that we've never seen with this team composition. But it looks like, RJ has a better team composition. But I'm going to give this to Corey and Rapid to take it away for the game. I will be back again with you guys once the game has ended. Good luck. Have fun, guys.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Like we said earlier, Rampage really known as one of the best teams in Japan. So to have their back up, like against a figurative wall, is not a position they're really familiar with. They are a team that wins, and when they lose, it's not as convincingly usually as that last game was. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back. Hopefully Kale, like you said, Rapid, I think Kale really needs to control that mid lane. And against Orianna last time, that was something Tay was unable to do.
All right, so if you guys are just now joining us, welcome. You picked a great time to tune into the stream. This is the JCG League of Legends Grand Championships for the 2014 season. I am Rapid. I'm here with Corey, and you'll hear Ferlin chiming in from time to time in between games. So I do want to thank you guys for coming out here, supporting Japanese esports. It's a little bit of a new scene, but these players are absolutely ridiculous. So getting in here to the deciding Game 3 in this best-of-3 semifinal matchup. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals. Total prize pool is something like 850,000 yen. So there's a lot of money out there. So it's going to be up to RJ, a team that going into this matchup, I wouldn't have expected to be able to take on Ozone Rampage, but with a massive game number 2, I love their team comp coming in here, so it's going to be really cool to see what they can do against one of the best teams in all of Japan, Ozone Rampage.
All right, so here we are getting things underway, and everything looks pretty normal. It'll be interesting to see if RKP continues this fast push strategy that they went through last game to try and hit the level 2. There's not as much need, but with a thresh, you still want to get up there. However, Mellow Melon also pushing the lane, and both sides here just getting those creeps down as fast as they possibly can.
Okay, so once again, we talked about level 2, how important it is. Dejiwoo and Maramaron did not push for that level 2 advantage that I felt like they really had in game number 1, but now it's actually going to be a lot more even, so shouldn't see all that much action going on this time around. The big issue, kind of the wild card for me, we saw this mid lane matchup in game 2. We saw the bottom lane matchup kind of similar with the exception of now it's Ezreal instead of Lucian, but now it's level 2's hit for both teams. Actually, Maron, the one playing a little bit aggressively, but RJ still winning out that bottom lane matchup. Top lane matchup, though, how does Shen work out here as Aotaka now facing the champion? He's played 2 games in a row.
Right, so that's a really good thing to bring up because obviously Aotaka knows how Renekton works, but I don't know how much that helps you when you're still a Shen. Until Shen does pick up that Sunfire Cape, he is absolutely bait to be pushed into his tower, and that's exactly what's happening. Renekton, doesn't matter who's playing him, just kind of using that strategy, and it's going to hurt Shen because I do think Rengar has a little bit better time farming under turret than Shen does. We do see actually Rainbrain making his way up into that top lane.
Yeah, and so he's in that bush completely stealth. He's not been scouted out there, but with a huge minion wave at Aotaka's turret, he might have to stay up there for a while if he does want to gank Shen. So that's exactly why you see him leaving. Not all that big of a difference, just a little bit of extra time wasted, but actually Envy is going down there. He loves to do this 3 for 3 every single game. First gank of the game, heads down to bottom. He's going to try to come through that bottom tri-brush and hasn't been scouted out yet. There's going to be the flame backwards there. Death Sentence right on to Lilibeld. A nice condemn into the wall there. Envy's going to land. That forces the flash out of Lilibeld. RKP forced the flash as well. No kills, but 2 flashes blown. Great gank by Envy.
Yeah, and so that was a really good job. And this is just, a symptom is actually Envy's looking to come back in here.
Tries for the wraparound, and it's first blood there for Deji Wu. Oh, misses the death sentence. That would have been the death sentence there. But Rainbrain's coming in there just to try to keep that lane alive a little bit longer. I gotta say, this Envy gank pressure down to the bottom lane. 2 flashes, a kill. Really starting this game off strong for Ozone.
That was just really good job with them switching sides again in this match. It means they didn't feel as pressured, RKP and Lilibeld, to put that ward up in the tri bush. And this time Envy taking a huge advantage of it. He blows another flash in the mid lane.
Actually, perfect tower trading there. Envy got in there, and I thought he was going to get barrier baited and lose, but what he did was he took off just enough of that barrier to allow him to tank the turret, get out alive, and allow Tay to get in there for the second kill. And so already Envy has completely changed the course of this game, giving Ozone Rampage a perfect start.
Wow, yeah, this is something we did not see. We did see Olaf, and I don't think Olaf had as much pressure as Envy's already managed to put on the game in 5.5 minutes. 2 ganks, 2 kills coming out of these ganks. Flashes down everywhere, and this is really the start Rampage was looking for. All right, so otherwise, looking at everybody else across the board, Farm again is going to be pretty close, not a whole lot different anywhere else. Meanwhile, it's just those kills. 2 kills in favor of Rampage right now. Gold is not so far apart, and I think everybody's just going to kind of go back to farming their lanes. However, it could be another problem.
Envy's farming champions, man. He's going to get in there, sets up perfectly, and Tay just one-shots the Orianna, takes him down there. Second kill of the game. Going back to Kayle, and I was kind of questioning the Kayle pick. I was like, do you go Kayle 3 games in a row? The answer is yes, and Tay really starting off very, very strong, but it's not about Tay being strong, it's about Envy setting up both bottom and mid lane for that early success. Hasn't touched top lane at all, just gonna let Aotaka farm safely under his turret. Oh, RKP gets the condemn on against the wall there, but nice slow coming out from Tay. Can he get some damage down there? The answer is yes, but Deji Wu there for a nice little lantern to get Envy back out alive.
All right, so we did, see what might have been a little dangerous down there. Vayne actually looking to pick up those double golems, was unable to do that, and everybody's going to rotate back to their lanes, reset everything, and at this point, Tay is going to just kind of look to keep getting farther and farther ahead. Like we saw in the first game, as soon as Kayle starts getting those items, starts getting closer to that 6-item build cap, obviously it sounds a little silly to talk about that at 7 minutes into the game, but when you start the game 2-0, you are well on your way to getting to that point, and that's exactly what Rampage wants.
Okay, I pretty much just like, direction camera is great, but I'm just going to be watching Lee Sin 100% of the time. Bottom lane, though, something to keep an eye on as Maron does get condemned against the wall, takes a little bit of damage. Tay in the mid lane is going to keep himself alive. There's just Shadowed as well, keeping him in the game. Rainbrain now going to die to the Kayle that was almost dead himself. How Tay is still alive, I don't know. Angels, man, they're already in heaven. That's where they're gonna stay. They're staying alive, and Tay, just incredible play staying alive there. Great Shen ult as well.
And it was perfect because it did get stopped, but the shield stayed, it persisted. On top of that, Shen's gonna pick himself up an assist. Really, really, really well played by Rampage there. Wow.
That was pretty impressive. Most impressive thing, like you said, is that Altaka gets the best of both worlds. He helps out with the shield, and usually you actually want to complete that teleport as Shen because then you help out in a team fight. But the shield was all that was needed. Getting stunned out of that TP keeps him in lane, keeps him from losing turret or that lane advantage, and it. Ozone Rampage, man, they knew they had to bring it out, come out big in game number 3, because this is the deciding matchup. You want to make it onto that grand finals. 500,000 yen for first place. So if you don't win this game, you don't get to play for that. And Ozone Rampage, they definitely came to play here in game 3.
All right, so like even just looking right now in terms of gold, it's so early and it's already turning into nearly an 800 gold advantage, and Tay is not done in that mid lane. The damage is absolutely insane. Those early penetration boots along with just the Doran's ring doing more than enough. The Fiendish Codex for a little bit of cooldown. And just able to completely bully Orianna out of lane. This is a completely different matchup than game 2.
Man, Envy does not stop moving. He's just rotating between mid, bottom, over and over again, putting on so much pressure early on. Like, this is a little bit like Dandy Light. Like, this guy is... You can look at his CS, and you can see, okay, he's got 39 CS to 37. He's keeping up, but he's not just, like, straight up farming. He's going for ganks. He's making plays, and he has been almost the sole factor that has started this game out so well for Ozone. Bottom lane, actually, the box is going to go down. Rainbrain's in here.
Whoa.
But oh my goodness, the perfect command, or the perfect Sonic Wave Resonating Strike going to get in there, but Lulu going to Giant's growth herself, keep her Lilibelt alive. And just way too much action here, man. I'm about to, like, jump out of my seat. This game is so exciting so fast.
Yeah, Envy is playing so well this game. Waited and waited and waited in that bush. Rainbrain came, and he was right there for that counter gank. Nobody's actually going to fall there, but lots of players' health bars going low. Wow. And again,
Wow
you're
is
right.
right.
He does not stop. He's back. He's warding into the enemy jungle, clearing out those wards. Envy could be anywhere and everywhere, and without that ward coverage now, it's all the more reason to be scared of him.
Yeah, look at this pink ward coverage. You've got it in that bush by Dragon, and in the tri-bush down bottom lane, pink wards are visible to enemies, so you have to keep them up and defend them if you want them to stay there. With that perfect ward coverage, it just sets everything up so perfectly for Ozone Rampage. They even have the Shen ult up if they want to go for a team fight after that, but without even being contested, the first Dragon of the game. First Dragon, games 1 and 2, both of them went to RJ, but game 3, first Dragon goes to Ozone.
Yeah, they just did a really good job. You're right. With those wards there, they were able to see, and they did such a good job of putting the damage down in the bot lane and the rotation from Kayle that RJ didn't really have the option to go up and contest that dragon whatsoever. And here comes Envy again.
Even if he's not getting kills or helping the rest of his team get kills, like you said, he's just putting pressure on the entire map. And you can just see that evidenced in not only the mid lane where Kale's 3-0, that's probably the biggest place to look for it, but even bottom lane as well. Thresh got a kill there. And if you just look at the straight up CS, you can see there's 12 CS advantage for Ezreal, which isn't all that much, but it's still, it's an advantage nonetheless. And 4-0, another big advantage. Biggest thing is 2,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. Favor of Ozone Rampage.
Right. And so this is a little bit more, even like we saw from Rampage in Game 1 when they were winning at the end of that game. It's kind of like a Rampage swagger. And Game 2, they looked a little bit like they were on their back foot, but this is all Rampage, all again, making plays, putting pressure all over the map. That's how Rampage likes to play, and when they can execute, that's how they win games.
All right, so a couple things to watch out for. You gotta stop that Kayle train from running, so that's why you see Vi a little bit there in the mid lane. But I don't know, you don't want to get in close range to that Kayle because Tay does so much damage. Still going for the same build, but did pick up magic penetration boots a little bit ahead of schedule, so it's gonna delay that Nashor's Tooth for a while. But hey, it's still decent itemization. The biggest thing is Kayle is far ahead. Behind in CS, though, so that's something to keep an eye on. But even bottom lane, you can see Maron and Dejuwo really making that work and pushing Vayne out of lane over and over again.
All right. Oh, the hook is just going to miss as it comes across the pressure. Melon and his buddy JCG doing a lot down there. It looks like we might be seeing Vi come down. There aren't any wards in the river right by down there. However, she does walk through one earlier, is caught out, and you can see Melon and company are just going to stand back, keep everything safe, as Lee Sin continues to put pressure all around this map.
Now, I actually like this Ezreal pick, but the Kayle actually makes me kind of wonder when you look at the going up against the Vi. Vi is something a champion that has a lot of jungle pressure, so you want to have some way to counteract that. Shen does really great, very tanky. Doesn't have to worry about being initiated on by Vi. Kayle is going to be able to make herself invincible, so blocking out a lot of that CC and burst with that. But really the bottom lane matchup is what is so smart, allowing Meron to play a much more mobile champion. All you have to do is Arcane Shift after you've got knocked up by Vi. Otherwise, she's just going to follow you. So it's all about, I guess it's kind of up to Meron how safe he wants to stay. But Rainbrain going to come up to that top lane. And even with that Shadow Dash used there by Aotaka, it doesn't really have all that much to worry about.
All right, and here's Envy meeting Appaman in the jungle. They're just going to give
Bottom
a nice...
lane, though, going for the dive there. Aotaka's going to get jumped on, and he's going to die there underneath his turret. Tries to flash away, counter flash as well. It's actually Rainbrain that will go ahead and grab that kill on to Aotaka.
That was just really well played. It looked like maybe they had given up after he got back to his turret, but even with a turret, when you've got two champions like that, so big, as we actually get a lot of damage coming down in the bot lane here. What is going on?
Tay's gonna flash away, almost dies himself. Perfect condemn as well, and then Tay does get shut down there by Appaman. But bottom lane, like you said, the pressure is huge, and now Lilibelt and RKP forced off their bottom lane turret. Keep in mind, it still does have the extra damage mitigation from auto attacks, but should just be able to take it down. A couple more auto attacks is all it's gonna go for, and now actually avoiding the insect on Lilibelt, but gets it onto Vayne. That's an 150 ping insect move there. Perfect taunt out there as well. Aotaka loses his lane, top lane, decides to teleport bottom, grabs a couple of kills there for Ozone Rampage.
Wow, that was a really fantastic play, knowing just when to go after that tower was going down. And I think this is starting to turn into the Envy show. I think he was getting a little tired of being overshadowed by the rest of his team, but he came to play, got off that Olaf, picked up the Lee Sin, and that has been an entire difference here for Rampage.
And, you know, it's interesting that you say that Envy wanted a little bit more of the spotlight, because to be honest, games 1 and 2, it's really great to see that Ozone Rampage are a team where literally every single one of the players on their team can carry the game. You got 2 kills on Thresh because he's getting in there, making the plays, and picking up a couple of kills for himself. 3-1 on the mid lane. We've already seen a strong performance from Tay's Kayle there in game 1. He's right back on it, 3-1-0, and like you said, this game, Envy has just really come up huge. It's got now boots of mobility because he just wants to run around and kill people faster.
So yeah, he's actually been in 5 of his team's 6 kills, which is pretty impressive. You know, that's what you want to be doing as the jungler, and he's doing it very well. As another turret falls, and we do have some action in the mid lane here as Renekton goes in on Tay.
There's going to be an intervention trying to block out just about everything there. Taya's going to get knocked up, but can he get taken out? No, makes it out back to the back of the fight. Now there's the rest of Ozone Rampage. It's a perfect death sentence as well. There's going to be the True Shot Barrage as well, catching out Cog, but that's an Arcane Shift back out, and Meron not able to stay in there and deal damage. So overall, it's actually a team fight win for Rascal Jesters because they're going to be the ones that are high enough health to take down this dragon.
Yeah, and what's interesting there, they didn't even have Vayne for the extra damage, and they did not need it. There was a lot of damage coming out just simply from the Renekton being in there. His Sunfire Cape going on everybody. Vi actually doing a lot of damage with very few items as well. So Rascal, very good job to force that fight and then pick the dragon up on the tail end of it.
Taka's up in the top lane. He's probably going to take down a second turret if Orianna doesn't interrupt him. More than likely, yeah, Appaman's going to come up there, stop him from taking that turret down. Shadow Dash out as well, so Taka definitely keeping himself safe there. But turret advantage is still over to Rascal Jesters. Even if they're losing the game, even if they're losing team fights, one thing you can always say for RJ is that they are on top of objectives.
Absolutely. And so we're coming up on the 19-minute mark here. 20 minutes into the last game, we were starting to see a pretty large gold gap. 19 minutes into this one, we're looking at 400 gold. So these teams are both doing a really good job of keeping it together. You might think that Rampage is, starting to run away, but Rascal Jester is just as close in this game, keeping that gold total close. The tower's in their favor, like you just mentioned. I don't think we could have asked for a better game 3. Wow.
Yeah, this is incredible to watch. And like you said, gold count, it's 6 kills for Ozone Rampage. Envy running everywhere, making incredible plays. And then you look at the gold, and it's almost identical. And you just ask yourself, like, what do you have to do to get an advantage in this game? Envy's trying, man. He just can't make enough of a difference to get any sort of an advantage. 2,000 gold lead for Ozone Rampage at about the 12-minute mark, and now it's right back to even.
Yeah, and a lot of that...
bottom lane, Channel on a Maron. Nobody gonna tie just yet.
So that might have been a bit of a premature Shen ult in there. Nothing actually ends up coming of it, and they are just gonna go back to base as they continue to farm this lane. One thing to really keep an eye on, you mentioned it earlier as well, is that mid lane farm. Well, Tay on Kale is starting to pick up those kills. It's now turned into a 45 minion difference in that mid lane, which is going to start adding up. You take a look at the items as well. Nasher's completed on Kale. The Orianna has actually picked up her needlessly large rod as item number 2. Probably going to build that into maybe a death cap, or we'll see what she does with it. Yeah, that farm really going in favor. It's now at 50 as I was just talking. So
yeah, that's a good point to make, Corey, because 3-1 looks like a great score, but when you're down in CS, if I can actually check the gold counts here for just a second, you can actually see there's a 700 gold advantage for Opperman. So it may not look very glamorous not having a ton of kills, but hey, when you got 230 CS by the 21-minute mark, that's a ton of gold.
So yeah, it's absolutely fantastic in terms of how you want that Orianna to play, because Appaman, again, like we said, and we'll keep saying, was a huge factor in their win. And even with only, currently sitting at 1 and 2, all that farm, with an ultimate, any team fight, as long as he is there, he's going to be able to make a huge impact in the fight. So we can actually see Appaman actually pushing in the mid lane with Cog. Everybody is here, just except for Vayne for RJ, and this turret is going to take a lot of damage.
As far as turrets are concerned, you can still see it's 2-1 in favor of RJ. Nice attempt at engaging there. Lilibel's very, very slow there, but just look at the huge deaths that it's setting up. Ignite's going to kill off Lilibel in the back line. RKP's going to try to get in there. Another command shockwave is going to land there, and RKP, no one can stop that guy in the very back line, just dealing so much damage. Has to be careful now as people are starting to drop low. Rainbrain and Cog, both very, very low, but still only one death. Lilibel dying. I guess you could call that a win for Ozone Rampage.
I don't know how so many players walked away from that team fight with a sliver of health, but that was, oh wow, unbelievable. Yeah, you can call it a win for Rampage. They pick up a kill, but everything was so close at the end of that fight there.
Another good command shockwave for Appaman though, so if that's signals more of that same thing to come, then it doesn't matter ahead of Ozone Rail, because that is going to be exactly what they need to close out this game. Home guard boots picked up very early for Tay, so he is going to look to get back out in the lane, back out onto the rift very, very quickly, but is going to delay that Lich Bane just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and so I don't know how many of you out there saw it, but the reason actually that Appaman was able to stay alive was an amazingly quick flash. Got away from a Shen taunt, as well as went over the top of a Thresh box. If that taunt had landed onto Appaman, I don't think that fight would have gone very well for Rascal Jester.
We're gonna see the tanky top lane battle. Not really all that exciting, but interesting to see Aotaka Shen actually doing very well against Renekton. See, Renekton actually has to build the Sunfire Cape to help him push and then build magic resistance against Shen, where Shen can just build straight up armor, and that's exactly what you see Aotaka doing. So it makes it a little bit easier life there for Shen, who's also, keep in mind, been getting around the map as well, has been in 4 out of 7, so over half of his team's plays, even though he's kept his top lane as healthy as possible.
And there's a lot of ward sweeping going down there as well. The dragon is coming up just now, so we will be looking for some action down in the bottom river as we see these two continue to fight. But remember, it is Shen with the ultimate able to get down there, as actually Rascal Jester looks like they might be making a move on this dragon.
Yeah, Dragon will be the objective here, as both teams are going to go in there, taking a lot of damage. As you can see, RKP in the back, but there's actually Envy going to take the Shen ult, get right in there into the back line on RKP, but look at him just DPS from the back. They can't take down Vayne. There's a nice intervention to keep Aotaka alive. He will actually survive this team fight, and now it's Lilibelt once again going to go down, Rain down as well, and with no jungle pressure, but a couple of low members. Ozone Rampage, oh, tested, it's over the wall, right onto Appleman. Not enough to take him down, and that's going to be a nice dragon picked up for Ozone Rampage.
So that was a fight. They did get Shen into it, and it was actually very necessary because things might have swung in the other direction. We actually saw Rainbrain on Vi going very deep, ended up in a 3v1 situation, but had no team follow-up because Aotaka on that Shen just doing such a good job of making everybody pay attention to him, and that meant that Rainbrain was able to get taken down as well, and Rampage turned it around, picked up that fight, and managed to pick up the dragon on the back end of it as well. Wow. So
2-9 the kill count, but look at Rascal Jester, man. They're up 4-1 in turrets. Does this remind you of a certain game, Corey?
I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Every game?
Yeah, I don't know. There was a Kale. It might have been ramped. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. So not a lot of diversity between these two games, but it's great because every one of the games is so good. So looking like, even though it's 2-9, the big numbers are actually the smallest numbers. The bigger ones are off to the sides. They're 4-1 in turrets. And then, oh my goodness, a perfect gank there right on a Marrow Baron. Can't get away. And oh my goodness, that was brutal to watch.
Wow, that was really well played by Rainbrain. I think Rainbrain really wanted some revenge after that last team fight. Sure enough, there it was. But yeah, oh wow, the gold is just so close. This is very, very reminiscent of that first game. The turret does fall for Rampage there in the mid lane.
Especially with Kale being was strong, and National Strength and Listbane both completed, but it's up against a Death Cap, and that's, excuse me, a Thieves and Holy Grail. Dragon's Kick doesn't quite accomplish what he wanted it to. Now Ozone Rampage actually has to disengage straight through that turret. The Lilibelt, apparently pretty scary up there as a Yordle.
Right, so that's actually a really smart back off there. They did see Vi as well coming up through that jungle. So they are going to get away as well. Lee Sin's going to go maybe push that middle lane a bit. And right now, I think Rampage is just going to try and pick up some more of that farm, pick up items. We look at the item builds. Ezreal opted for the Triforce first, and opposite him on Vayne, it's that same build we saw last time. A lot of attack speed, because when you have tanks like a Shen in your face, you want to get rid of his HP in a percentage-wise fashion.
All right, so we're about 30 minutes into the game, 5-2 in turrets. The objective battle. RJ, Rascal Jester, is just so good at controlling objectives around the map. Haven't managed to take down that second tier bottom turret, but that's the only bottom turret they haven't managed to take outside of, the base turret. And if you get that far, it's going to be pretty good for you. And actually, Appleman having a rough time there against Cogcock, has lost both of his upper tier turrets. That's not something we expect to see here. So top lane, definitely strong there for Rascal Jesters, but mid lane, you can still see Tay. He's doing pretty well for Kale.
Yeah, you can see maybe Aotaka wishes he had that Renekton back, but he is doing a very good job with that Shen as well, and that global presence he brings is very nice. You don't see a lot of Shen these days, but I think he's showing, you know, Aotaka's really showing us that, yeah, you can still use Shen. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It just maybe doesn't fit with all your team comps, but a lot of people mention, like, for Rampage, one thing you want to do is keep Meadow Melon alive. Or in this case, Kale is such a huge threat. With an intervention and a Shen ultimate on him, he can be alive for a very long time. So it looks like we might be trying to get something to happen here with Envy.
Okay, so two things to watch out for. It's going to be mid lane and bottom lane. Vayne has been huge in both of these team fights. RKP, I don't really think there's an answer to a Vayne that Ozone Rampage have. Like, they can Shen taunt, maybe lock him down with some burst damage from Tay, but this is where just the straight up team composition advantage starts to kick in for Rascal Jesters, because they have engaged, they have follow-up, and they have a ton of CC and threats to keep Vayne safe in the back, and that's what we've been seeing every single team fight so far. RJ is playing their team comp absolutely perfectly, keeping Vayne safe and providing enough threats, enough CCs to accomplish that goal.
All right, and here it looks like they are going to start up on Baron. Renekton just did back. No teleport on him this game. Baron health going down very quickly as RJ looks to answer. Will they get there?
Oh, but Vi is right there. Rainbrain could look for his steal, wants to try to go in there, does get flayed backwards, and there's actually the turnaround. Deji Will very, very low is going to try to keep himself alive, but there's actually Vi the first to fall, and Envy stays on the Baron's going to take it down for Ozone Rampage. But Cogcog's so big here, going to get Dragon's Rage backwards, but RKP looking to find a kill there, takes down Envy. It's actually Appleman who finds the kill there. Cogcog's going to try to chase in here. There's the arcade shift away, and a perfect dark passage away. Man, Deji Wo single-handedly saving Aotaka out of there. Cogcog still on the chase, but does look like Tay and the rest of Ozone Rampage will escape with their lives and with a nice shiny purple Baron buff.
Yeah, so Envy did a really good job all over that fight. Managed to get back in, smite the Baron, went into the front lines, kicked a giant Renekton who had not been ulted but had Dominus, kicked him away from his team as well, and at the end of that did end up going down, but in doing so took both Orianna and Vayne away from the rest of that fight. So really, really well played by Envy there.
Oh man, Envy has just been huge all game long. You see 8 out of 10 of the kills, and now it's actually RJ who are looking to take a dragon. They will do so. They lose the Baron, take the dragon, maybe a little bit of a moral victory, but now they can feel as good as they want about themselves. They're still going to have to defend this next push. And for Ozone Rampage, just look at the items starting to come their way. You got another needlessly large rod for Kale. You've got Shen with a ton of armor. Let's check that out. Aotaka sitting on 395 move speed. That's what I was a little bit rough. 380 actually, but almost 300 armor. That's going to be great, but you're going up against the Vayne, and I don't necessarily know if that's the right call.
Well, maybe that's where the move speed comes in handy. But yeah, as we do see, Rampage is just really looking now to maybe push these lanes in, get some more of those towers, because that is what they are lacking currently as they are rotating around the map. It's nice because you do have Aotaka in that top lane. His ultimate is back up once again, so he is free to stay up there, split push all day, as the rest of his team is going to be looking to maybe pick up some kills in the jungle here.
Okay, so two big things to watch out for. Kale's starting to get huge, but at the same time, Vayne and Orianna have a great combo. Shen has had a couple of clutch saves, but has been involved in just over half of his team's kills. So I guess that's good contribution, but it does mean that he's being stretched very thin, running between all the lanes. But somebody who's been doing a great job of that is, of course, Envy, because he is just at a huge pressure advantage all game long. Big wild card for me is Ezreal. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be what Ozone Rampage need to carry hard against this Vayne that RKP is just playing so well.
Right. I feel like we haven't seen a lot out of him, and like we talked about, we want to see Mellow Melon. Like, that's what Rampage, we've seen the Tay get big, we've seen Tay doing a lot of damage. Where is Mellow Melon? Like, with that Ezreal, will he have the damage? Doing the Triforce, the last Whisper Build, the damage will be there, but Melon has to be there and has to land every single Q if he wants to maximize his damage. As we are kind of watching the top lane here.
The excitement, the struggle of top lane.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of elementary school. Maybe, you know, you want to kind of flirt with your girlfriend, but you've got cooties and she doesn't want anything to do with it, so you tap each other back and forth there as we look around the rest of the map. I'm really sorry for that. But yeah, there's not a lot going on anywhere at this point. LoL. Lulu might get caught out. Kale, however, is caught out by the ward, so nothing. As we actually do see MV.
Oh, but now Lilibel's going to be the one in danger. Does manage to shield herself, get out alive. Oh, nice snipe. Not going to be enough. Barely not killing off Lilibel there. Perfect snipe there from Maron. Just barely doesn't pick up the kill.
All right, so that would have been something they would have loved to pick up. However, because it did not finish off, Lulu's going to be able to get her health back up and be back here to get onto the turret siege as Rampage is going to continue to rotate around the map, look for the turret, put some damage on it, maybe get out. However, Cog looking for the engage.
There we're going to see Vi straight up in there in the top lane. He's going to get a Dragon's Rage kick to kick Cog out of the team fight. He's going to re-enter. Vi goes low, but does make it out alive. Ataka forces a flash over the wall just to get away from Vayne. The Shadow Dash away there as well. But overall, it's a 4-0 as Rascal Jesters just crushed through that team fight. Ataka will be able to get away, but does get barely slowed out there by that Randuin's Omen. And with Lilibel in there, getting that Lulu damage down, Ataka may be able to get away. Oh, Shadow Dash going to be enough. There's the slice. And there's the ace coming out as Appleman takes down the last member of Ozone Rampage.
Wow, so Appleman started that fight at 2-2. He's now currently 6-2. A triple kill coming out, and finally the cleanup kill. In addition, that's going to be a turret. Should be an inhibitor as the death timers are starting to tick down. But that was just really, really well played by Rascal Jester. The engage coming out there. Cog was fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, that's just about all you can say about it sometimes. That last fight, a couple of big things happened. A, how do you kill Vayne? Okay, so you've got maybe a Kale to jump in on things. Most likely, though, it's going to be a Shen, maybe a Lee Sin. But unless you can, I guess maybe a Thresh Hook too. There's not a lot that Vayne has to worry about. No big super high pressure threats. Like maybe if you have like maybe a Nocturne to dive the back lane, maybe even that Vi. But for Rainbrain, he's been the Vi. He's been getting in there, and I feel like this game is just the story of the junglers. Maybe they're not always the ones getting kills, but man, they're setting up these team fights for the rest of their team.
Yeah, and the big problem for Rampage in that fight was Melon got caught out, and he was unable to really do anything in that team fight. So, and we did see a dragon picked up. After that dragon, the gold is 300 apart.
This game is ridiculous. You've seen turrets starting to swing back in favor of Ozone Rampage. They're still down 2, so they definitely have their work cut out for them. But now it's about that Baron. Will Baron come back up and go down in that last fight like he did? Or really kind of fix his positioning just a little bit. But there's only so much that you can do when Rainbrains just clicked his ult on you to try to get away.
And there's the really, really good timer for RJ here as Baron's going to pop up. Shen in the bot lane, not so important because he can't stand united. However, the rest of our Rampage has to collapse on this Baron. Will they be there in time?
There's going to be Shen ultimate in there on Envy. He wants to get in for the steal, but Baron's actually pretty high hit points all the way up there. But now it's actually going to be Cog. Drop it down low. You can see consistent damage to the back line as Tay does so much. Nobody's stopping this Kale damage. He's just ripping the enemy team apart. Cog still very low, but trying to get away. Appleman does go godlike as he takes down Kale. But look at RKP. Flashes out of the team fight, gets out alive with 20 hit points. How do you calculate that? I don't know, but it's a 2-for-2 exchange at the end of the day.
What is going on here? These fights are absolutely amazing. Oh my goodness. Rainbrain doing a fantastic job going into Melon again. This time they do stop at the Kale intervention going on to Melon as well. They took the Kale out. They took down Cog as well. I thought Rampage had turned that fight. We're going to win it pretty cleanly, and that was not the case at all. Kale doing a ton of damage, but Appleman actually saved his ult till near the end of that fight, and when he did actually finally use it, that was a huge turn for Rascal Jester. Wow. I'm going to keep saying that because this has been amazing to watch.
Everything about this game has just been great. This is game number 3 in the semifinals. There's 850,000 yen on the line here, and while that is about $8,000 in USD, it's a lot to both of these teams, because let's just count the number of Japanese League of Legends competitions there are out there. There aren't a lot, so this is your shot. This is how you make your mark on the Japanese League of Legends scene, by winning this game, winning this tournament, and you gotta get past the semifinals, and that's what both of these teams are trying to do. Winner of this game will face the winner of, oh, Shen gonna get caught out here. Kadam into the wall, does stick an Altaka. Oh, poor Altaka. Tries to take the lantern, but cannot grab it in time. Just got caught out there, and for now it's a 4v5 with Baron buff on Rascal Jester.
So this game going back and forth, and now it is Rascal Jester's turn. They're going to move in onto this turret as they're... Wow. So there it is. There goes the turret, and they are not done yet. Looks like that'll be a free inhibitor. Rampage trying to make something happen.
Command Shockwave completely whiffs those, so I don't know if that's necessarily the way you want to start the fight, but with one inhibitor down, they're looking for a second. The dive through the double turrets, maybe not what you want to do. Renekton's going to fall, but at the same time, Deji Wu and Altaka are going to go down. RJ are about to win this game. They've got down 2 inhibitors. Now they're just looking for a third. Don't want to tank that turret up there. Envy's looking to go in. Not going to overextend himself out there. Tay has a ton of damage though, but the big difference is no Void Staff. So there's 2 people he just can't kill. There's going to be the True Shot Barrage trying to get out of there. Rain Brain very, very low. He's going to die. So Rain Brain and Cog just kind of died for free, but with 2 inhibitors down, no matter how many people die, this is going to be worth it for the Rascal Jesters.
Yeah, I was going to say not a lot of damage actually coming across from that Ezreal. I kind of hoped for more from him, but it didn't really matter because as soon as Kale got there, Rain Brain was done for. Appleman looks like he's going to pick up the Dragon for his team here as well. And this is anybody's game. I don't even know what to say at this point because it's gone back and forth, so many times. I guess one thing to point out, this might be very close to the biggest gold lead we've had all game as we approaching 2,500 gold difference on a total of over 125,000, 130,000.
That big 2K gold lead, man, 41 minutes, and that is definitely game-changing. Well, to be honest, it's all about where that gold is. Mid laners, they're both really strong. Bottom lanes, they're fairly even, but the big gold difference comes from the jungle and top lane. You can see that it's the difference of, like, even just half an item means the difference of how well you can protect your AD carries. And right now, the AD are going to be the prime sources of damage. I feel like Kale outscales Orianna as far as just straight up damage is concerned, but Vayne definitely gets the better of Ezreal, even though Ezreal maybe has a little bit stronger itemization for this exact point in the game.
Right, and so we're back here once again. Here comes the siege under the turret. How will Rampage respond? This turret is all they have left before their final Nexus turrets. How long is it going to stand?
RJ don't really have to do all that much here. They just have to stand around and not die because they have 2 waves of super minions pushing in, and now Superman, Death Sentence there on a little belt, but you can see immediately Cog's just like, I don't think you want to go in on that. Banshee's Veil popped there by a nice Mystic shot. And for now, it's actually a pretty good turret defense there. They're actually pulling super creeps away from the mid lane just to make it easier to defend this turret. Now, tanking things up there. Command Shockwave is going to be completely useless. RKP almost gets one shot there by Kale. Does get shielded, but just cannot stay alive. This is the turnaround. Ozone Rampage off of a huge double kill for Kale. Envy's going to get in there, able to just take down absolutely everyone. Cog trying to get away, but can he slice and dice his way on out? out. Envy's going to land that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, trying to get himself away. But Kale has to return back to the Nexus. Both Nexus turrets are under fire. One goes down, only the last one up alive. And after that team fight win, that's what Ozone needed to stay in the game. But at what cost? Their team fight may have won, but their Nexus almost died.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic. Rampage doing a really good job, and you're right, winning the fight, but maybe losing the war. That's a Nexus turret down, and almost more than half of the second one. Kale doing a really smart job to get back as soon as possible, but it was not enough. After melting the vein, did not get back in time. You know, you want to call that a victory for Rampage, but what did they win?
Okay, well, two big things happened in that fight. Ozone Rampage just proved unequivocally they are not out of this game. But there's the last thing that I just saw in chat was that the Infinity Edge completed for both AD carries means that that's basically the matchup. Can you keep your AD carry alive? Vayne is absolutely massive. If you leave her alive for even just like 10-15 seconds, that is way too long for RKP, who is really going to be huge in this sort of super tank meta at chunking down tanks. As the Blade of the Ruined King, same thing for Ezreal, but Ezreal is much more of a poke safe kind of champion to keep Vi from being too big. It's just about whether Kale can blow up RKP or whether Rain Brain can be able to get all the way to the back line and keep Mero Meron CC'd.
Right, and that's exactly how every team fight has gone so far. You're right. When Rampage won that fight, it's because RKP disappeared at the beginning of the fight. And prior to that, Melon's been being blown up, and those are the fights that Rampage manages to lose. So as we see, Baron actually coming up here in 50 seconds, is Rampage going to be able to get out of their base? They've actually done a really good job of pushing the waves out here, and it's all going to come down to, I think, a pretty big fight sooner or later here.
This is so dangerous for Ozone Rampage because literally, if they lose one player, it's a 4v5 and RJ might be able to push in for the win. If they lose, or if they win a team fight strong enough, they can just walk down middle. They have enough tanks to be able to do this. They're waiting on a ward. Oh my goodness, this could be what loses them the game. They're going to go ahead and Shirelius try to make that happen, but they're on a ward. No Ozone Rampage, just disengage, and that is going to be a 60-second cooldown on that activatable item for the, it's Australia's effect, but it is the Talisman of Ascension.
It'll always be a Shirelia's in our heart. But yeah, very, very good ward placement there out of Rampage, making sure they see him. And once again, they know where they are. That ward is still there. Rascal Jester needs to clear that bush out if they're going to use it for any more surprise attacks. However, not happening anytime soon, and Shen actually continuing to push that bottom lane.
And that's the great thing about Shen. Doesn't have to run teleport because he can just get up there. The only problem is he has to be able to escape from Vayne here. So probably just run through the turret to try to run away. And yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Probably shouldn't suicide. He's just going to go on to enemy. He baited Vayne all the way down to the bottom half of the map. This is a perfect team fight for Ozone Rampage. If they want to do this, nice zone out there. Rainbrain's going to try to get in there for the steal. Does have that, goes in, but is not able to get the steal. Now it's actually Rainbrain that goes down without actually accomplishing hardly anything. He's going to die. Lilibell is going to fall. It's a 3v5 with the Baron buff on Ozone Rampage. They could turn this around, but there's a huge wave bottom lane, or top lane, that Shen's going to have to recall to. Not even going to do it. This is all in. Ozone Rampage are going to go for the win right now. They have a 5v3. Can they take the base down in time?
And that is the case. It's 40 seconds on those death timers. Do they have the damage with the Ezreal and his Infinity Edge? He will be able to take these towers. Envy's just going to try and keep everybody away. 33 seconds on Vi, 34 on Lulu. Will they be up in time?
If they want, they can make a really ballsy play and try to end, but that's a little bit too aggressive for me. They have two super tanks that are great at tanking turrets. It's going to be Lee Sin and Shen in there. Take down two base turrets. Going to look for two inhibitors, and this makes this game right back to even.
Wow, so that was Taka. You talk about, you know, getting a carry out of a fight. You don't have to kill the carry to get them out of a fight. You just have to bait them all the way down to the other side of the map.
And you saw what Shen did. He actually ran deep into the enemy base just to get some distance from Vayne, force her to chase farther, and then just TP straight to Baron. This game is ridiculous. And now that it's so late, we're 15 minutes into the game. Almost everyone's got full build. Look at the Kale build, actually, going for Void Staff and a Liandry's Torment. It used to be the build, the Liandry's into, oh no, the Shirelius Reverie gonna be popped there. Is Appleman gonna, oh, just barely get that Banshee's Veil back up, get out alive, and I'm speechless.
Wow, this is absolutely amazing to watch. This is really next mistake loses the game. It's anybody's game to win right now, as both Baron is currently the buff on to Rampage, which they managed to pick up. They're going to pick up a Dragon here as well. Dragon doesn't mean a whole lot here, but we are finally starting to see that gold difference differentiate itself. That differential difference, yeah. However, like you mentioned, when these characters, when you get to your 6-item build, it doesn't really matter how much gold you have as long as your carries are at their full maximum build. Vayne looking to finish it out here with her last item soon.
Yeah, absolutely right, Corey. I think the biggest difference, if you want to talk about it that way, is okay. I thought I had an answer, and then I just looked at the scores. So the mid laners are going to be the ones dealing primarily the big burst damage, but it's sort of a big trifecta. It's like AD carries counter tanks, tanks counter mid laners, but mid laners counter AD carries. So it's all about which does the job better. And right now, all game long, actually, Envy has been making the biggest of plays. And last time it was Altaka, though, who put his pressure down bottom lane and just drew RKP out of position. Wasn't able to get to Baron in time. And you can just see, look at Altaka take up this turret. He doesn't take damage from turrets anymore.
Yeah, both mid laners at this point have broken the 20k mark, and you don't need a minion wave when you have a Shen like that. Look at all of the armor. Shen sitting now currently at, wow, 357 armor on Shen in addition to the shield he's able to use.
Altaka actually picked up a Frozen Mallet again. He's a big believer in that item. Kog's gonna force this fight. You've already got the invulnerability pop there on it. Huge shield's gonna actually drag him out there with the Lantern. He's totally safe there in the back. Oriana's gonna throw down the Tony's Hourglass, not actually doing anything in this fight. He's gonna try to flash away there, does get that Mikhail to try to keep himself alive. Hey, he's way back in the back of the team fight. Gonna fill off his Guardian Angel, but he's already an Angel. And actually all the Lantern expires, but now Ozone kiting backwards. They're trying to keep Envy alive there. He's gonna get stunned out there by Kog. Kog able to take down Envy. There's gonna be the Talisman of Ascension, but a max range Glitterland slows out Deji Wu. Oh my goodness, Corey, what is even happening here? Raidbrain's gonna try to get in there. There's a Randuin slow by Teiji Wu, who's just trying to run for his life, trying to make it back to base. A flay backwards gonna keep him safe for now. He's gonna actually have that Shirelia's active effect here in not all that long. Altaka eats the stun, trying to get back away. Little Belt's there with a little bit of extra damage. A little belt of extra damage, if you will, and not able to catch Altaka and Deji Wu. They will just walk their way across the entire map back to base.
So the one positive that comes out of that for Rampage is they caused the chase so long that RJ was not actually to put a solid focus push on this inhib. Obviously they're going to be able to take it, but they don't have any waves here, and they don't have damage with Vayne down, and Oriana's forced to actually defend their base as well. So this game is going to continue on as everybody's going to get off their death timers. We're going to reset at 5 players apiece and do it all over again.
Okay, Corey. This is starting to get a little ridiculous.
What?
We're at 52 minutes into the game, almost tied in turrets. There's a 6,000 gold lead, but at this point, it doesn't actually matter. Both teams just running back and forth, up and down the map. It's kind of the rubber band effect as this game just gets slung both ways.
Yeah, you know, I was talking about, you know, whoever loses the next fight has a very good chance to lose the game. Apparently that was not the case because we're still here and there's no end in sight yet. You take a look at the inhibitors. Currently, Rampage has 2 of their 3 inhibitors open. One of them is actually down. On the other side for Rascal Jester, they also have 2 inhibitors open. However, all of them are currently up, and Baron is coming up in 40 seconds as well. So the stage is set. We are all primed. I can't even keep track of what's going on in these team fights. There's so much, so many targets, so much damage. And here we go. Setting up for maybe a base, and Envy gets caught out.
All right, catch the pick on Andy. He is going to be the one caught out here, but is this going to be the team fight that ends the game? Altaka is very, very tanky, but he's going to actually be the recipient of that intervention. Envy will fall. Kokog's able to take him down, but now Kokog's going to die in the back. He has a Guardian Angel, though. There's no Guardian Angel on Tay. He goes down. Altaka's down. Envy's down. This is a team fight wipe. There's RJ looking to push in for the win. They've only got the Nexus and 1 Nexus turret in their way, and without any damage to stop them, this is going to be RJ. They're going to take this one down. Rascal Jester in a 54-minute game will destroy Ozone Rampage, moving on to the grand finals of the JCG Championship.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I don't think that's anything we expected to see.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless, to be honest. I have no idea what just happened. I mean, the mistakes coming out from each team in that last couple of fights were a little bit less than expected, that's for sure. And it's a shame too. I didn't expect Ozone Rampage to kind of just give it up like that at the end, but that last team fight just really sealed the deal for them. Yeah, it's you know, the Barons were crazy Baron plays, and like the last couple of team fights were just insane.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I'm very confused.
That was, unfortunately, that was Envy getting caught out a little bit, and the only recourse that Rampage had was to kind of try and go for it, and you saw the ult coming out from Aotaka on top of Lee Sin there, and it just wasn't enough. There was so much damage coming out from Meadowmelon, but when you lose your front line like that so quickly...
Yeah, so that's a 2-1 win for the underdogs, really, in this series, and it's going to go to the former PA, now known as Rascal Jester. So they will be one of the 2 teams that will be in the JCG Grand Champions Finals tomorrow. And I mean, what a crazy best-of-3 series. It was very back and forth. Game 1 was downright given to Rampage. Second game, Rascal Jester just completely trashed Rampage. And in game 3, it was such a back and forth. So many mistakes coming out from both sides. And yeah, I think that's it. It is Rascal Jester's game there. So 2-1. Congratulations to them. They will be in the finals tomorrow, while we are going to go into... because we were supposed to take a couple of minutes break before we go into semifinals too, but I've just received news that DTFM needs to take the train down from wherever they are, and so there's a couple of lost trains. They need to take the Shinkansen.
Oh.
The bullet train, you know, the fast bullet train you have in Japan. And so there's timings on that, and so they have gone ahead and start game 1, so we're going to join that
let's jump into that
really
right away.
quickly. So what do you think of that best of 3 series, Rapid?
I think I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break for some water or some just something to get my voice back in this. I was yelling that entire game. It was so exciting. It's just ridiculous. This is Japanese League of Legends, and if you guys are a little bit unfamiliar with what you can expect, I think you just saw it here tonight. Some great teams, huge plays, maybe some mistakes every once in a while, but just some incredible games nonetheless. I had a blast casting, and I hope everybody watching enjoyed what they saw. Make sure to follow the stream. I think you can follow at JCG JP on Twitter if you're interested in knowing whenever there's more action coming up. And if you like the semifinals, man, the grand finals are coming up tomorrow, so make sure to stick around. We've got one more best of 3 coming up, and of course the grand finals happening tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't you just go and take a quick break while we join into game and let us know when you are ready to be back.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we're just gonna try and go to game real quick. My client just crashed,
Hooray.
as it would. And we're gonna see if I can get this up and running. Yeah, why don't we just take a... No, we don't. We can just continue talking.
Continue
I'll
talking.
let you rest a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm
I
having like one too many error messages.
yeah, if
I know everybody's kind of, Ojin is starting, but if you are willing,
two streams, two windows.
Yeah, multi-streams is a good way to watch games nowadays. But yeah, I mean, it's a way of supporting the Japanese scene we have here. But obviously Ojin is, amazing. Yeah, so Japan doesn't have our own servers yet. We are playing on the NA server. We're hoping for the servers to come in this year. And as far as I know with updates from Riot, it's going to come in, I would say, late this year. So I would expect anything from end of summer to the beginning of fall this year. So if you guys are anywhere near, who are you spectating?
JCG.
No, I crashed.
Well,
Again.
if you were watching the right one, we might get in here.
Okay.
Ha!
Fantastic. Yeah. If you guys are anywhere near Japan and you want to join the Japanese servers, it's going to
take a
come
break.
in really quickly. Well, not really quickly. Well, mid to like late this year. So, if you're around, you can get a new account or even transfer, because we're gonna have some really OP voice acting people coming in to do stuff, so that's really exciting. And my client is still shutting down on me. I have no idea what's happening. But I think you are in game.
Yeah, we
and
are here,
we
ready
have
to
a
go.
pause right now, so until the pause gets resumed, we're gonna talk a little bit about what's happening in this next game. So in this next game, we have the second I can't speak anymore. I can't do English anymore. Second semifinals for today. It's going to be Destination Focus Me versus Team Vex. So Destination Focus Me was in the IAM Singapore a couple months back, and they didn't do too well, but they didn't disappoint at the same time. That was where I actually met Rapid himself in Singapore. I met a couple people there. It's really exciting. I met CJ Frost there, so I had a couple pictures with Matt Live, Magnoon, Shy, and all that. It was pretty exciting. But tonight is going to be Destination FM versus Vex. Vex was also previously known as the BC. They had a little bit of a roster change. They wanted to have a new, fresh outlook on the game itself, and because they've been playing together for a really long time, they decided to spice things up a little bit. They changed the names and have a little bit of a roster change, but the main people are still there. So what I want to point out is Rio Silva as Astarore-san. I always mix up his name. Yeah, and so we're gonna go into game real quick, but I want to look at the bans and picks. We don't have it just now, but I'm gonna really quickly mention the bans and picks. So for DTFM, they banned out Kassadin, Kha'Zix, Gragas, and on the other side was Vi, Yasuo, and Thresh. Nothing too extreme we see from here. It's basically meta bans, nothing too specific towards players. And on the blue side for Destination FM, we have Renekton, Elise, Kill, Lulu, and a Vayne. So I think it's a little bit reminiscent, right? I think that's what Japanese players like to play.
We've seen this a bit. I think, actually, we'll get to the other side in a second, but 8 of the 10 champions we're seeing in this game were played in one of the 3 previous games. So, on the other side for Vec, it's going to be actually in the top lane, it'll be Mundo. So Mundo did not get banned. We'll actually get to see some Mundo play. I'm excited for that. In the jungle, it'll be Lee Sin again. Of course, these are different teams, so we might see a very different Lee Sin. In the middle, it's going to be Ziggs, played by Alley Cats, and the bot lane will be comprised of Caitlyn and Leona.
Alright, and the game has started, so let's get into that really quickly. And we have another pause again.
And it's going to start again, so just keeping you on your toes. As we do jump in here, a couple things to look for. Like we said, this is JCG This is the Grand Championship. We're looking at the best teams in Japan battling it out for an 850,000 yen prize pool. The championship will be held tomorrow. Today we're playing the semifinals. It's Detonation FM versus Vec. Vec probably definitely the underdogs in this game, but that has not stopped anybody, as we just saw in our previous semifinal. In this game, a few places to keep your eyes. Definitely Detonation FM Udiproid, probably the star of Japan right now in terms of the AD carry role. He's playing Vayne, one of his favorite champions. On the other side, it'll be interesting to see how Astaore plays on Lee Sin, and
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes as well. So we're just getting everything ready to go here, making sure everybody's alive. Had to make sure Reed got his water break.
I did, and
Yeah,
it was one of the
I'm
most
actually-
spectacular water breaks ever.
I actually can't join the game, so I don't know how Reed is going to be joining this game. Let me just.
I'm actually
figure-
in the game already, so don't
You're
worry.
in-
I'm here.
Perfect.
Are we looking at the same game?
I mean, there's probably...
No, we're not. Okay, yes we are. Yes we are. I am in the game. I'm ready to go.
All right,
Brilliant.
great. So that's good. That's really good. We do have the lovely disembodied voice. We're all disembodied now because we're watching the game, but for those of you just joining us, that is the fantastic rapid casting here with JCG. He's phoning in all the way from the United States as we're playing this here in Tokyo today. And the game is underway. Minions everywhere as we jump in to game 1 of semifinal number 2.
All right, so if you guys are new to Japanese League of Legends, Detonation Focus Me, that's what the FM stands for, are kind of the gods of Japanese League of Legends scene. Now, they've been trying out a few different things. You can see President Ma down there in the bottom lane. I think that they've been trying out a few different supports, but he has been sort of the classic, the leader of the team for a while. And that bottom lane is definitely the lane to watch for Detonation Focus Me. They are the carries of the team. Udiproid, probably the best player in all of Japan right now, but he needs a team behind him. There's the Ignite actually going in onto Alleycats. There's Barrier out there as well as Goken went in there. Maybe have got very baited just a little bit. Dodges away from the bombs. Might have tried for the all-in, but man, that was close, and that's an Ignite to summon her down.
Yeah, so actually both sides using their summoner there because Ziggs is carrying that barrier. There was no Ignite. If it was an Ignite, he probably could have turned around and picked up that kill, but if it had been an Ignite, he probably would have died in the first place. So a nice summoner trade there, and we can actually see the junglers meeting up here as well.
All right, so yeah, jungle on jungle action, but nothing happening too bad. This middle lane is so aggressive, and actually interesting to see Goken actually force that all in, but bottom lane, a lot of damage forced onto Ma. He's going to shield himself out there, but okay, too much action to start this game off. We need another 50-minute game like that last game, so I don't know what to expect out of this because I'm a little bit new to seeing Vec play, but Detonation Focused Me. I've seen a lot of these guys, and it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of recover from having played their recent show match versus CJ Entus Frost that happened actually yesterday. I'm not sure how many people watching actually got a chance to see that. If you guys did watch that, then make sure to let us know, because that was actually really interesting to see an international kind of event there. Is Detonation, I mean, they still had some issues, but overall were I don't know, they didn't just fall over, let's put it that way. They did their best.
Right. No, and I think that's definitely good motivation for a team.
Mm-hmm.
It shows, you know, that of course I think obviously Japan does have a ways to go, but it's pretty good reinforcement, you know, when you're able to kind of hang in there for a bit, pick up a few kills on a really, really high-ranked team, you know, play fairly well, and then you come back the next day and you're playing back in Japan again. You really want to prove that, like, yeah, we are Japan's team right now, and I think that really rests on Detonation FM to prove that they are the best team in Japan.
A little bit of an engage there on a Udiproid. Does get a nice shield out there, but overwhelmingly this bottom lane Vayne is not having a good time. And Vayne into Caitlyn is rough, but Vayne into Caitlyn with a Leona is even harder. So Udiproid, man, that is about the hardest lane you could possibly put him into, but Elise is right there looking for a gank, just trying to figure out who he's going to go on. Wants to wait for Leona to engage and then come in for the counter gank, but Udiproid is so low right now. This is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, that's really the only spot of anything right now. And actually, Sid is going to walk away from this one. Nothing coming from that, waiting in the bush. He might actually loop around here. It should be mentioned, Sid is probably the newest player on the Detonation FM roster. Was brought in actually sort of as a support, but they're still juggling with that roster. Ferlin was talking about it earlier. And he did initially play jungle, so he's actually been moved back there today for jungle as well. A role he's very comfortable with, and at least one of his favorite champions.
Yeah, that's actually something interesting to mention. Sid Machine actually played support previously, and now he's in the jungle in place of, I think it's Analyse, the traditional jungler. So, like you said, yeah, a little bit of mix-up for the roster.
So, otherwise, if we take a look now down at the CS, we're seeing very, very similar numbers. Caitlyn has a few on Vayne, and I think that's to be expected. We might, you know, when you've got that range and you're able to harass like that, you can pick up a few extra creeps, especially with the scary sunbathing Leona down there. You never want to get hit by an umbrella. And in the mid lane, a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, there's going to be the execute from Sid as he picks up a kill. Okay, you got to feel really rough or really bad there for Alley Cats. He had that 1v1 in the bag, and then Gouken just runs away as fast as he possibly can, or flies away flapping his wings, and what do you know, right there on time, Sid, perfect gank, able to pick up first blood for Detonation. Focus me. A little bit of action in the bottom lane as well. Ma's going to try to back out, but a nice dive there, nice dodge rather, of that Zenith Blade. Keeps Udiproid alive, and really in this lane, you can see he's maybe down a little bit of CS, but that's totally okay for Vayne. As, I mean, even if you're down like 15, 20 CS, it's still okay versus the Caitlyn, because that is about the roughest lane matchup you could possibly have.
Right, so they're definitely going to be trying to get Udiproid going. Udiproid, again, with saying one of his favorite champions is Vayne, himself as a player really starts to shine in late game. We got to see a little bit of AD carries in the last game. I'm really hoping to see a bigger impact from AD carries in this game. So if we, I take that back because RJ was fantastic on Vayne. So I'd actually like to see more of that Vayne in this game, and I think Udiproid has the skills and the mechanics to make that happen. He just has to survive until that late game.
Yeah, exactly. And I love seeing Vayne's played, but it's a little bit too risky for a lot of players to play, so you don't see it all that much in competitive play anymore. So nice to get my full indulgence of Vayne games tonight. So nice to see, and especially on Udiproid, one of the best Vayne players out there. Gonna grab that Bilgewater Cutlass before heading back into lane, and we'll be going up against the BF Sword. Picked up there for Caitlyn, so that is a ton of extra damage, and also one of the reasons that Vayne can't trade against Caitlyn.
Yeah, you don't want to take BF Sword damage, and you don't want to take BF Sword headshot damage. So he'll be looking out for that. Gouken actually pretty low in the mid lane as well. He's just going to try and pick up this farm. Fun fact I just wanted to point out, and I know we talked about this last time we were doing Detonation FM, Udiproid will play in the top lane occasionally for Det FM, which is, I think, kind of funny. But kind of really does cement the fact that he is a really, really good player here. He, you know, at least in terms of Japan, he'll beat anybody in any lane. So that's really, I think, what Vec is looking to do here with that Caitlyn against that Vayne. If you can shut him down early, that's going to be huge for their team, because Detonation FM a lot of times turns into protect the Vayne or protect the Udiproid. And if they can shut him down early, there won't be a whole lot of point in protecting him. So it's just a matter of, can they just keep Vayne alive? It's what, 25 farm now? Not the worst, but just have to keep your farm up and keep on going. That's what Detonation FM is going to look to do here.
Yeah, but farm doesn't matter if you pick up some kills, and now a lot of damage there on Rosilva. Will go ahead and flash out of there. A nice repel, perfectly getting Sid out. There's actually the wild growth. A little bit preemptive there for President Ma, but able to keep everybody alive. That's really the result you're looking for there. No kills, though. That means that Udiproid will fall down a little bit further in CS, and definitely Accounting needs to get himself back up in mid lane, though. Alley Cat's going to get ignited there by Gouken. Is going to look for the dive. Wait, what? What? That was a free kill if he went for the dive, but maybe didn't want to go ahead and pop that intervention. And he also didn't want to get barrier baited by Alley Cats, who all also could have put him in a pretty rough position.
Yeah, a replica of that first one there. So both parties are actually opting to save all of their cooldowns, and that will let them recall back to base. They'll get in the lane soon. In the top lane, again, maybe you're a fan of it. I'm not a big fan of it. It's the top lane of, hey, let's hang out, get minions, and maybe hit each other every now and then. Renekton and Mundo, more giant sustain champions doing exactly that. Sitting in the lane, sustaining. Mundo sitting on his giant belt already. And a pickaxe actually coming out from Gorilla on Renekton here. So something a little different than what we've seen so far today on the Renekton players.
And that's absolutely the right way to go as far as builds are concerned. You want to build aggressively on Renekton early on versus a Dr. Mundo, because Mundo's early game is pretty weak. He costs health in top lane, even though he does get a lot of passive regeneration. As Renekton, you can just bully absolutely anyone as long as he builds just straight up damage. He's not going to be taking in team fights, but there aren't really going to be all that many team fights that he needs to be taking in. So it's building that damage up. It comes at a little bit of a weaker mid game, but it does help him win his lane a little bit harder. But Prom's actually doing a really good job at just sustaining up there, keeping that cleaver spam out, and really making Renekton's life a little bit more annoying.
And so after a very exciting beginning, things have slowed down a little bit. We're sitting at 1 kill to 0 in favor of Detonation FM. And we're still looking for something to happen. Junglers, Sid down in that bot area, maybe looking to make something happen, but nothing doing so far.
Okay, so two things to watch out for. Mid lane has been so aggro. Like, Gouken has been burning ignites all game long, almost as soon as it's off cooldown. Bottom lane as well, Rosilva just wants to fight. He wants to force these objectives, and to be honest, I don't actually blame him. Bosun is up to 102 CS. Compare that to only 90. That's actually pretty impressive for Udiproid, able to get all that CS up there. Oh, Astora is coming in from the side. There's going to be Udiproid already cleansing that out there. Force the flash. There's the giant growth as well. Still has a lot of damage coming his way. There's Piltover Peacemaker going to land. And Astora will back away safely. Oh my, okay, so Udiproid survives that. I don't know how, but does make it out alive. And there's Elise coming around the side. Does want to deter any more aggression, and looks like that's the end of the action for the bottom lane. Udiproid able to get out of that situation and now picking up a ton of extra CS there. Really like what I'm seeing. Leona back in base means that even the lane advantage for that bottom lane in favor of Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, so actually Udiproid doing a really good job making the most of his summoner spells, cleansing the Leona Solar Flare, and splashing away from what would have been a certain death Lee Sin ultimate back into the rest of Vec there. So you might say two summoners, not worth it. He's alive, and they do pick up the dragon. So very well played by Udiproid and friends as well.
And that dragon is the big difference. It doesn't matter how many summoners you blow in the bottom lane as long as you can get objectives because of that. And so you got to think that that's worth it for Detonation Focus Me, who are up to about a 1,500 gold lead. You know, it's nothing insurmountable. We have seen gold leads fluctuate wildly over the course of our first best of 3. So I just got to give some credit. Great perseverance, and somehow, even through difficult lane matchups, Detonation Focus Me come out on top.
You can actually see Renekton's got his Tiamat up there. I like that. I agree. I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's just because I like to build damage too, so it's fun to see as well up there in that top lane. The bot lane kind of interesting. Rio Silva used to play a lot of top lane as well. Seeing him in the support position, I think Leona fits him really well because he was always very aggressive playing top lane. Mid lane Vladimir is really what he's known for. And to play on that Leona means if he's going to support, he's also going to be playing it pretty aggressively down there.
So we're talking about things to look out for. Mid lane, a lot of pressure there from the junglers. Sid's going to wait on top of Ward, so probably not going to be all that effective. But anytime the wave pushes out away from Prom's turret, it just goes straight into Guerrera's favor. But now, bottom lane, Silva misses the Zenith Blade, and without any way to gap close here, you can see Ma doing a great job zoning out for Udiproid, who just turns that damage right back around.
So yeah, Udiproid's starting to get that damage. He finished the Blade of the Rune King down there, so that's going to give him a lot of lifesteal and also damage on top of that. As in the top lane, Mundo has blown his ultimate, but they are back to just throwing cleavers and slicing and dicing.
Yeah, slice, dice, and peel the bottom lane, or the top lane. That's pretty much what you're looking for from Guerrera. He's basically a wave clear machine. He's a bot that wins lanes and then transitions into team fights. And with as far ahead as he actually is, that's actually a pretty good spot for him to be in. You can see 142 CS to 128. That's about all you can hope for is the CS advantage in that top lane tanky matchup.
Yeah, people making the most of their purchases back at the shop. And
bottom lane,
here we go again.
A huge needed play. A perfect counter engage there as Ma's going to get in there. Uniproid doesn't have a lot of places to leave there. Dragon's Rage there on President Ma will flash there underneath the turret. There's, Store actually might go down, does die, and Ma at least able to turn that into a 2-for-1.
So that was just a really, really good engage. You said, you know, Lulu trying to do her work, but there was just too much damage with the 2v3. The gank, Sid was not able to get there in time. And they lose both bottom laners, picking up the Lee Sin, but that's going to allow them to push. They're leaving, actually, the bot lane stays to push that wave, and now they're going to go back, spend the money they just earned in that gank, and come back to lane even stronger than before. Getting a little harassed from Sid. In the mid lane, here we go.
Oh, mid lanes, there's the matchup, but oh my goodness, it's going to take one more auto attack. Alley Cats. He's got his flash, and even though Gouken does have his flash as well, didn't want to get outplayed, might try to go through the turret, but even still is going to take down that turret if it's left up to him. Looks like he's going to need one more minion wave to do it. Won't be able to do it just yet. Sid's there to help out, but still a lot of lane pressure is Gouken. Man, this Japanese Kale play, we've seen a ton of it here tonight.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And Alley Cats actually ended up blowing both of his spells there to get away. You're right. Gouken could have flashed to try and pick it up, did not, but in the end, picks up 2 summoners for an ignite. That's a trade will take most trades. And they get the tower on top of that. So it's 1 tower to 0 in favor of Detonation FM. Gold at 2,000. Take a look at the builds as well. There's that Nashor's Tooth coming again on Kale.
But it's a little bit different. You can see the needlessly large rod after the Nashor's Tooth. If you guys are unaware of exactly what Nashor's Tooth does, it's a little bit like a Lich Bane. It's like a mini Lich Bane because it procs on every single one of your auto attacks. Basically, at least for right now, with that Nashor's Tooth, or with the needlessly large rod, means that every basic attack from Kale deals an extra 30 to 40 damage. I think it's actually 47 damage. Now mid lane, got a Store coming in. Gouken just he just ignored him straight up. Bottom lane's where the action's at as Caitlyn and Caitlyn actually going to take down President Ma, so a little bit overextended even with that gank. Taking him down there. Sid's there as well. And now Astora trying to make a play there. Does get the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike there onto Uniproid. Tries for the Condemn into the wall, but walks into a box. But now, Frozen taking down a half health off of one combo. Now Silva very, very low. Gouken can turn this around if he wants to go in. But there's Ziggs running right off to the side, so doesn't want to overextend.
And so that was actually a bit uncharacteristic. The reason they picked up the first kill on Lulu there was a mistake actually by Vayne in that bot lane. They missed, they avoided the Zenith Blade, and Vayne actually walked into range for a Leona Q when there was absolutely no reason to, which meant Lulu had to blow her ult to save him underneath the enemy tower, paid for it with her life, and there it was again, Uniproid just stepping on that trap, trying to get the Condemn, and that sealed his fate as well. So in that bot lane, this is what we talked about. Vec needs to shut that bot lane down. Vayne 0-2, Lulu 1-2. All the deaths for Detonation FM down there. They're playing exactly how they wanted to.
Exactly. Detonation focused me. They're very aggressive. They're able to make all these plays, but they're not actually able to turn that bottom lane around into something that starts that snowball rolling for Uniproid, which is kind of the objective there for the bottom lane, for most bottom lanes for Detonation FM. Their job is to get Uniproid going. This time around, I have a little bit of a rough time with it. It is 0-2, and just a straight up credit to Vec's bottom lane there, especially Rosilva. That guy has been making Uniproid's life a living hell, and Ma too, taking both of them down a couple times.
So we do see the rotations. It's 20 minutes into the game now. We might be looking to grab that dragon. as we do actually still see Mundo and the Nexus in the top lane. And here is the Dragon started for Detonation FM.
Blue team has slain.
Man, at Detonation FM, they kill that so fast with the cocoon onto Rosilva. There's a teleport coming in from Dr. Mundo, but Rosilva's gonna die almost before it even starts. Rosilva actually still alive, flashes away there. How does he stay alive? I don't know. A storm will finally fall, so at least one death that I expected. A cocoon there onto Alleycats. Uniproid wants to go in, but can't get in on that Caitlyn damage. So one kill only, but Rosilva kind of just stopped taking damage there.
Living very dangerously as Leona and does get away from that. Did not expect that to happen. Did not expect Astoria to be the one to go down before Leona did there.
Yeah, exactly. So Rosilva gets a little bit lucky, stays alive, and at least for right now, this is going to be all Uniproid Ma going to go in underneath that turn. Oh, Bronson. Last auto attacks, all it's going to take. Silverbolt's proc, given the shutdown gold to Detonation's Focus Me's Uniproid.
And so that's really nice because they also got the flash out of that as well. Things are starting to look a little bit better for Detonation FM. They did pick up the Dragon in that fight as well as the kill.
Red
Picking
team's
up
turret
another
has
on
been
Caitlyn here
destroyed.
and a turret. That's a lot of gold all of a sudden in the pocket for Vayne.
And it doesn't just help out Vayne. All of that burst amount of gold is really going to help out Gouken. Because the way that Kayle works, like, Lichbane is what makes her so strong, but you need some AP for it. And the reason you need that AP is because, or the reason that AP is good is because it not only helps out Lichbane, but it also helps out that Nashor's Tooth. Gorilla 1v2 does have that Dominus down, but just not quite enough health just yet, as he only has those offensive items. Isn't tanky, so he does wind up dying in that 2v1.
On the plus side for Gorilla there, it seems like they might have actually forgotten to go shopping, that you can buy items, as he's sitting on 3,000 gold, and Promes on Mundo is sitting on 3,500 gold. So the small victory he can take out of that is he finally does get to go back to the shop, and he will finish a Randuin's, and his Hydra now finished as well.
He just straight up bought that Randuin's off of nothing. So that's how much gold those top laners have. When Dr. Mundo heads back to base, that's a Randuin's for him too. So both top laners go back to base, grab that Randuin's, probably will head just straight up back to that top lane. But Guerrera, actually, he doesn't have teleport. He has that ignite, so he's wanting to make plays in lane, but hasn't been able to kill Dr. Mundo yet, who's just set in lane all game.
So if we take another look here, everything is still really close in this game. Gold's starting to look a little bit in favor of Detonation FM. That's simply due to the towers taken and the dragons. Farm-wise, there's not a lot of difference. Actually, Uniproid doing a really good job of keeping up with that Caitlyn. Deaths all aside. One farm, he's going to match it. He's going to be at 181 here in just a second. However, they are getting caught out down here.
Oh, looks like Uniproid there will try for the all-in. Oh, gets right over the Caitlyn trap before it arms. He's going to flash in there. Couple more auto attacks. Bronson actually going to go down. Uniproid. Oh my goodness, how do you do that? He actually misses the condemn. I think he hit a minion there. He's going to tumble away there from Astor. Finally goes down, but oh my god. Uniproid is a god, able to get in there. Trade 1-for-1 in a 1v3. Well, okay, we're going to see Gouken probably die here. Rosilva once again all over the map. Rosilva and Astator, just like they're kind of the tag team duo that's really keeping Vec in this game.
Wow, that was impressive. Detonation FM is losing actually two champions there, but in terms of flash, you cannot fault Uniproid. Getting caught out 3v1, picks up a kill before he goes down. Used his cleanse to get rid of the first Leona stun. Actually got stunned up again and still managed to pick up the kill on Caitlyn. So this is what we're talking about. You don't want Uniproid going. This is 2-3-1 Uniproid getting a kill in a 3v1 situation. When he's ahead, he's even scarier. So we're going to have to see if Detonation FM can get him going at this point.
And that's just the big thing about Vayne, is that if she trades 1-for-1, that's totally fine for her. You can actually see that Uniproid has a scrying orb. He actually does this a lot because he doesn't want to get brush juked. And at the same time, it's also good to check if you're about to get ganked. And the only problem is it has a really long cooldown, doesn't last all that long. It's a pretty bad item overall. all, but he actually does use it in some really micro-intensive situations, so it's kind of a stylistic choice. The AD carries orb doesn't really matter all that much, but it's just kind of an interesting thing that, you know, he did use there in that last fight. That, and it's not necessarily like it helped him get that kill, but top lane, we're actually going to see Gorilla go in on to Promise. He's trying to get in there for some damage, but Dr. Mundo is just way too tanky. Or is he? And that is the answer we're about to, or the question we're about to have answered here. Holy okay, Goken. Turns out you buy all armor items, Kale tends to deal a fair amount of damage. Mid-turret, though, will go down their first turn of the game by Team Vex, so it's something they desperately needed, but kills on Mundo, something that Detonation Focus Me could probably use with a few more of. Wait, what? Corey?
Yeah, boy, I don't even... This
what
is
are
a
Detonation FM
25-minute
doing?
Baron. They're going for it. They do have Mundo down. It could just be a bait, though, because there is the Talisman speed boost coming out. But there's so much slow on the side of Vex that they can't catch up. And this could actually turn back around in favor of Vex.
Oh, this is bad. Ma's he was trying to sacrifice himself, but he wasn't even allowed to. He was trying to, like, bait them to go in on him and wild growth himself and then get out alive, but... I don't know. That was a really ballsy call. They killed Mundo, and maybe that was their thought. Hey, we killed Dr. And then they were like, okay, well, he has teleport, so he's just going to teleport in here instantly. So no Baron just yet. 25 minutes. I have to wait a little bit longer.
Just trying to make sure everybody is on their toes, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if that was a bait. The Shirelius was nice, but there was just nowhere to get through. The Caitlyn nets. The Zig bombs everywhere, and now Udiproid, you got to get out of there.
Okay, yeah, Udiproid is going to be able to escape with his life. Promise now down here, and you got to know for Udiproid, he's like, okay, come on, guys. Try to win my lane. Now there's 4 champions in it. So bottom turret will go down here. Oh, my God. Okay, Udiproid's going to try to dodge out there. Does do so. Bottom turret stays alive for now, but Udiproid, okay, that's a little bit of damage.
So yeah, Rio Silva, good idea to try and shut down the Vayne there, but with the rest of Detonation FM showing up, there wasn't really any follow-up for that. It does mean that Beck is going to be able to walk away from this one pretty cleanly. Rotation's just a little bit slow, because you're right, Udiproid, with 4 people in his lane, not going to be able to do a whole lot until the rest of the lane is there. Goken, in the meantime, just trying to clear out his lane as well, so it's the turrets now kind of just... They're in favor of Detonation FM, but Beck is doing a pretty good job of moving around the map.
Oh, and the great thing is that now Udiproid can actually split 1v1 against this Mundo just because of all the true damage that's percentage health based, as well as that Blade of the Ruined King. The only problem is that it's really outplay based matchup. If Udiproid can dodge cleavers and maybe get a nice condemn into a wall there on Dr. Mundo, that's what wins and loses this matchup. Promise is actually teleporting into that mid lane. Is going to go in there as his story in the very back there. Taking a lot of damage, but there's a huge 3-man knock-up. Gorilla is absolutely massive as Ma gets in there, gives him that wild growth. Promise actually going to go down here. Look at this Kale damage from the back. It's just way too much for Promise to take through. All it's going to take is one more Q, and Goken on a killing spree as well. Ma will die as Alicats picks him up with a bomb, but look at that bottom lane. It's going to be Udiproid taking down a turret as well.
So Detonation FM win that fight 3-1, and it was a 4v5. All the while, their AD carry Vayne, when you think of damage, was in the bot lane pushing. So things are, if that's any indicator, Detonation FM is in a really good spot. The real key to winning that fight was Ma's ultimate on the Gorilla there, knocking up 3 members of Vex and keeping him alive even longer. You know, you think about Renekton, and you usually think, you know, a Sunfire Cape and you're standing in the middle doing damage. No Sunfire Cape, but you still get that AoE damage coming out of the Hydra every time you're making an auto attack. So a really good job of Gorilla just to stay in there. The Randuin's doing enough to keep him alive. And the other key factor in that fight was that Bonzin went down right away to Kale. Goken destroyed Caitlyn.
It's not just that Gouken destroyed Caitlyn, she destroyed Dr. Mundo as well. Proma's made the mistake of just building armor for his lane, and while that means he's never gonna die to Gouken, he is still vulnerable to Udiproid because he deals percentage health true damage. And then, especially when you go up against Gouken, you have no MR. Dr. Mundo in that team fight had 64 magic resistance, has a Negatron cloak now, and it's cool and everything, but had it a little bit too late, and that's what made that team fight turn around so well. For Det FM, they will take down two secondary turrets in that mid and bottom lane, and are now up 5-1 in that regard.
Yeah, and you can actually see in this game, this Kayle, Gouken actually opting, you're right, for that death cap after the Nashor's Tooth, which, if you're going to build a Nashor's Tooth, that's a good way to do it, because that's so much extra damage on top of that. Now looks like opting for that Lichbane as the third item, but I really like that. If you're going to take the Nashors, build some AP second.
All right, so looking for that Lichbane next, and if you thought Gouken did damage before, once he grabs that Lichbane, it's absolutely the pink ward bait there, perfect onto Estor, not able to kill him off there, but still, it's a valiant effort. Now Silva gonna take a Lulu auto attack. Oh my goodness, not the scariest thing though.
At least not support Lulu. We're gonna start seeing more and more of non-support Lulu, I hope. And then she'll get nerfed and she'll go back to support and where she belongs. But we do actually see the split push coming out from both teams here.
Okay, two things are about to happen. One, you're going to have Kayle grab a Lichbane. That's a big item buy to watch out for, but it probably won't happen for a couple more minutes, so there's a little bit of delay on that big, huge power spike. Caitlyn did go Bloodthirster, so isn't going to have that Infinity Edge crit power, but the big thing for Caitlyn is she's all offense. If you look at Udiproid, guy's looking for some outplays, has a Quicksilver Sash. And while that Quicksilver Sash is great, it means that there's no armor penetration from a Last Whisper, which means that for the time being, Promus actually may be a little bit too much for Udiproid to deal with. Definitely something to watch out for, but there's actually not all that much armor built up just yet, so maybe going for that Quicksilver Sash is the right buy.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out for him. In the meantime, Detonation FM is not letting up whatsoever. Pushing top, pushing bottom, pushing middle. It's going to be interesting to see how Vec responds to this. They looked for a small engage on Elise, weren't able to make anything happen, and here we go, Gouken. Or not.
Yeah, or not is the answer. Now Gouken, he's gonna walk right around the corner, finds Alicaz, he's gonna take him down to half HP off of just a couple of auto attacks. He's gonna ult himself, so he's gonna stay alive very, very strong. And then Gouken just finishes him off there with that revenge, and now it's a double kill there. Gouken just huge in the back of that team fight. Okay, this Kayle's on another level of damage. Reckoning, right now, let's take a look at this Reckoning damage. Does 203, 4, almost 550 damage just off of thrown out a click targetable ability. And now with those two kills, oh my god, okay, Bonzen taking out a half hit points off of just that Reckoning auto attack combo. And imagine that with a Lichbane. Now, Sid dies for free. That's a little bit rough to deal with. But hey Corey, where's Udiproid?
Yeah, see, that's my thought here. That was a whole fight won by Detonation FM, and again, Udiproid doing his thing in the bot lane. They pick up two
4v5
inhibitor turrets for nothing. They lose Sid, but when you can trade one of your champions for a couple champions and a couple turrets, it's probably a pretty good day.
Okay, so Gouken's kind of strong right now. Let's just put it that way. He's going to be able to pick up that Lichbane as soon as this dragon goes down. And, well, whenever he wants to go back to base. Knows he has the gold, so he's heading back for that one. And this is going to get a little bit crazy so far. Top and bottom being counter-pushed by Bonzen and Astor, respectively. Udiproid just grabbed a Last Whisper. So remember that trade-off I was talking about going Sunfire or going Quicksilver Sash before Last Whisper? It's not an issue anymore because he has both of those items. And look at the actual transition of these sweeping lenses for Detonation Focus Me. They have no more trinkets for wards. They have wards in their inventory and vision control in that trinket slot.
Yeah, and so that's actually the Void Staff on Gouken as well. Gouken's sitting total 14,000 gold everyone else, Udiproid going for 13,000 now. Vec has 12,000 on Caitlyn, and that's going to be it. So you do not want to meet Goken anywhere on the map. And, well, here comes Goken. There's pings going all over the Baron area. And here is Sid.
Goken knows that he is like he's the guy to beat, and oh, look at Udiproid. He's even just like he's the linebacker. He's just running up the very first member out there, and looking for every auto attack he can get chunked just a little bit by an auto attack there from Caitlyn. Goken honestly might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Look at him just take down Rose Silva. He's gonna drop a ward in the bush so he can pick up the last hit to take down Leona. Now Prom's gonna take a ton of damage. There's actually Ace in the hole, doesn't get blocked out there, and actually now Guerrera's forced to run away. Udiproid has to run as well. There's the flash in there. It's actually Probes that takes him down with a cleaver. Guerrera's going to try to run for his life. He and Ma will be able to escape, but at what cost? There's a flash force of a ward jump from Assator. This is going to be a Baron for Vec.
I don't even know. It looked like Goken had got caught out of position. Then Goken turned it around, picked up a kill, and thought maybe Detonation FM had it. But there's a lot of damage coming out from Vec as well. That Caitlyn doing a lot of work from long distance. She's able to sit in the back and put out a lot of damage using the static shift procs, and that's going to be a Baron for Vec as well. So a really, really good chain of events for Vec here.
Huge minion push down to that bottom lane as well. So while the turret may not be in danger, actually, I take that back, it is. The turret's going to go down there. Sort of the sixth man will take down there the third turret in a row. Or, not in a row, but the third turret of the game, rather, for Vec. Still means it's 3-8. So even with that Baron, it's still a 5,000 gold lead in favor of Detonation Focus Me. But they're going to need to make a little bit better use of that 5k gold lead, because with all those additional stats that Baron do offer to Vec, it actually makes this game a little bit closer than you'd expect.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Detonation FM reacts after that. Up until this point, they've been doing pretty well anytime the teams come together, even without Vayne. This time Vayne shows up to the fight anyway, doing some damage on the outside, but again, we get to see that range from Caitlyn. We saw Udiproid doing really aggressive, chipping away at whoever he could, but as soon as he got in range of the auto attacks from Caitlyn, the headshots, the static shiv procs, a lot of damage. And on top of that, Goken went down to the Caitlyn ultimate. Usually those get blocked, and for whatever reason, it threaded the needle and picked up another kill. So Caitlyn's sitting at 5-3. She is going to do a lot of work for Vec here as they move into the middle turret.
All right, so for now, yeah, like you said, those Caitlyn auto attacks are just straight up too much to deal with. You get hit by one of those, especially if you're somebody squishy like Udiproid, it's not going to be what the doctor ordered. Now Goken is going to chase in on to Promes. Promes going to turn this right back around. Goken's going to try to slow that out. The flash over the wall from Dr. Mundo. Whenever you scare a Mundo into flashing away from you one-on-one, that means you're doing all right. Let's put it that way. A little bit of extra damage there, but look at Guerrera taking down Solo. That Inferno Bomb is going to go down there as well. Sid's at about half health. Kale does have some heals of her own left to give out, but doesn't have infinite mana regen or anything like that, so Stain isn't quite going to be immortal.
Yeah, that was really impressive out of Goken. Mundo does have the Spirit Visage and using the regen from his ult, and it still wasn't enough. However, Vec is able to pick up that middle turret. So if they can keep this push on, it's going to end up really well. There's a lot of damage again. Caitlyn putting it on to Kale as well, but this could be a counter engage from Det FM. Or not. They're a little slow.
I was going to say, I mean, it's there. It's there if they want it, but even with this Baron buff, you can see Vex still being a little hesitant. They know that they're down. Condemned to the wall there on Promes. Udiproid there is always a nice use of that scrying orb to scout out the brush, but at the same time, at what cost? Guerrera's going to go into that mid lane, going to try to get jumped off, but look at Goken try to come around the side. There's the Cocoon gonna land in there onto Rosilva. But look at Uniproid just single-handedly coming in from behind. That's gonna condemn backwards on the Bonza. Look at that wild growth there, keeping Uniproid alive. He's gonna go all the way into the back line. Uniproid just single-handedly destroying the entire enemy team. Now Proms, he's got a lot of health, but where's it gonna go? He's gonna go down. Sid finds the kill, and Uniproid's Vayne, huge figuratively and literally there with the giant growth.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Uniproid. The cleanse, the flash, he's all over the place, cleaning up that fight for Detonation FM. Wasn't really sure who was going to take that fight, but of course we had not seen Uniproid going a little low, life-stealing it all back. That was Vayne mechanics right there.
Uniproid, I don't know if he considers himself like a tank. You said he played top lane. That's definitely the mindset. He had one direction, not the ban, but the team fight positioning. Walked right into that enemy team. He tumbled in twice just to get himself further through the team fight. Knew he had the backup to help him out between the intervention from Kale and a wild growth. This is a team built solely around making one person ridiculously hard to kill. And when that person's Uniproid, he's got a lot of damage to put out. Mercurial Scimitar already complete.
Yeah, and he's doing really well using those flashes against the Leona stuns. You know, that's how I play Vayne as well. I have to. My goal is to get into the middle of the enemy team and do my damage from there, and I think Uniproid has really mastered how to do that. That was absolutely fantastic. So, good cleanses, good tumbles, the positioning, getting behind everybody. I don't know, maybe it's just confusion. You don't usually expect to see Vayne there. So it looks like Detonation might actually rotate down to this dragon, pick it up for gold. Gold's starting to sway a little bit more in favor of Detonation FM. Getting close to 6,500. Dragon will put it up to 7. And we'll have to see if they continue a push here or decide to maybe look to push the other lanes.
The problem right now for Vec is that the double threat lineup from Detonation Focus Me is so strong that you can't kill both of them because there's a giant, there's a wild growth, there is an intervention, and then you still have to get past not only both of those spells, but then the actual champions themselves. And in the meantime, Uniproid's had an awful long time to kill your team, and I'm not sure he actually needs very long right now because he is completely devastating. Next item I'd expect to be like an Infinity Edge because he's already got that defensive Mercurial Scimitar, and he picked it up early. It's been great to have, and after a really rough laning phase, he's definitely starting to bring it back.
Yeah, so he's actually sitting already on 2,000 gold. So, again, we talk about Kale hitting 6 items. Vayne hitting 6 items is arguably more terrifying, I guess. They're definitely both up there in the champions I never, ever want to meet with 6 items category. As they do rotate up to Baron. They've got it timed, and it's going to be up here in 15 seconds. Caitlyn and Mundo are in the bot lane. Mundo with the teleport. Caitlyn, however, has no way to get here.
Clearing out that Baron pit. It's up in about 5 seconds. And word goes down. There's the Baron. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Detonation Focus Me won't probably start on it just yet because they don't want to force this team fight out of desperation. They're going to wait until they have the advantage. Just clear out those wards, make sure that everything's as far in their favor as it can possibly be. Guerrera takes a little bit of damage. I don't know what to say. This is both teams are just balanced on a razor's edge. It's like this could tip either way, but it's really just who starts this fight and in whose favor does it start. You've got super minions on the enemy Nexus turret, so Moon is going to have to go back. Does have teleport, so if they want to fight, that's definitely an option. But right now, it's all up to Asador. He gets in there. Where's the smite? It's actually going to be Sid that takes down Baron Nashor. Guerrera gets kicked to the other side. The TPN from Proms, the flash over the wall there. Everybody's gonna be safe, and where's Uniproid? Oh wait, he's still back in the back line, trying to kill everybody down. He's gonna chunk down Astator, but can Alley Cats be enough of a threat there to take Uniproid down? Look at that crit. Uniproid just devastates that back line, and now Infinity Edge for Caitlyn, but oh wait, she's dead for 50 seconds, and Detonation Focus Me may not even need that long. You just see the recall for base at long last there for Lee Sin, but look at Goken just... He's already on killing the minions, defending this Nexus. Astator is there, Rosilva as well, but with the last Nexus turret falling, Detonation Focus Me will take down game number 1 versus Team Vec in the semifinals, the JCG Championships.
Wow, so that was really, really, really convincing, especially at the end there. Detonation FM did a really, really good job of drawing that out. They saw the minions, and they had, Vec had to send somebody back to deal with that. And as soon as that happened, with a team, you've got Kale, when you've got such attack speed on Vayne and the Blade of the Rune King doing HP % damage,
it was weird too because
Baron goes down too, and they got a turret.
Yeah, because it was weird to Uniproid didn't have a fantastic laning phase. It was kind of shaky at the beginning, but I mean, if you have the guts to do what Uniproid do in that last couple of fights, I don't think you have a lot of problems. I don't think a lot of teams would be like, who's diving us? Oh wait, isn't that their AD carry? What is happening? So Uniproid just surprised everybody by just jumping into the middle of the team. Well, at least he got the Lulu ult on him, so that was good at least. But that was pretty crazy. So it was not a very convincing fight all the way. It's not like a very one-sided game all the way. But first game, let's go to Destination Focus Me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think, if Vec wants a chance, I'd say ban out Uniproid's Vayne, but then he's just going to play somebody else. So I don't know. They did really well early. They shut down Uniproid, and it did not matter.
It did not. You can't shut down Uniproid. Uniproid is the star player for DETFM. DETFM supports Uniproid. So DETFM's gameplay has always been protect Uniproid. It's always been make sure he farms, make sure he carries, make sure he pulls out all the stops for the games. And you can't ban out Uniproid. He plays everything. When you ban out the AD carry, he just goes and play Ribbon up top.
Yeah.
So you can't really ban him out. So I'm really excited to see game 2 how Uniproid just brings his magic again, or will Vec, come back with something amazing for us to see. Rapid, talk me through ban and pick phase for game 2. How should it change? Should they try and ban out the kills, or should they stick with what they know?
Kale's been in, I think, every single game so far. Yeah. So if you want to ban a champion that you're sure is going to get some face time, just take out the Kale. It's pretty easy, but you have to make sure that you keep, all the just OP champions out of the rotations. So that's probably priority number 1. So maybe that keeps you from changing your bans too much. I'd say take out the Kale. Kale not only did a ton of damage, was very effective, but he kept Uniproid alive a lot there with that intervention. And keeping Uniproid alive is something I'm sure Vec would love to do a little bit less of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Uniproid is a beast when it comes to him playing. So I don't know if I want a Lulu still. I don't like the Lulu pick. I'm sorry, I'm not convinced. I'm really sorry. I'm not convinced with the Lulu pick. I would always go ahead with a Thresh, with a Leona, with an Annie. Just not. Even with a Nami, I'm even more happy with a Nami than a Lulu pick. Because, if you're Nami, if you're good Nami, you will always hit those Aqua Prisons. And, I don't know, I think ban Vayne out. Just take him out and see. I want to take Vayne out, Vayne, Kale out, just because I want to see what other replacements will come in for the mid rotations once this amazing Kale has been taken out. Maybe we'll see another Orianna play. Or Zed might come in.
Yeah, I don't know, but Lulu's got a pretty good track record today, winning a lot of games, so.
Yeah, I mean, she has been winning all the games today, so I'm really excited to see what game 2 we should be, just trying to get into the game and see what happens in game 2. But I think Vec should always always focus on how to shut down that Uniport, and it's really hard to. In game 1 they did, right? They did try and they did manage to shut him down early game, but this guy just turns around and dominates mid to late game with that Baron fight and all that. It was amazing to see how Uniport play. Uniport has been, you know, his name has been going around not even in Japan but in NA. Even when we were in Singapore, a lot of people, right, Rapid, a lot of people are asking, you know, where is this Uniport guy?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the big question becomes, what does Vec have to do if they want to come back and win game 2? Obviously, we talked about it a little bit, but there's only so many threats you can take away. That Kale, Gouken on Kale was absolutely amazing. We've seen so much Kale, and Gouken's Kale, I think, probably takes the cake so far out of the 4 Kales today. You know, we've seen a lot of good Kale. That was great Kale. What does Vec do to come back and win game 2?
I would say get better team fights, get better champions, get a better roster of rotations for them, and try their best to just put a lot of pressure on that bottom lane that DETFM has, or maybe even rotate the game, go 1v2, push up mid for a bit, you know, take that Korea or that China meta game where they like to push down turrets really fast, rotate to mid, get your support up to mid or something, you know, get the game going really fast. Don't let this don't let this Uniport get into this late game craziness that he does, you know, try to shut him down. But yeah, Rabbit, are you with us? Maybe not.
Oh no.
Maybe not.
Well, we'll get Rapid back here just as soon as we can. In the meantime, we are getting ready to go into Game 2 of semifinal number 2 here at JCG, Japan Competitive Gaming. It's the Grand Championship. It's not just any old championship. This is the Grand Championship, bringing all the top teams from last year's seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. Tomorrow we'll have them in Tokyo, ready to play. So come on out. Come visit us. Come visit the players. Come check it out if you're here.
We are 20 minutes away, like walk away from Akihabara Station over at the Hamacho Studios. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting. So we're just about to go into game 2. We'll try to get our dear Rapid back. Maybe he's still here. Maybe we just turn the volume down or something. Let us know if you can hear us, Mr. Rapid Casting.
All right. Rapid's probably brushing his teeth. He's got to keep them pearly white. I know.
Yep. Yeah, I think the players are here. We're still waiting on one person.
Rapid just pretends that Skype isn't working. So that Rapid.
So we're just waiting on actually Uniport. I think there's something wrong with his PC.
Something wrong with his PC. He just played so well. He broke his PC. So he's getting that all fixed up as we're getting ready to go here. So we can do it when you see the teams too, but after that performance, what are we going to see in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, the ban and pick phase would be very interesting, to say the least. A lot of games nowadays, it's not about team fights or, you know, how the game progresses. A lot of these games have been decided from ban and pick phase. And so ban and pick is hugely important. It's so important to see how they're going to ban out what DETFM is going to put out. I want to see that kill ban. I just want to see it so that I can see other rotations in mid. I want to see more assassin players coming out, you know, the Kassadin. Maybe don't ban out Kassadin. Let's see some Kassadin. Let's see some Japanese X-Package Kassadin plays, you know?
We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody here in chat, lots of people watching, we appreciate it. Throw it out there. Who do you want to see? Who do you think we're going to see? Detonation FM or Vec here in game 2 as we do get ready to get everything all set, ready to go here. We're just making sure we get Rapid back. Oh, Rapid, please. Oh.
Yeah, we have 2 streams running as well. A couple of streams actually. We have the Japanese stream, and we have the Japanese stream and the Nikonama stream as well. So today we're gonna be here, and so I'm really excited. And I'm really apologize for like you two just bulldozing through 4 games right now.
Yeah,
and
it's not me.
Hopefully 1 or 2 more games coming up. So if Destination FM takes the second game, it's going to be a clean sweep 2-0 for them, and they will be facing against Rascal Justice tomorrow at the finals. If they don't, we'll play a game 3, and it might be Vex that will have a turnaround, like what happened with the first semi-finals. Rascal Justice dropped the first game, but they came back strong, really strong in the last 2 games. But here we go. We're going to ban and pick phase. We're just waiting on Reed Rapid Casting to come back on. But if it's not there, we're just going to go straight into ban and pick phase and
let's jump in
what's
here.
happening.
So it will actually be first ban and pick for Vec this game on the blue side. It'll be interesting to see. It's Yasuo. We've seen Yasuo banned. I think, was he banned last time? We didn't actually get to watch the bans.
I think he's banned all 5 games today. So it's 100% bans coming out for Yasuo, and the first ban coming out.
And Kha'Zix. Yasuo and Kha'Zix, nobody wants to play.
Nobody wants to play them or wants to play against them. So yeah, Yasuo and Kha'Zix has been a very standard ban throughout a lot of even the other pro leagues out there as well. LCS, OGN. It's a rather standard ban nowadays.
I think a lot of this is just the teams don't get to play each other all the time. They do play in the JCG Premier League, and they do see each other there. But when you go on a break and when the meta changes, you don't get to see what the other teams are playing.
Yeah.
And so it's really just kind of safe to ban the really strong champions and then maybe whatever gave you trouble in the previous game. So
and
that's a lot of what we're seeing today, I
Yeah,
think.
obviously, for sure. And then we have Vi and Gragas coming out. So Vi, I wouldn't be so surprised to see her, right? I mean, Sudden Battery and, Volts is so strong right now, and you don't want to have that against. Of course, the Gragas is going to be banned. He's been banned, I think, like 100% as well today.
Yeah, yep.
And so nobody wants to play against it. And here we go,
Kale.
Finally.
Do not want to see Goken on that Kale.
We have that Kale ban. Thank you very much, Vac. So I'm really excited to see how they will change it up right now with this Kale ban. Cassidy ban out, so yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised
There's
to
a
see that.
first pick Thresh locked in for Vect. We'll have to see what Detonation has to counter that in the bot lane. At this point, I don't think it really matters what Vect picks if Udiproid is going to be down there taking care of things. We'll have to see. I don't want to write anybody out at this point in time because it's anybody's game. I would love to see Game 3, but if Detonation FM plays like they did in the last game, it's going to be tough for Vec, so let's go Vec.
It's going to be tough for Vec for sure. And then now we have DETFM with the first pick coming out, and it will be the Elise. I'm not surprised again. Elise has been a hot favorite right now. It's a top priority pick for them. And so we have that. But I want to point out right now that a lot of the meta OP champions are still out. So we have Olaf, we have Dr. Mundo, we have Shyvana. They're all available. Renekton is available
Renekton's
as well.
Still there.
So
I'm sure we'll see a Renekton.
I'm pretty surprised it's not like a contested pick. I would think that they would straight out pick an Olaf, but no, they are actually locking in the Caitlyn for the first pick along with the Elise. I am surprised. They were hovering over Janna because if you've not watched DETFM's Ma, he's been playing a lot of Janna.
He plays a lot of Janna.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised to see if Janna comes out for him later. I'm not sure it's going to be a very good pick against the Thresh.
Yeah.
But, Janna is a very legit pick.
We'll have to see. Like, Sid looked okay on Elise last game. I wouldn't say he was fantastic, but he played well. He played consistent. Died 1 or 2 times when he shouldn't have. But it's obviously a champion that he's really comfortable with. And then Caitlyn, which is probably going to go to Udiproid. Very not like the anti-Vayne champion here. Unless they're going to throw us a big curveball and send Udiproid somewhere else, which would be really fun too.
Right, and on the other side we have Ziggs and Ezreal, so we're going to see the same Ziggs again, right?
Yeah,
it's not
it'll be
too
Alley Cats on
crazy.
Ziggs and see Ezreal in the
Ziggs
bot lane with Thresh.
is a very good pick. He's such a lane bully. He's going to bully you out of lane. He's going to have so much CS over you. He's going to fast push this lane, so Ziggs is a very good pick. And on the other side,
Goken just flashed Syndra and then went to Zed.
I was just saying we might see a Zed, and we might.
Back to Syndra.
I want to see a Syndra. Yeah, I mean, with the meta going on now, you always want to see a Syndra instead of a Zed. But Zed is always very good. One of the most legit Zed players we know is none other than the Burger King himself, Bjergsen. He has one of the most beautiful Zed plays. You can see him on stream, even on the LCS. And no!
Come on,
Goken
do it! Do it, Goken!
Goken is trolling us right now. He's just switched over and over again, and he might just lock this in. We have 10
let's do
seconds
Syndra.
left.
Let's play Syndra, Goken. Your Kale's gone.
You have 10 seconds left on the counter. He's not locking in right now, but the Janna has been locked in like we said before.
Da-da-da-dun.
And it might be a... Yes,
There
it's
it
going
is.
to be a Syndra pick. And obviously Ma is going to be on that Janna, which he loves so much, been playing so much. And on the other side, like I just said, it will be that Dr. Mundo. Although it's not been locked in yet, I am very interested to see how they're going to place Dr. Mundo. So it's going to be a top Dr. Mundo because Olaf is being hovered along as well.
Right.
So Olaf is definitely going to be in the jungle because you don't put an Olaf up top if you have the chance to put him in the jungle as of right now. And so Mundo is going to bully whoever is going to be out of lane. It really depends. If it's going to be a Renekton, it's going to be just a bashing 1v1. Really boring, really standard. Too much HP going on up there. We're just going to see if they are going to lock in this Mundo or not. If they do, I'm really interested to see what DTFM has to say to that.
It'll be interesting. I think Promise is going to have to show me something a little bit more than last game. I mean, we know Mundo is a really strong champion. I wasn't necessarily impressed with how he played it last game, and it was just maybe had a lot to do with the opposition he was facing. It was Renekton up there, was able to really bully him out of lane. So, yeah, we're getting in here. It's going to be the last pickup here for Detonation FM.
We're just going to make sure if
trying
we
to
can
find
see
Rapid back. Yeah.
Rapid, can you hear us?
Okay, I think it's better. Apparently it was cutting out there for a while, but looks like it's good to go for now.
All right. Welcome back, Rapid. I don't know if you're able to see what we are seeing. They're taking their time with their picks, so hopefully the delay has caught up.
Yeah, everything's good to go there. Just had a few technical difficulties, but yeah, it's going to be what could be the last game of the night if Detonation focus me.
Yeah.
Managed to close things out.
I'm really excited. We might see the first Shyvana we have all day. So I've been talking about Shyvana all day. I really want to see the Shyvana play, and it has been locked in. I'm really excited. It's going to be Ma on Janna as well. It's not been a very contested pick. It's not been a very contested support pick at all. But Ma loves his Janna, and so he might be really comfortable on that. And I'm really excited to see the Shyvana pick. It's going to be the the Dr. Mundo against the Shyvana. It's going to be just a bashing thing all day long, but Shyvana will outscale Mundo in the late game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that lane plays out. We do, I think, finally have our switches around. Detonation FM, you never know who's going to play what champion. You never know where they're going to play each champion, but it looks like it will be Sid on that Elise in the jungle as well. Not a whole lot, different champions. This could be very well the same old story for Detonation FM.
Yeah,
though,
and I like Alley Cats on Ziggs and Goken on Syndra because Ziggs is such a huge lane bully. He will bully out of lane. He's gonna push the lane really fast. He's just a huge lane bully. I don't know how that's gonna happen, and it's gonna be a fight between him and Syndra. Can you talk to me a little bit about that matchup in mid lane, Rapid?
Ziggs is famous for being able to draw games out an incredibly long amount of time.
Yeah.
Whether just because he can wave clear not just one, but sometimes two lanes at the same time, either by running between the different lanes or just using his ultimate now that it does so much damage to minions. So Ziggs doesn't even have to fight against enemy champions. He just has to wave clear. And so it's going to be up to Detonation Focus Me to be able to pull together a team that can run between the lanes and actually contest these objectives before Ziggs can just keep the game going as long as humanly possible. So I like the team comp that Detonation Focus Me have. The Janna is a little bit questionable, but it is one of Ma's best champions, so I believe for the bottom lane.
Yeah, we don't see Janna a lot, and it's definitely not one of the hot support players. I'm still a little bit meh on it, especially when he can't really play Annie very well. He has tried to play Annie, but not with very spectacular results. So I'm excited to see what his Janna play is, because he's been talking about it on his own stream, that he has been complimented a lot on solo queue on his Janna play. So I'm really excited to see how he would bring a a good Janna play with this, especially when he's going to be playing with Uniport on Caitlyn.
Yeah, I do like that combo. If you're going to put Janna with anybody, Caitlyn's a good person to do it with. You put the shield on for the extra damage, and you're going to be able to kind of put free damage out with all that range. It is Ezreal, so you do want to avoid his Qs, but nobody is immune to Caitlyn auto attacks. So with that little extra damage from the shield too, it's going to be annoying, especially for Thresh, who doesn't really have a good ranged attack. It's what, I think 475 on
Yeah,
his
it's not too much, but but Thresh's presence is very intimidating. He has such a good kit, especially with level 1. You're going to take Flay. You're going to level 2. It's going to be a little bit harsh on Caitlyn and Janna. But then again, Janna has so much protection for Caitlyn. You know, she has a shield. She has her Monsoon. It's going to be really exciting, I think, bot lane. Especially, you know, you're going to play with Udiproid.
Well, yeah.
So we're gonna once again make the whole focus here. It's going to be on bot lane. We're going to see how Udiproid plays.
It's speedy Udiproid as well. So last time Vayne, you take the cleanse. You want to be able to get out of everything. This time, it's Ghost Flash. Looks like it's what Udiproid's got going on here. So kind of nice because with Caitlyn, your only gap closer is the net, which is arguably not the most reliable escape tool in the game. Although, then again, I say escape tool with what we just saw from Udiproid. it very well could be Udiproid's engage tool. So.
Yeah. So let's go through that. What do we think of this game? Rapid.
Well, as far as what I think of this game, I think it's looking good as far as comfort picks are concerned for Detonation Focus Me. I know that Caitlyn especially, we saw how strong Caitlyn was in the first game. Just really giving Udiproid a hard time for the most of the early game, but now it's on Udiproid there. He has the early game strength. It's going to go up against an Ezreal, so I mean there are a lot of long range poke abilities for both champions, but I really want to say it's going to be on that mid lane matchup again. Gouken, this is the first non-Kale mid lane we've seen out of this entire playoffs. So I just want to see what a champion that's not Kale does in that mid lane.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this mid lane matchup for sure. I mean, Ziggs is a very popular pick, but then Syndra, you have Bjergsen that's been playing beautiful Syndra plays as well. But we are gonna go into game, and I'm gonna take a step back and look at the chat for a bit while I leave the casting to the two beautiful men, Corey Swanson and the not present but online with us, Rapid Casting. I'll see you guys after the game, and we're gonna talk about how the game went. So, but we didn't play the game first, so I'm gonna leave it to you guys while we head into a.
All right, yeah, we just do have a pause here. Detonation FM. They need to work on their computers every single time.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and get out of here, but hopefully they'll be back in not too long. But this gives us time to introduce everybody watching. If you're new, if you don't know what's happening, then thanks for watching anyway. This is the JCG. It's Japan Competitive Gaming, I believe.
Yes.
If I'm getting my acronyms correct. This is the championships. We're here in the semifinals, second semifinals of the day. Winner of this best of 3 goes on to face a team that I wouldn't have predicted, but still is completely deserving of their position in the grand finals. It's Rascal Jester after taking out Ozone Rampage in our first best of 3 of the night.
Yeah, so that will be very exciting. Either one of these teams should be very exciting to see play tomorrow. And in addition to that championship, we do have the third place game. So all of the teams you saw today, or if you're just joining us, all of the teams you're going to see right now will be on display again tomorrow. Wow, that sounds kind of like a voyeur type of thing to say, but you can check them out tomorrow here as well. We'll be doing the Grand Championship and the third place game. I believe, Rapid, you will be joining us again. I hope.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. I threw that out there. But in any case, we will be here. It will be a fantastic time, and Rapid will be a bonus on top. We'll see what happens with that. There's a lot going on. Maybe you're checking out OGN right now. These days, everybody's got big monitors. Feel free to maybe put them both up. You can look at Korea League of Legends. You can watch Japan League of Legends. You know, I don't want to advocate muting myself in Rapid, but you can take your pick, or you can listen to both and really get some intense League of Legends going on in your evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time of day it happens to be. So we're still waiting for Detonation FM to get back in the game here. I think they are starting to reconnect here. And yeah, as we get that ready to go, I'm just going to take a look here at the teams. Is there anything you see that really stands out? I mean, we talked about it a little bit, that mid lane. I'll be very, very interested to see what happens there. I want to see, you know, was Kale Goken? I haven't seen a lot of Goken, to be honest. So it'll be interesting to see if that Kale was really his main go-to champion, or if that was what he wanted. And now we're just going to see a super awesome Syndra as well. So.
All right. So we're going to get this game underway. Everybody's going to be coming into the game, going out of the game. Apparently, it was Udiproid that was having a little bit of a rough time with the connections, and now it's kind of spread to the rest of the team. So I could read the Japanese in chat, but it would probably not be... I probably wouldn't be doing justice to the language. So for right now, we're just going to say people are reconnecting, disconnecting, just trying to get all of Detonation Focus Me back into the game.
All right, so yeah, we mentioned it earlier. We'll check it real quick here, but those of you who missed it earlier, it was Ozone Rampage and Rascal Jester playing in our first semifinal game earlier today in a best-of-3 series, and in the end, after a very, very ridiculous, crazy, amazing game, Rascal Jester managed to come out on top of that, and we'll be playing in the finals tomorrow. And now we do have Detonation FM and the always fun Vec playing in our semifinal game number 2. Looks like we might actually have to remake the game.
Right, so we're going to be hosting the game. Sorry, I'm very unprepared for this. I took out my mic and I'm like, you know, we're going to go into game.
Oh, no.
But we rehosted the game because apparently DETFM has all dropped out of the server. You know, it's we can't do a lot of things about the server issues, especially when we're in Japan and we don't have our own servers yet. So,
Soon.
Riot, please!
Soon.
Yeah, so we're just going to make sure we're going to get the game right now. So we have gone to the ban and pick phase again. So we're just going to let that run through while we start up the... it's been a long day. The game again.
All right, so yeah, like you said, it's going to be a little bit of time to get back into the game, but we're actually going to have the same picks and bans as we did in the previous game. Just have to remake on a different server, and hopefully this will make it a little bit easier for Detonation FM to connect.
Yeah. And I know it's really late for you now. Can you tell us what time is it for you over in the
It's about 3 a.m. right now, but you know what? I'm still feeling good. I got one more game left in me before I completely pass out, so it's nice to be able to spend some time with you guys and with everybody watching. So thank you so much for tuning in, and thanks for both of you guys for just being troopers all season long, all the way up here until the until the semifinals. It's nice to have some company.
Such heartwarming messages. That's really nice. And
no,
I can't wait to see, you know, you again, Rapid, because the first time we met was in IEM Singapore, and that was a fantastic time we had. You know, CJ Frost was there, DETFM was there, tons and tons of, you know, teams were there. So I'm really excited to, you know, one day get to see you again in one of the offline events, you know, in and around Asia, or even in America again.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting that you mentioned the teams that were at Singapore. We just had that show match yesterday between Detonation Focus Me and CJ Antis Frost. But interestingly enough, that's not the first tournament that both of those teams have been at. They were both at IEM Singapore, which is kind of interesting to me. I didn't realize that they had both been at the same tournament before. And while they didn't play there, it's nice to see both of those teams getting around, and, well, at least one of them here in today's matchup, as Detonation Focus Me look to close out their series against Team Vec.
Yeah, and I you know what? I actually think they might be able to close this out. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced with the Janna pick for sure. But if Ma can, you know, really show us what he can do with a Janna, I do like the team composition that's coming out from DETFM. I know some of you might like Vex's the team composition, you know, with that Olaf, with that Dr. Mundo, with a Thresh, and an Ezreal coming in, of course, with the Ziggs coming out, with so much CC coming out from there. But you have Caitlyn on Uniport on Caitlyn. You have Syndra coming out. You have a Syndra and an Elise. So I'm actually really tilting towards DETFM. I don't know what you guys think. What do you guys think?
I mean, at this point, I don't know. I don't know if it really matters who I don't want to sound terrible, but like I don't know how much it matters who Detonation FM picks, and they have a lot of, comfort picks. Sidon is Elise. Udiproid loves to play Caitlyn. Ma knows how to play Janna. So, regardless of what Vec is going to do here, I'd have to give it probably over to Det FM. We'll have to see. What about you, Mr. Rapid?
Well, there's a couple of different ways you can look at this. One, you can say, Det FM is one of the strongest teams in Japan, so theoretically they should be the favorites. But I feel like you just have to keep in mind the first game that we saw of the night. It was a first series we saw of the night, best of 3, and it wound up going all 3 games with the underdogs able to bring it back. So we've seen this best of 3 start the exact same way, and Detonation Focus Me, they're up a game, but they actually have to close out their series by winning one more.
They do have to. I mean, I want to see Vex really take one home, but I don't know if they can really counter what Udaport brings as a solo skilled player, because he's very highly skilled and he's on the AD carry. If he can really extend the lead that he has, there's no way of stopping him, especially when on Caitlyn you have such long range. Early game you can bully the opposition out, and if he can steamroll that into mid game or even after the first dragon into the first turret, it might be a little bit hard for Vex to come back with an answer for them.
Yeah, like I think as League of Legends fans, you always want to see series go to the end of the series. Like in a best of 3, you want to see 3 games, but I don't know if Vec has the ability to do that. But as Rapid said, never count anybody out. This is League of Legends, and the fun thing about League of Legends here in Japan is we are still growing, which means anything can happen. Anything can happen in any league, but especially here, there's all sorts of crazy. So
yeah, I mean, when I heard from Riot about how many Japanese players there, I was really surprised. It's a lot more than what I originally think, and Japan has the highest consumer rate when it comes to buying on League of Legends. So the Japanese players are very passionate about League of Legends. When they play, they're very passionate. They buy a lot of skins. They get a lot of RP out of Japan. So when a server hits, I'm really excited to see how the scene will grow, because we don't have our own servers yet. And so it's just a growing scene. I'm very excited to see how we will grow as a scene together with the young players, the new players, as well as the oldies, the ones who's been here for a little while, from season 1 or from beta. So, it's been a long time. We have waited for our service for a while now. But enough of that talk. While we go into game 2, I'm gonna be watching the stream with you guys. I won't be casting, so I'll leave the casting to Corey Swanson and Mr. Rapid Casting. All right, boys.
Well, we're paused again, so we're gonna make sure everything is working well here as well. So we're gonna make sure like I said, he's just carrying so hard. He's probably carrying his computer as well, and making sure it gets through as well. So as we go into that, talking about the Japan server, which we don't know when is gonna hit. I know that's something I've been talking to some of my friends who are Japanese League of Legends players. A lot of them are really excited to play with sub 100 ping. Because we are playing on the NA server currently. Ping can range anywhere from 120 on a good day to 180, and even going on top of that when you're having a really bad day. So it's something the players adapt to, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them improve. Obviously, ping is not the end-all be-all of your League of Legends ability, but it does feel nice when your Lee Sin kicks go a little faster, and when you can hit your skill shots instead of actually... I played on the Korean server this week a couple times, and I'm so used to playing with 120 ping now that I actually would miss things early. So that'll be something to get used to as well, but I think everybody here is really looking forward to getting that Japan server up and running. And then we can play our championships on the Japan server as well, and we won't have this, these problems sending our data to Reed and Company in North America and having it come back in a timely fashion. So
Well, I'm really excited. I can't wait to see the Japanese League of Legends server start up here in not too long, but whenever it does make its way here, I'm going to be excited for that, and I know a lot of other people are too. No one more excited to see the Japanese servers come out than Unipon, whose client is apparently having some pretty rough issues right now.
So as we try and get that solved and focused away, actually, if we can just throw this over to you, Rapid, for a second. Rapid's been really Rapid's everywhere. Rapid loves League of Legends. Rapid loves to see League of Legends grow. So you can check him out. You can find his Twitter in the chat. But what's Rapid up to this year? What's Rapid in esports doing?
Well, it just got done casting the North American Collegiate Championships qualifiers. Riot's putting a lot of focus onto the collegiate scene. It's been great to be a part of that. It's going to be broadcasting the next round of that here in about a month with NACL as the NACC, its North American Collegiate Championships, continue, and it's going to be a part of JCG in the meantime. I love casting. I love League of Legends, and I love just interacting with the people who love it as much as I do. And so that's probably the biggest motivation behind it for me, is that I can do something that I love that a lot of other people love too. So thanks so much for you guys coming out and watching tonight. I know there's a lot out there, but it's really, really great to have so many people watching and just to have so much support behind what is a very, very young scene in Japan. They've already gotten, Japan is a big sort of pro gaming country as well, just in not necessarily in the PC gaming sense. So it's taken a little bit longer for League of Legends to sort of take off, but man, I'm so excited to see not only competitive tournaments like this happen, but also, once it's the Japan servers come out, how awesome that is going to be. And so it's nice to get a little bit of a head start and get involved in JCG.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate it. It's always good to have Rapid here. This is, I think, the second time we've had him, and, it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Why am I talking like you're not here?
A summoner has
I mean, you aren't here, but it's always a pleasure to have you here, Rapid, and it's a lot of fun. Your passion shines through, and it is really great to hear that. So I don't know if Udiproid's connected, reconnected. He's doing all sorts of things. We're making sure that's all sorted out as well. You make sure you don't forget to sleep, Mr. Rapid, throwing so much of your energy into esports. We just talked about this as well, but it's creeping into the wee hours of the morning there, and he's still here going strong. We're trying to keep our energy up here, and so I can't, we appreciate that you're here staying awake with us.
Well, hopefully all these players can not only stay awake, but stay in the game there. I think we're busily repairing Udiproid's client currently. I'm just interested in seeing how that's going, but I can't unfortunately read the chat because, of course, it's in Romanji. So that's going to be a little bit rough for me to translate on the fly.
You don't speak every language where League of Legends is played, Rapid?
I leave that up to Ferlin. She's got basically all of them down already, so if you ever need somebody to speak a language, that's probably a better place to go. I speak English. I speak I understand Spanish, but that's about as far as my my understanding goes. I'm a little bit farther away from the Asian side of the world, so I think I'll defer those languages off to people who know the culture a little bit better.
Not a bad idea. Next up, I think, if we're talking about Ferlin, like she's some sort of amazing person, because she is, she does speak Chinese, Japanese, English, is really instrumental in everything that JCG does here. So it's always good to have her along as well. I don't know when she's going to learn Korean, so she can keep us up to date with OGN 2. But then again, we all love Chobra, and so he's more than enough for the Korean scene as well. We're still it looks like we're having a lot of trouble with the client right now. Just trying to make sure everybody's connected. Obviously, you can't play League of Legends if you're not connected or in League of Legends. So we're just getting that all sorted out here. So it'll be interesting. In the meantime, I'm sure you've all been here. You know what's going on, but I think we're going to jump back really quick here at the JCG studio. So, you are tuned in. It's JCG. That's Japan Competitive Gaming. This is the Grand Championship. We're looking at semifinal number 2 today. So this is actually Detonation FM and VEC. They are going on to Game 2. Detonation FM actually picked up Game 1 in this series here today.
Yeah, so I'm back with you guys because there's a lot of problems. I think in Japanese, on the chat they've been talking, President Ma's been talking about how Unipon's car has been crashed and he can't even get into game, and Sid is also like having a lot of problems. And so a couple of things might happen. One, we might reschedule the game, which is going to be a little bit crazy since everybody's going to be in town tomorrow. So I'm really just hoping to see what happens today with all this. We're just waiting for updates from the guys in JCG as well as the Destination FM guys, because they are trying to catch the last train, the Shinkansen, or the bullet train in English, to Tokyo, because all of them are from different parts of Japan. One of them from Osaka, from like the north side, the south, the east, the west, and so they all have to come into Tokyo tonight and be here tomorrow. So it's getting a little bit late now. It's almost 6 p.m. here, so these guys have to prepare for tomorrow. And so if nothing works out today, if they can't get the game to play today, we might just do this tomorrow instead.
But all hope is not lost. We are working on it, just making sure that goes well. In the meantime, everything here is going great. I'm really enjoying everything we're doing here in studio. Big shout out maybe to our sponsors for JCG, which you can actually see on the wall behind us here. But we are using a lot of MSI Computers Japan, BenQ, and Razer products over here, and they're working out really well for us.
Yeah, we're actually both using Razer mouses. I'm using MSI keyboards and a BenQ monitor, which is actually one of my favorite monitors. It's not because it's sponsored, but I love the BenQ monitors. One of my good friends has always been like laughing at me for choosing other monitors, but now I've changed to BenQ and it's been awesome. So, yeah.
They're nice. So, and gotta shout out, but like really, it's good stuff. I actually do have BenQ monitors at home too, so. I play a lot of games, not a lot of League recently, but trying to keep up on everything. League is moving really fast these days. So many patches, Season 4 hitting, everybody's getting changed.
I'm just really excited about the Any patch, the Any buff. Well, she was nerfed and buffed at the same time. Because, the stun was, kind of nerfed in a way, right? It's now a increasing stun, so it's 1.25, 1.5, 1.75 seconds, but Tibbus has been just buffed up crazily. So I'm actually really surprised to not see either of the games actually picked up Any today. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. It's just a lot of like making sure everybody's okay getting into the game here, because there's so many logistics going on. I know, I actually saw in chat earlier, somebody was like, yeah, I know Corey, because he's always the guy trying to catch his last train. So for me, it's an hour home and it's 6 o'clock and we did things all day today, so I don't have to worry about trains, which is great. But even when you take a Shinkansen, which is the really super fast bullet train, it takes a couple hours and they don't run as late into the night as normal trains. So we have to make sure everybody gets here. And, if we keep getting all these delays and pushing it back and back and back and back, then we run the risk of players not being able to make it in for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And one of the big draws of having the Grand Championship is to support the League of Legends community here in Japan. And it's a chance to come and see the players for everybody who plays League in Japan, whether you're an English speaker or a Japanese speaker. And that's kind of what's great about League, is it doesn't matter where you're from.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what language you play it in. We're here in Japan, Japanese players playing on NA, playing in the English client, but you figure it out. You play League. I made some new friends this week. I said I was playing on the Korean server. I don't speak any Korean, but League of Legends is the same.
Yeah, so I have updates now. So what happens is DTFM is going to forfeit Game 2 because of technical issues that Udaport and Sit is facing right now. So we're going to forfeit game 2, but we're going to start game 3 in 20 minutes time. So I'm going to talk to Rapid on Skype a little bit, see if he can stick with us. If not, I will take over color casting for today, and Corey can do play-by-play if, you know, Rapid is too tired, because it's been a long day, and, you know, he's over at 3 a.m. there. You know, we don't want to push Rapid too hard because he's a superstar here.
Well, I
so-
think we all probably need a water break too.
Right, yes, of course.
So.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long night for me. It's been a full day, and now continuing on with the esports. Esports is always something I am up to be involved in, just because I love casting, and I've loved watching the games here tonight. We did get one game of this best of 3 taken down, so it is going to be tied up at 1-1 after this game gets thrown over the way to
Vec.
to Team Vex. So at least for the time being, it's I guess that's one way to tie up a series.
That's how you shut Unipode down.
Yeah, you'd be like, well, you carried too high, you know, so.
Take away his computer.
Froggen's DDoSing him right now. Be like, nope,
Oh, jeez.
you're carrying too hot, son. Yeah, so we're just going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes because, well, we need to give time for DTFM to kind of sort things out with their internet connection. We'll be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. Well, the game 2 will be given to Vec because the rule states that if you, well, in Japanese,
Yeah.
right? So if there's too much of a break, then we're gonna have to forfeit the first game. So we will be taking a break, 5 to 10 minutes break. We'll be right back with you guys. So we'll see you guys in just a bit, guys.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends is the law. There is no difference if you believe you're strong. She's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the beat. She'll never pull back, just whisper. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the beat. She'll never pull back, just whisper. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined?
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for waiting with us. I know everybody's kind of excited about OGN today, but we're gonna get into game. We're actually in the game lobby already. Uterpride has fixed his computer, and I think Froggen has decided not to troll with the DDoS anymore on his computer. So we
Wow,
are
you
just
shouldn't throw
about
fake accusations around like that.
We're just not going. We're not gonna wait anymore. So we're gonna go into ban and pick phase soon. Soon, Andreas. Not yet. Chill. Calm down. I'm sorry. It's 6 p.m. in Japan. I get really excited when the day gets later.
It's true, she does. But I think maybe for clarification, because I know you are like the rules mistress here, so maybe clarification for us and clarification for the viewers at home. The connection issues caused Detonation FM to forfeit game 2, so it's 1-1. And so we're going to do a whole brand new picks and bans phase.
So basically it's a BO1, right?
Right.
Basically it's come down to a BO1. Whoever wins this game goes to the finals tomorrow. We are into ban and pick phase. Let's just, go straight into that and see what happens with the ban and picks.
So we could
For
see Kale
the
again,
first
maybe.
And I know. I can't believe that the only game that they banned out Kale was the game that they forfeit.
Well, they might ban Kale again. We're doing picks and bans. There's an Elise actually banned out right away coming from Vec. So
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the rules are for this, because I'm actually not really updated from the guys in JCG about what the rules are for this. But we can see, right, with the ban and picks, if it's going to be the same picks and bans or it's going to be different.
yeah, we'll have to see. There's the Kazakh, so that has been universally banned by everyone every time. So, and he's getting toned down. We're going to see some, I think, or did he get toned down? I don't even remember. In any case, nobody wants to see Kazakhs, and there's a Thresh ban, actually.
Yeah, so maybe this is a different
Because
ban and
Vec
pick
was actually the
phase.
team that picked Thresh last time,
Right.
and now they've banned it, along with Yasuo.
is coming out. I'm pretty shocked that he's coming out the last ban, considering that he's always been like the first 2 bans coming out. And the last ban, I would say it will be a Gragas ban. Ah, there we go. It is a Gragas ban. First coming out is a Vi pick. So Vi was actually banned out in game 2. But, in this game, they're going to let him through. So, let her through, I'm sorry. And what I think DGFM is going to come up with Elise is banned out. So, we'll see what they're going to pick in. Are they going to pick the Caitlyn again?
Killvane.
Because Kale is not banned out.
So we'll have to see. Taking our time doing our picks, because this is not a remake of Game 2. This is Game 3, so everything changes. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. It looks like we might be seeing Gokin's Kale again. And it was scary in Game 1. It'll be just as scary probably in Game 2. And this is a locked-in Amumu. So we're not going to be seeing Elise because she's banned. And this is a pick you usually only ever see banned in bronze. So here comes Amumu.
All right, so I'm actually really excited because I feel like he's been almost viable for a very long time, but you really don't see a lot of him just because there's so many ways to counter him out early on. He tends to be a little bit weak, but man, once he gets going, team fights just start to really go in your favor. So I'm really excited. Detonation focused me like this is the last game of the day, no matter what. If you win this game, you go to the grand finals, and with a total prize pool of like 850,000 yen, there's a lot on the line here for both of these teams. And we already saw Ozone Rampage get knocked out, one of the teams that I would have expected to see in the finals here. So will we see 2 upsets in a row?
Yeah, and
That's
I
the
don't
question.
think this is going to be a support Amumu like we saw with Atwood Gambit Gaming in the EU LCS, which didn't work too well, but it will be a jungle, or maybe not. But we have the Ziggs and Lulu locked in. I have no idea what is with the Lulu today. If this has been what is historically with today's game, it might be Vex that win because Lulu has won every game that she's been in today. So I don't know what's happening today.
Well, again, it's that Lulu combo going along with Vi. You send Vi in the middle of a team with Assault and Battery, and by the time she gets there, you pop up the whole team, and it works really well together. And like with somebody like Ziggs, who can then throw his super bomb of destruction on top of it, we've only got 3 characters, and already we're starting to see a lot of synergy between them.
And
So-
tell you what, I'm actually really surprised I haven't seen Jinx today. What do you think
Yeah.
of this, Rapid?
The Jinx pick.
The Jinx
It's
pick,
actually
yeah.
really
Or
It's
no Jinx
interesting
pick
to
yet
me.
today. Yeah.
There's no Jinx
well,
today.
it-
What do you think about that?
Yeah, so this is going to be the first time for it. The interesting thing about Jinx is that she's really she's not very mobile. I mean, once she gets a kill, then sure she gets excited. That's a reset. So she's going to be able to be mobile at that point, but she does have a lot of CC, and that's something that not a lot of AD carries have. Usually they'll have like maybe a Caitlyn net backwards, or maybe like a Vayne condemn against the wall, and that's cool and everything. But for Jinx, she's got a very long range, very high damage, slow.
Yeah.
She also has those flame chompers, and even though they got nerfed just a little bit, it's exciting for me to see the combo abilities that you can put with that, especially when you think about early trades in lane, and then even towards like later game team fights to really control a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of Lucian coming out from Japan, but not a lot of Jinx. I'm actually really surprised because I remember Kreppel once said that Jinx is a disgusting champion to play against because she's so unfair. She has so much CC, she has so much range, and when she gets excited, she can just run away from a fight or start killing more people. And so I'm really surprised I haven't seen a single Jinx today. But the other picks have come out for Vec. It's going to be the Ezreal and the Dr. Mundo, which
Yeah.
is a pretty
Not
good
a lot
pick.
different there. I mean, that's basically their game 2, except they had Vi available, and so
Yeah,
they
not very different. I like the Mundo pick. I love the Vi pick. Once again, they're going to with a very safe AD carry, which is Ezreal. Ezreal is always a good backup plan. You know,
Right.
you can't really go too wrong with it, Ezreal. But on the other side, it's going to be the same guy for the same AD for either part, and that will be the Caitlyn pick. And they are going to go with that top lane Renekton.
Right, and so this is very, very similar. I mean, this is game 2, their picks, except instead of Kayle being banned, Elise was banned, so they bring in a Mumu, and then they're able to pick Kayle up again. So that's we're going to see Gouken on that Kayle again like we saw in game 1. Udiproid's going to be playing on Caitlyn as soon as they stop switching around their champions to troll us here. Once they do get their final roster set up.
Yeah, and we still have the same thing. Ma is going to play Janna against. Like in game 2, I'm really excited to see how Ma can really show us what he can do with a Janna. What do you think, Rapid?
It's here's the problem I have. Like Janna does a lot in team fights, but after being nerfed so many times, the biggest thing wasn't actually necessarily it didn't get slapped with like the nerf stamp. It was just sort of subtly hidden in there, is the scaling ability for not only her shield but the slow on her Zephyr as well. It's something that gets stronger. Sorry, I had to sneeze. It's something that okay, twice. But it's something that gets stronger the more ability power you have. So you actually have to build a lot of AP in order to get the same values that you used to have on all of her spells. So across the board, a lot weaker. But hey, if Ma thinks that this is the champion that Detonation Focus Me need to get into the grand finals, then I'm going to leave that play up to him and just be happy to cast the games.
Yeah. I was actually going to point one thing out that might be of interest. The team that Detonation and FM did really well with in game 1, and now Sid's Elise actually being banned out. Sid is not playing this game.
No.
So actually, the jungle in this game is actually going to be played by Annalise, who's another player for Detonation FM. I think it was just either a computer problem or a time problem.
Yeah, so they're going to use another
So they're going to
player.
bring in a new player, which is why we're seeing a completely different jungle. This is why
Yeah,
we're seeing
and
a Mumu. You don't see Sid playing a Mumu.
No, so one of Annalise's favorite champions is actually Vi, so it's going to be really interesting because he knows how Vi mechanics work, and so playing in a Mumu against a Vi is going to be good for him in the sense that he knows what the opposition can bring to this game. And I want to take a point with what you said about the scaling ability of Janna before. We are into the season 4 meta games, and so supports have a lot more money scaling ability to add on to what they can buy with aura items in season 3 and season 2. So it's really exciting to see how the bot lane will continue to change. Yes, there've been a lot of talks about how AD carries are going to die out, but so far in the EU LCS, the AD carries has been the one that's dominating everything. If you watch the EU LCS, you know how Fnatic's Reckless have been wrecking everybody.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to see Mount on Janna just because the fact that the supports have more ability to scale through the games now with all the money items, the GP 10 items or whatever that they can have with the game. So I'm really excited to see how, Mark can bring this to the game. Yes, with the nerfs though. So yeah.
Yeah. One thing, I mean, we keep talking about Detonation FM, but one thing I like about this Detonation FM team is you have Caitlyn, who's going to be doing damage from the back, and then you have Kayle, who with her ranged auto attacks is going to be able to do damage from a distance, and Amumu and Renekton are going to be a really, really strong, really, really tanky front line to get in and allow that damage to happen. On top of that, you still have a Janna for shields, and when things start to look really bad, the disengage or just the scattering of the opponent's team with her ultimate and the healing is going to be huge. So look for Detonation FM to do maybe really well, especially when they get into those fights. On the other side, we talked a little bit about the first 3 picks and some of the synergy between doing a Lulu ult with a Vi ult with a Ziggs ult, and then on top of that, you can have Mundo's going to go in there with Vi as well, just to be in the middle of things. And it's not a poor comp by any means. I'll be interested to see how they can play around this kind of front line protecting a ton of damage coming out of Detonation FM.
Yeah, I do like DETFM's composition a little bit more because of how Renekton and Amumu can really come together. Maybe MF would work, but now MF has, kind of lost her charm a little bit in Season 4 or late Season 3. So, Amumu can come in with the Curse of the Set Mummy. Renekton can just pop his dominance and run through the entire team if NLAs is able to catch out at least 3 to 4 members of VEC with the Curse of the Set Mummy. Caitlyn is going to really come in and just sweep out everyone as well. So I really like this DETFM's composition. But we are going to go into game in just a little bit. What is your call, Rapid? Before we even go into game, what do you think about how this game, the last game, is going to go?
I feel like Amumu and Janna accomplish exactly the opposite kind of things. Maybe you can push people into a good Amumu ult position. That's going to take some coordination. And while I'm not skeptical, I'm just saying that that's a little bit difficult to make happen well. So it's up to Detonation FM. If they play this right, I feel like their team comp does a ton of good stuff. But I don't know. Anything can happen here. It's the last game of the night, and like I said, the winner goes on to the grand finals tomorrow. So there is a lot on the line. And while Detonation Focus Me have been in this position a lot of times, I think that the experience is on their side, but they definitely have a hard uphill battle.
Yeah, but historically, both these teams have such strong numbers on both of their sides. TVM is actually historically an older team because of the team. All the team members have actually played since beta, and they've been playing as a team for a long time. Whereas I'm really sorry to say this, but DETFM's Ma has always been a weak link for DETFM, which is why he was swapped out from the jungling to being a support player, because the team and a lot of people has been criticizing on how much he doesn't really give enough as a jungler, and now moved on to a support position. But in Season 4 with the meta now, the game has changed so much that the support play is so important as well. But we are going into game finally. I'm going to leave this to the beautiful guys, Mr. Corey Swanson, and here online with us, Mr. Rapid Casting. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Good luck. Have fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go. This is JCG, Japan Competitive Gaming Grand Championship semifinal number 2. It's VEC. They're going to be on the blue side facing off against Detonation FM on the red side on your screen. This is game 3. You might be saying, hey, wait a minute, I didn't see any game 2. Well, you would be right there as well, because there was no game 2. Connection problems caused that match to actually be a forfeit. And we are going to see a little bit of action as the invade comes out here from Vec.
All right, so starting things off, the surprising thing for me is, there's Guerrera actually taken down to half hit points. Don't think there's going to be anything coming off of that, but he's going back there in the bush. This is not what we've seen out of either one of those first two games. It was very, very passive, both teams just lining up around the mid lane, but this time around is actually a little bit of a deep invade here. It'll be interesting to see if Vec actually want to stay here in the jungle and go for that buff steal, because they already know that Amumu is a weak early jungler, so they're trying to exploit it.
Yeah, so they've got wards deep into Detonation FM's jungle, and it actually looks like Detonation FM is coming around to maybe take the red of Vec, so we might see a buff trade here. However, Ziggs and Ezreal, and possibly Lulu as well, are going to go take a look at that.
So here we see the starts for both junglers. And Bozen was trying to get in there and maybe prevent this steal, but Analyse will go ahead and take down his red buff. Does want to hit level 2. Will do so and back out successfully. Last little minion there being cleared away by Real Silva. And with the red buff for both junglers, it's I don't know, pretty even across the board. Now they're both going to go over and do their blue buffs, so maybe a little bit better for Vi because she functions better with red buff, whereas Amumu needs that extra mana, so he functions better with blue. So, I don't know. It's a little bit semantics. Either way, pretty even start to the game.
So actually in this bot lane, I don't know if it's our connection or if Vec is actually having connection issues. Looks like Ezreal might be having a bit of a problem here, as a lot of damage is going on to him from Udipoid, but actually a lot of damage is just not appearing on him at all. So I don't know what exactly is going on here, but the players are going to continue to play on as they maybe try and figure this one out. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm not sure, Rapid.
Yeah, bottom lane, I'm a little bit skeptical. I think like the early level 2 is really good for Udiproid mod. They're actually zoning Real Silva and Bozen off of even getting this experience. Now they're going to hit level 2 right now underneath the turret, and that's going to be really, really big for them. But mid lane is where the action's at. Its first blood is Analyze. He's going to land one combo there, but top lane flash out from Guerrera. Man, that guy got out of there in a hurry. So he doesn't want to give up second blood, but either way, great gank. And Amumu with the early kill pressure. Not something you see all that often, but Analyze and Goken really making it work.
Yeah, that was just a really good job. That's not something you really expect. But when you do hit that level 4 as a jungle Amumu, and you don't usually put your point until your bandage cross at level 4, but then you do want to look for that gank, and that was perfectly played. They took Ziggs down, and again, we saw Goken's Kale in game 1. The kill actually did go to Amumu, so we don't have to worry about Kale so much, but they're setting the pace for that mid lane again, and if Goken's Kale gets going, you know, I think it's going to be really hard for Detonation FM to lose this game.
All right, so a couple things to watch out for. Mid lane, you don't want Ziggs to get dumpstered by Kale, because Kale does something very, very well, and that's block a lot of burst damage and wave clear. If she gets ahead, there's not a lot that Ziggs is going to be able to do about it other than just clear minion waves. And while that's, I guess, like an okay thing for Ziggs to do, I feel like giving Kale a strong start to the lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to try to start this off Koken down below half health.
Yeah, so in the bot lane, actually, both AD carries are going pretty low here. But Detonation FM looks like they've pushed it for the early advantage. They've hit level 4. And they're just putting wards in the river to keep everybody safe.
Okay, so you can see Vi camping that middle lane. Almost went in there again, but decided against it. That's a little bit rough, but at the same time, you got to put some pressure on where it's going to be most effective. So as Analyze continues to farm up his jungle leads, not quite to level 6 just yet, but he will probably just be staying in that jungle to farm things up, trying to hit that level 6 bottom lane. Though Udiproid, they're going to get ignited. Ryosova is going to take one more auto attack. Oh my! The arcane shift in from Bonzid and the Mystic shot to pick up the kill onto Udiproid. How he aimed that so carefully. extremely well played, and that's 1 for 1 with a nice kill on Udiproid. Detonation FM, man, they're starting to feel some pressure.
Yeah, I was just about to mention how Caitlyn, of course, with her auto attack ranges, was doing a really good job of out farming Ezreal early. It was about 33 to 23 before that exchange happened, and then actually Udipone lined up the Piltover Peacemaker, missed it, which meant he was standing there to take a lot of damage, and it was a beautiful play by Vec to just capitalize and pick up that kill.
All right, so for right now, a little bit of a rough time for the bottom lane, but mid lane, it's right on track. And you can see Analyze, he's walking through some wards, so he is going to get scouted out relatively easily, but he's almost there to that level 6, just needs one more minion camp, and probably we'll see him. He leached XP from the Wraith camp, but he's going to give that over to Goken, see if he can look for maybe a white to take down. Kind of walking in circles for now.
Really nice dodge in the top lane out of Gorilla. He avoids the Vi Q and then slices and dices away. No problems on the gank there as well. So, yeah, you're talking about Astorore looking all around the map, trying to find those opportunities to pick up in the gank, the kill. So far, nothing going for Vec in those lanes. It's all been the laners and their abilities. It was all Ezreal when they were down in the bot lane. Meanwhile, looks like there was actually a bit of Janna roam there, and is that a Mumu stealing the red again?
He's got a timer on it. You don't often really expect to be counter jungled by a Mumu, but there you go, right on time. A ward just a little bit too little too late, and Analyze with second red buff stolen away.
And like we were saying, Japan League of Legends, you get a little bit of everything. This is, yeah, when you get your red buff stolen by a Mumu twice.
Sorry.
What?
Yeah, it's counter jungle Amumu, man. It's the next level of competitive play.
Right, you can kind of give away the first one.
I didn't expect it, but I didn't really expect the Amumu pick either.
Meanwhile, it looks like everybody's just playing up their lanes fairly well. Top, again, is turning into Farm Fest, where nobody dies, everybody wins, and everybody gets a little bit of farm. In the mid lane, Kale's doing a pretty good, I think, job of pressing her advantage after that early kill. And in the bot lane, Udipone just taking advantage of his range to keep the farm up. I don't know. I like, I guess I can say that because we've seen a successful gank, but I like what we've seen out of Amumu so far over Vi. And both of these junglers obviously are kind of level 6 powerhouses, but Amumu's actually having an impact before level 6, which is something I really like out of Detonation FM.
Okay, so Analyze is going to get his, 1, 2, 3, this is 4th buff of the game. He didn't take the blue, he obviously gave that one over to Goken, but it'll be interesting to see how Goken wants to trade this out against Alley Cats, because if you just let Ziggs wave clear, he's going to be able to come back. So with that early advantage, you can see Goken's going for that Stinger first, and I like that choice. It's what Overpow did when he played Kayle in the EU LCS. He's going for Stinger and then the Lich Bane after. We'll have to see if he completes that Nashor's Tooth, or if he does want a little bit more of that burst damage from Lich Bane.
All right, you can actually see both teams have junglers heading into the bot lane. This could end up either way. Let's see what happens.
It does look like it's going to be a pretty strong engagement. There's nice giant growth there. Udiproid's still very, very low. Does look like he's going to pop that Ghost and Ghost away from this. Ma's going to go down. Now Analyze could fall as well, and this is going to be a horrible JCG. Grand Finals tomorrow. One team's going to be there, and it's not looking like Detonation has a strong enough early game to make it. Could this be yet another upset, Corey? We've seen one so far. Can Vex make it two?
Yeah, we'll have to see. And that was, again, I was talking about how I really liked what Amumu was doing, and that was what Amumu was not doing, and that was doing a successful gank, because finally we did get to see that impact. Vi was there for the successful counter, both junglers at level 6, and with the bot lane of Detonation FM unable to capitalize on that Curse of the Sad Mummy, it allowed Vi to come in, hit Udipone with Assault and Battery, and they cleaned up with 2 kills on that. I mean, yeah, we saw Detonation FM bot lane kind of fall behind last game too, but Caitlyn is not quite as late game as Vayne, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Oh, mid lane battle. Goken versus Alley Cats. There's Analyze as well. But once again, Astoror. I keep mispronouncing these names, and I do apologize for that. But yeah, Astoror right there on time. Analyze will clear out a little bit of a vision board. But once again, I don't know how this vision works, but that the blue ward just barely out of range of that pink vision ward.
Yeah, we've had that several times today. I don't if we're just on the edge of the vision radius or what the problem is, but
it's actually within the vision radius. It's like the vision radius. I can hover over the ward and see it. It's inside the radius. It's just extra invisible, I guess.
All right. Well, you know, they said they were changing wards in Season 4, and sure enough, wards behaving as they please as we take a look down in this bot lane. Yeah, I don't know. Like we talked about, Udiproid is the guy you want to see get going. So far, Beck Bond's been doing a pretty good job of staying even. He's got 2 kills and an assist to Udiproid's 0-1-0 start. So things are really looking good for Ezreal right now.
And you know, it's a little bit rough there for that bottom lane, but at the same time, it's a BF sword. So going for a Bloodthirster first instead of that Trinity Force means there's a much earlier power spike for Udiproid because he already has that big ticket 80 carry item. So if you just look straight away at the stats, you can see Udiproid is up at 152 attack damage, whereas Bozen's at 120. So straight up auto attack trades are going to go to Udiproid as long as he can block some of those mystic shots with minions and try to out-trade Bonzen for now.
Right, so it comes a lot down, like we talked about at the start of the match, like what does Janna bring to that lane? Like, Janna's got to use her shield to keep those mystic shots off and use it to apply that damage, and right now, she just doesn't have the AP to really be effective down there. And wow, that's Goken going pretty hard in the mid lane there again. No kills picked up, and it looks like we might have some action in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's Mega Inferno Bomb went out to just clear out the wave there. Analyze's bottom lane, so anytime I see Analyze somewhere, I'm going to wait for that Vi counter gank. This is the first of her own red buffs that Astoror has gotten the entire game, so she's pretty happy to have that, and after that failed gank down in bottom lane, Analyze is definitely going to have to stop with the counter jungling, so I'll have to see if that's enough.
Right. Meanwhile, everything else pretty quiet. You know, we've had a few action spots here and there with the gank, the counter gank, but after that, we are playing pretty much your basic game of League of Legends, at least if you want to call it that. Giving your buffs to the mid laner, getting your farm, and looks like actually bot lane for Detonation FM is going to go back. And how much gold does he have? 900. So he looks like he might grab a pickaxe. No, he actually is able to finish the Bloodthirster there. So it's only a, what, 600 combined cost? And that's going to be, you're right, a huge spike as Ezreal only has 2 components. And as I'm talking, here is Goken destroying a turret.
All right, so Astoror is back up the top lane, not going to get the knock up there. And there's actually a flash after double trinket wards being placed into that bush. So the second time Guerrera's had the flash and just so much pressure from Vi coming out across the map. And Goken's actually going to do the overpower build where you go for Stinger and then start your Lich Bane. So I really like the power spike that this gives Kale. I think it's a great way to go, but is this really enough? Now, once again, NASCAR gang back up to the top lane, just running around in the circles. You take one trip to lane, you blow the flash, take a second one, looking to pick up a kill. Guerrera there just could go down there underneath his turret. There drops the ignite there. Analyze just not there in time. Actually, he is. Does get that kill on a Dr. Mundo. Astoror now gonna go down there. All it's gonna take is one more auto attack, and there's double buffs over to Goken.
All right, so that was a 2-for-1 trade, and like you said, the double buffs going over to your mid laner. Detonation FM is going to be happy with that exchange. Really good job rotating up, and here we go in the bot lane.
Bottom lane is going to be, you can see the Janna ultimate attempting to disengage, but Udiproid just a little bit too far up there. Now Ma's going to try to get in there. Yeah, I think Udiproid was having a few connection issues, which may have contributed. There's the flash over the wall. Ma will escape with his life.
All right, so yeah, like you said, it might have been just a connection issue that happened down there, but we're going to take a quick break, make sure everybody does have a connection to the game as we make sure that is okay. We got a nice screen here. It's, you know, Gokin going for the kill on Alley Cats. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Does Alley Cats make it out alive?
A summoner has reconnected.
Oh, man.
All right, well, everybody's back in the game. Looks like we are ready and willing to go. 3, 2, 1, and
Go.
check it out mid lane.
All right, well, for those of you who said yes, he dies, congratulations. You were
yeah, that
correct.
was somewhat one-sided. And yeah, Ziggs in that straight-up 1v1 matchup does not win versus Kale. You heard it here first, and while that bottom lane may be off to a little bit of a rough start, it's nice to see Goken's Kale really starting off well.
So if we take a look at the gold totals, nothing real exciting right now. Looks like they might be rotating for that first dragon as Vi does clear out the river. However, Detonation FM pretty close, so we'll have to see if they do want to start this. I would advise against.
You know, I'm going to have to agree with that. The flash countered out by a nice bandage toss. Annalise actually does have a red buff and is going to continue to slow out Rosilva, but he's way overextended. Knows he has a team in his back, so will this actually be a good enough? Uniproid comes over the Dragon Wall. Bonza's going to come in there trying to get enough damage down, but Uniproid actually way overextended. Asteror is going to be able to go down too, and now with Goken very, very far up there. No mana though on Bonza, and is this bouncing bomb going to be enough? It's dodged away from Goken, just trying to get away. The minions are going to kill it, but there's the final ultimate as Alley Cats gets in there for some revenge.
So yeah, Detonation, I don't know if it was just the connection issues and they've unnerved the team, but you know, playing with a new player, you know, at a moment's notice, and now things are starting to look pretty good for Vec. Like we say, the game is not over by any means. Gold is pretty close as well. But Vec is playing a lot better this game when you look at them compared to the first game, and they are going to pick up that dragon as well.
Okay, so Dragon going in there, but a few big things are about to happen. You notice that Annalise is actually ridiculously far ahead on CS. He's up like 30 CS, maybe 25 CS over Asteror, and that's great and everything, but Asteror's got those 4 assists in there. He's been killing everyone around the map, or assisting in killing everyone around the map. And so that's actually a pretty big deal, because while you don't see a whole lot of strength individually on Vi, she's been helping the rest of her team get strong, especially that bottom lane, a combined 5-0 versus a combined 0-4.
Right. And so that's exactly what Vec has to do if they're going to win this game. Is we talked about it first game. We'll keep talking about it, because you need to put Udapone down as we get a dive here in the top lane. No, they're going to walk away. Not worth it.
Mid lane, there's the flash out from Alley Cats as Goken's putting on a ton of pressure there with that Kale. So I'm actually really excited to see what he can do. Guerrera has finally learned that, you know, finally figured out how to avoid the 2v1 gank there. And so I'm actually really excited. Now, Guerrera is actually going to go in on to Promes, but all right, that was a little bit of extra aggression, just trying to keep his dominance there in the lane. Arcane Shift forced out there by Annalise, and with bottom turret going down, it's the turret advantage for Detonation Focus Me.
All right, so Detonation doing a pretty good job of pushing in that bottom wave. They have managed to take 2 turrets to the 1 for Vec, and trying to continue that push, but they will look to back away as it looked to end up being a 4v4 in that bot lane. Everybody's just going to kind of walk away as we're making sure everybody has their items, their connections. We might be still having a few troubles with that, but the players are going to continue on as we take a look at this. Here's Ma actually roaming around the map now that the bot lane is down. We'll have to see if he can do anything. I'm really looking forward. I'd like to see Ma make something happen with this Janna pick, because if he doesn't, I'm going to start wondering why he was picked up in the first place. But they are coming around behind Mundo here.
Oh, Dr. Mundo. Promes is pretty dead right now. Annalise is going to get in there. It's all about how much they want to share this gold. Wants to get Promes in there, and yet there's Goken over the wall. Dr. Mundo's like, wait, where did that damage come from? I'm not sure. Blue buff does go over to Alley Cats. A little bit of a failed curse of the sad mummy, and Actually, is they gonna try to turn around on this? I don't know about that one, but still, a big power play there made by Detonation Focus Me. They just don't really get all that much off of it. Bottom lane as well. Now Uniproid's gonna try for this outplay underneath the turret. Hits the net on a Bonza, but can't slow him underneath the turret. 2v1 turret dive works out in favor of Vex.
All right, so yeah, we're seeing a completely different game here. No Udapone on Vayne, and a lot more aggression coming out of Vec. It's interesting to say, it does sound like Udapone is having a connection problem. I don't know how much of a problem that is, but that is part of League of Legends. You got to come ready to play, you know, and Vec is taking advantage of that right now. They're doing really well. The bot lane, like you said before, now they're combined 6-0-7, 6 kills, 7 assists. So doing a lot of work. Ezreal has his Trinity Force as well as a pickaxe on top of that. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Tons of damage, might I say.
All right, okay. So 2 things about to happen. 1, Kale's a monster, and we've already seen what Gouken can do once his Kale gets huge. Second thing, the bottom lane for Vex is huge. You've got a Trinity Force now completed, looking for what could be even an Infinity Edge. I don't know if I've ever seen this particular Ezreal build before, but it is going to do ridiculous amounts of damage. And against a 0-4 Caitlyn, that is a really rough spot for Detonation Focus Me to be in.
So yeah, we are not seeing a whole lot of action, but sometimes that's okay, especially with the players just trying to get their bearings. Both teams just getting waves pushed in right now. In the top lane, of course, it's still Renekton and Mundo playing love tap, love tap. Gorilla's actually, again, sitting on 2,600 gold. Really easy to forget that you do have to go shopping at some point up there. As pings come down, Dragon's going to be up in just about a moment. And we'll have to see how the players respond to that. Again, though, this is Udapone. He's alone in the bottom lane. He looks like he might get some help. But so far, this has not worked well for Detonation FM.
Top lane is, like you said, that kind of wet noodle fight. But it's the jungle pressure from Analyze really just keeping Uniproid in this bottom lane. He needs a little bit of extra help, and hey, he's getting it. So he's going to get back in this game eventually. It's just going to take a little bit longer too than Bozen, because of course he doesn't have those 3 kills.
So, and you can actually, Kale's doing a good job taking advantage of no turret here. Are they going to be able to catch anybody though? That is the question. And the answer is no.
Oof. All right, yeah, I was waiting in suspense. I was like,
Where's the bandage toss? Where's the bandage toss? None.
I mean, it's really suspenseful because, like, I feel like sometimes that bandage toss goes, like, just a little bit longer than you expect and is able to latch on to things where you don't necessarily want it to. But, hey, it wasn't enough to latch there, and so Analyze not going to be quite as effective as we expected. But at the same time, it's all about Dragon here. Asteroid's going to try for it. Top lane, there's a lot of aggression as well. Neither one of those top laners running teleports, so it's just flash ignites across the board. There's going to be intervention on a Uniproid. Does he have enough damage? Asteroid trying to take some damage, but does get Lulu Wild Growth. There's 1 kill. There's the 2nd kill coming away. Analyze is going to go down there as a Mystic shot to land. Now Ma is going to just go ahead and throw down that Talisman of Ascension active, try to run away as fast as he can, as quickly as he can, rather tries to flash away. But there's the Arcane Shift in. More damage to come out, but it's a perfect build over Pacemaker. Stopping Ezreal's heart.
Whew. All right, so all in all, that looked like a actually pretty good fight for Vec. The 1 kill coming across on Udapone to pick up Ezreal there is going to go really well for him, however. In the midst of that, there was actually no dragon taken. So dragon still is up for grabs, and we are going to lose that bottom tower.
All right, a couple of things right now. With that dragon going down, keep in mind, dragon did wind up going to, I believe it was, yeah, it's gonna go to, I keep forgetting their name. I want to call them their old name, but I'm gonna update that and just go with Vex this time. So, yeah. I could switch it up, but I don't think anybody would understand. So yeah, just Vec. I like the idea that they're going for, like, once again, the more objective focus, but they're actually behind on turrets. So grabbing a dragon's a good start, but they need to turn that back into turrets. And last outer turret available is up there in that top lane, but with all the pressure, like, around that dragon area, around all these big team fights mid, you're never really going to get that big opportunity to go top anymore.
Right, so in that last team fight, actually, Zig's doing a really good job of zoning Kale away from the rest of his team. Actually forced to flash over the Ziggs bomb, Kale was, to get any sort of damage out in intervention. So Vec played it really well. In the end, it was a 3-for-3, and now we have Renekton coming down, placing a ward in the bush. Here comes Detonation FM.
Well, here they come. 3 kills picked up in that last fight for Udiproid. That guy had one of the roughest early games I have ever seen him have, going 0-4 in lane, and he just went from 0-4 to 3-4, and that has to be huge for Detonation Focus Me. They pick up a ton of extra gold on the member of their team that was farthest behind, and now it just means that the carries are right where they're supposed to be. Even if you check out the gold count, you can see that there's still there's only about a 400 gold difference between both AD carries, and that's the difference between a 5-1-5 and a 0-4-0.
Yeah, so that's really good for Detonation FM, because Udipone was having just such a terrible early game, and now with him right back in it, and they already have a Kale who's doing a lot of damage, they're going to look to maybe pick some people off here as they're all rotating down towards this bottom turret, looking for another one.
A little bit of wave clear there, but top lane, without having teleport, Promes is just going to be able to go up there, take that top turret down. It's going to be a turret for a turret, but it's first tier turret in the top lane versus a second tier turret down bottom lane. Even though Detonation and Focus Me are still losing something, they are picking up a little bit more.
So I think it was a pretty good exchange for Detonation FM there. However, Vec, again, doing a really good job of keeping Mundo up there. He's keeping that wave push, and they have to send somebody to stop him, or he's going to continue to do that all day. And there you can actually see him getting away, no problems whatsoever. So at this point, yeah, it's 4 turrets to 3 in favor of Detonation FM. The gold, again, we've been having such close gold games all day here today. And today, this is no exception this round. So, let's take a look at the item builds right now. Excuse me. Caitlyn finishing her Phantom Dancer, so she's going to be able to put out some more damage with those crits. However, you're right. Ezreal, wow, just picking up item number 3 there. You see the Last Whisper coming out. And he is going to start doing even more damage. So it looks like he was actually building piecemeal. I was really hoping we were going to see that Infinity Edge you were talking about earlier, Rapid.
All right, so a couple things to talk about. Laning phase is pretty much over. We've seen outer turrets go down, so right now it's just about those big wombo combo team fights. Kale is going to be huge here because Ziggs wants to blow somebody up, both literally and figuratively. And if it's about engage, you need something to keep your tank line safe. And I mean, keeping your AD carry and stuff is safe too, but I feel like Udiproid probably isn't going to have that much time staying alive if there's enough peel for him by ulting the tanks that are going in, that are being those big initiators, dropping a lot of pressure, especially with Amumu's Curse to the Sad Mummy. Maybe you don't have to build quite as defensively when you have so much lockdown to keep the very stoppable members there of Rampage from getting onto that so crucial backline.
There's actually a lot of really good poke coming out here from Vec as they're going for this turret with the Ezreal, the Lulu, the Mundo, and the Ziggs. That's something I maybe didn't think of earlier, but there is a lot of it. One thing I think Detonation FM has going in its favor right now, and when you were talking about the gold on the AD carries, when Ezreal can miss his Qs, it's really hard for a Caitlyn to miss her auto attack. There's
going to be the engage in the mid lane. Huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. There's Ma in the back. It's a nice gen ult up right into that turret. But look at the damage to come in from Gouken. You've got Guerrera knocking up Asteroid there in the very back. Alleycat's going to flash out. Bozen's still there, but Guerrera's already picked up that kill on the back. And now it's just going to be Ma trying to get on there. Oh, the perfect bandage toss sets up Gouken for another kill. And it's 3-0 in favor of Detonation Focus Me.
All right, so that was just a really good engage coming out of Detonation FM there, talking about the poke, knowing they really had to do something about it, and Annalise using that Curse of the Sad Mummy. You don't get many better engages than that. That's, you start playing League, that was my first big engage champion, and Amumu excels at it. You hit that bandage toss, you lay that curse down on several members, and they played that out to perfection. A lot of Dead FM going low, but in the end, nobody dies. They pick up a turret, lots of kills, and Detonation FM starting to look like they are clicking.
Okay, so I guess this is a good time to get some predictions because it's 11-11, so kills are at least tied up. There's about a 1,000 gold difference between these two teams. It's incredibly even across the board. Did you think it was going to be a little bit more one-sided, Corey, or who do you think really has this big advantage?
Well, I mean, to be honest, if with the game even as it is now, I would have to give that in favor of Vec just because I didn't see them being in that position to begin with. However, the way they came out and played this game, at this point in time, it starts to look like maybe that momentum is turning back in favor of Detonation FM. Obviously, you can't base that on just one team fight, and it's really close either way, but I like seeing Caitlyn get big, seeing Kale get big, and they're going to be able to do a lot of damage against this Vec team. You can see Kale actually has her Lichbane finished, so she went for that along with the Nashers right away. The pen boots. And
that's a really good point. The Void Staffs come out next means that how do you itemize against that? She knows she's going to be going up against magic resistance, and is just going to grab that Void Staff already. And once you get that, I mean, where else do you go for defenses?
Yeah, so it becomes a matter of, your defense is to kill Kale, but how do you kill a Kale when she has her ultimate? So with a team like this, like I said, I liked the combination at the beginning, but at the same time, we're seeing so much poke out of Ezreal and Ziggs. It kind of leaves Vi waiting for something to happen, so she's not able to do anything while this is all going on. And then when they get engaged on, these poke champions have to kind of run away so that when Vi goes in, they're not always ready to follow that up. So as it stands now, I'm starting to tilt back in favor of Dead FM. I think they're finally getting their stuff together, dealing with the unexpected, real quick roster change. And like I said earlier, I think I would take a Caitlyn over an Ezreal any day.
Then we're going to see the re-engage via Super Mega Death, or the Mega Inferno Bomb, rather. There in the very back, Wild Growth only catching in on the Asteroid, but Udiproid going to get jumped on in the very back, but it's a double kill in the back. It's, oh my god, Ezreal just blows the Udiproid apart. It's a 4-for-2, and Goken versus the world. Can he get this job taken down? Bo's going to have to be very, very careful here. Goken can almost one-shot just about everyone. Has to be careful, but is he going to be able to make it out of here alive? Answer is yes, but just a little bit of a miss there on that Curse of the Sad Mummy from Adelaide. Started that fight off on a bad note for Detonation Focus.
Right, so they really tried to make something happen, and that Curse of the Sad Mummy only went across on 2 members of Vec. So here I am talking about how strong Detonation FM is looking, and they come right out, and they lose that team fight 2-4. So there's actually, now Vec is starting Baron, and it looks like they're going to be able to take it.
And there you go. It's going to be Goken trying to get it in there. Can he find at least one kill? Grabs one, but he doesn't have enough for a second. No steal on the Baron, but finds a kill onto Estoror.
Right, so that was almost a little bit of desperation. You just wanted to get in there, see if you could take the Baron. It's not the end of the world. You trade 1 for 1. You do pick up a kill. And I guess the benefit of that is you do take away one of those Baron buffs. But the gold, the buff on 4 members of the team already is going to be worth it in the end in any case. And they do it with only 3 members. So really good job of Vec to rotate up to that Baron right away, recognizing they had the advantage, and to just get up there and do it.
All right, so few things to watch out for. The Void Staff, it's in there. So that is going to be a big item against the double Spirit Visages, and especially a little bit of the magic resistance coming out from the support and mid lane too. So there's definitely a lot of magic resist out there, and it's going to be a big item for keeping Goken relevant. The only problem is that things are starting to pick up as far as the 80 carry damage from Bonzen. He got in there, did way too much damage, even at the very end, able to just clean up the fight for what was almost an ace, but not quite, because of course Goken did survive. So Eudiproid, he's definitely still behind, but he has that holy trinity of 80 carry items, so he's at least still going to be effective. And keep in mind, he does have a little bit more CS than Bonzen does, so definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, so if you do, you're right though, Bonzen is starting to get scary. 7, 1, and 8. That's 15 of his team's 16 kills. So Bonzen is just doing a really good job of being where he needs to be and picking those up. Looking across the board, otherwise, Vi again, 4 deaths, 0 kills, but 8 assists. Like you said before, she's trying to make things happen for her team. Analay's on a Mumu, 1, 3, and 7 currently. Had a few, maybe her last engage was fairly questionable. I'm sure he's going to be looking to make it up when they get a chance at a team fight. The question is, when do you stop being the initiator and using that to counter engage? With the Ezreal so strong right now, is that something you want to go in and try to fight?
All right, so we're gonna see the sieging continue. The turret gonna get shielded out there just a little bit, but is that going to be enough? Ma is very chunky, so he's gonna go ahead and take a trip back to base. Prome's just gonna keep chunking things out there, throwing out those infected cleavers. You know, it's not necessarily a game-changing thing, but just every little bit of extra damage helps.
Yeah, they are not letting this siege up, and I do not blame them. It's a good time. They're getting slowly but surely the turret down in health. The Trinity Force proc from Ezreal doing a lot of damage, and that tower should fall right here, and we'll see if they continue to press on. They very well could. They did so well there. With the Baron regen, another turret is not out of the question.
You know, they're going to have Asteroid tank it up here for just a little bit, but he actually is going to take a sizable amount of damage down there, about 2/3 of his hit points. And there's going to be a nice 3-man curse of the Sad Mummy. You've got Guerrera getting in there. He's going to get the shutdown. 1 kill, 2 kills. Bonzen, though, will be able to take down Guerrera as he was the big initiator there. Eudiproid there is a tiny little invincible squirrel there in the back, but now it's going to be Dr. Mundo going down, so it's a 2-for-1. And here the very timely retreat. Is this going to be enough to disengage? As I know Bonzen does have that nice red buff to drop some slows down there with a nice little red buff slow, but I mean, the Mystic shots coming back are mostly just going to be annoying. This could be a very strong counter push for Detonation Focus Me. Oh, the flash!
Wow.
Shot's perfect in there. Does force the flash out of Vi, so nice to be able to take that away from Asteroid. But man, Analyze won't have that flash now for the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and will this be enough for a second-tier turret? Eudiproid almost suicided. Okay, this is a little bit ridiculous. It's just a tower, man. You can't just brute force it without a minion wave.
So they will get out alive. That tower is almost dead, but the tower gets out alive. Everybody gets away. Yeah, alive. Maybe not happy, but Vec is probably happy that's still up. And this is actually going to be a dragon attempt?
Why you run away? They're just gonna, okay. This is not really great decision making from Detonation Focus Me. They tried to stick around a little bit too long for the turret, and they tried to stick around a little bit too long for the dragon, and they didn't get either one. So you have to play this pretty carefully if they want to be able to take home this win, because right now they're actually down about 4,000 gold.
It was actually very hospitable of them to soften the dragon up, and it allowed Vec to come in and smite it down, take it very easily. And when you're down 4,000 gold, like you just mentioned, you cannot be giving up those easy gold opportunities.
So right now it's relatively even, but you have to keep a couple things in mind. One, Kale still does a ridiculous amount of damage. There's a Guardian Angel just bought there for Eudiproid, so he's gonna have that It's going to take a couple different times to kill him. He's also going to be the recipient of that intervention, so it's going to be even harder to take him down. I'm waiting for Ma, to be honest. Can that Janna finally show up? What's he going to accomplish with that pick? It looks like the Baron's going to be attempted by detonation, but if they get too far out of position, it's just going to let Vex just walk down the middle lane and take an inhibitor.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're still waiting to see what that Janna brings to the table. So far, we've seen Lulu with her slows, with her ultimate, really making a difference in these team fights. And Janna, I don't remember the last time I saw the Janna ultimate, to be honest. So, it's really hard to be playing a game 4v5. That might be a little harsh, but you gotta get in there and make things happen. Especially in Season 4, where supports are so integral to the team. It just seems like we're kind of back in maybe Season 2, where not a whole lot happens when you play support. So, Baron is coming off a timer here. Detonation rotating up towards it. I don't know if they're actually going to be taking this, looking to bait something out. Lulu in the bot lane, so it has been started.
Okay, well, Baron's going to be tempted here there by Gouken. There's a nice ultimate by Ma, but right there getting it. It's going to be a successful smite there by Annalise. It's Baron buff on detonation. Focus me. Can they turn this back around? Annalise very, very low is going to go down. There is Unifroid getting over the back of the wall, but Proms is going to flash over, trying to slow down Carrera. He's just way too slow to escape, and there's Bronson with the kill in the back. It's a 4-0, and Baron, sure, they got it, but is this going to be enough to close out the game? Could we see Dead Nation Focus Me getting taken out here before it even starts? Or before we even hit the grand finals? This is going to be the first hit of the
so
game.
long.
Yes, 30 seconds on most of the members, 43 for Guerrera right now. They're just going to tank up these turrets. Look at Uniport, he's trying to get in there, but can he turn this around? He knows that he has to stop them from DPSing these turrets. It's going to be Rosilva trying to get in there and take it down.
10 seconds on Ma.
Bouncing bombs is going to help. They just have to survive for 10 seconds. Is this going to be enough? No, flashes out, gets taken down there by the super mega death inferno bomb of awesomeness. And just like that, it's Vex that make it through to the grand finals. They're going to be going up there tomorrow to take on Rascal Jester. And it's the third and fourth place matchup that's going to be Detonation versus Ozone Rampage.
It reminds me a lot of Season 3 with EU LCS, where they have so many Baron throws, Baron fights. It's like the EU meta, just go ahead and get Baron and die with Baron and lose the game late game. That is what DTFM did. They committed so much. They had the Monsoon coming out from Janna way too early to push back that Dr. Mundo and end up losing everybody in that fight. They got stuck in the Baron pit. They couldn't get out of the Baron pit enough. They flashed over a couple of them, but it wasn't enough because Vex just followed up with their own flashes, killed them off one by one, took the Baron buff for themselves. Death timers was so huge during that time, and they just couldn't come back from that. With the death timers at 40 over seconds, you cannot lose a Baron fight. It's just game over for you once you do that. That was it, They tried. Props to DTFM trying to see where this can go, but the Ziggs wave clear was just too overpowering for a lot of people as well. You can see when they trudged up mid lane, how much Ziggs just put all his skills shots down and just try to clear as much wave as they can. And it just, there wasn't a time where we went like DTF is gonna take this. It was very much back and forth, and that came out victorious because of that one Baron fight.
Yeah. Wow. That's 2 series today. Like, not to generalize it, but that's 2 series where we had the 2 top teams come out, win a pretty convincing game 1, and then, for whatever reason, game 2 both went to the opponent, and the quote-unquote underdog came back in game 3, won both times, and tomorrow we're going to see Vec and Rascal Jester in the grand finals. It's going to be Ozone, Rampage, and Detonation FM in the third place match. Really well played. Major congratulations, especially to Bozen in that match, showing that hey, there are other AD carries to watch too. It's not all the Utapone show. So that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit disappointed with the Amumu plays. I think the early gangs were not as great as what analysts hope it would be, and it just kind of didn't work out for them how they wanted it to work out. And I think Vi was a lot more intricate with the plays coming out from there. And that was game. Congratulations to Vex for Vex to really come back from that loss in game 1. Obviously, it was a 1-1. It was a 1-0, and DTFM had to give up the second game due to server issues. But third game wasn't very convincing from them, so they lost that last game. And the underdogs proved themselves worthy in this 2 best-of-3 series in the semifinals. So tomorrow we will see the third place with DTFM and Rampage, who was supposed to be the favorites to being in the finals tomorrow. But the ball is round. That's what I can say. It's not as wonderful as what we thought it would be, but it was a great 2 best-of-3 series, so I will see you. I'm sorry.
What? Did you just say the ball is round?
My dad used to say that. I don't know why, but yeah. So that is game. Thank you so much to Rapid Casting for joining us today. We will update you again if he will be joining us tomorrow. But that is it from us today. Tomorrow we will be back at 12 noon. 12 noon Japan time, and that is. If you're on PST time, it will be 9 p.m. tomorrow. I know you guys are very excited for OGN, but tomorrow there's no OGN, so come join us tomorrow, 9 p.m. PST time, 12 p.m. Japan time. We will be here. I will be here with Corey. Andreas will be here behind with the stream. Hopefully, Rapid will be joining us tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a long day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much, Rapid. Do you have anything to say for everyone who's been trudging all day with us?
I just want to say goodnight. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Well, I guess we'll see you then.
All right.
All right, thanks, Rapid. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, and I think that's it for us here as well. So we're going to take a break, get out of here ourselves. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Don't forget to check it out tomorrow. Any last words, Ferlin?
That's it. It's been a long day. A lot of server issues, a lot of connection issues, a lot of mic problems, everything, which is part of what JCG is, unfortunately. It's part of the fun. But I will see you guys tomorrow at 12 p.m., 12 noon Japan time. And have a great night, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.